Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of sequel of What If Issei went against with Miracle Leviathan and got harem with Serafall and Sona. Part 3. Unable to tell the difference between the holographic flags and the real ones, Issei desperately attempts to think up a strategy to counter Hal's technique. More than 20 minutes have passed since the match started and Issei only has about 14 flags in his base zone, less than half of Hal's 32 flags. Out of desperation, Issei decides to enter Hal's base zone to steal some of his flags, only to fall into a trap. A magic circle appears below Issei and tightly restrains him with chains. Did you honestly think I didn't see that coming, Sekurudai? You aren't exactly the first person who tried to enter my base zone. Hal then holds up his arm and aims his hand towards Issei. A small magic circle forms in front of his palm and highly pressurized water suddenly shoots out, knocking Issei all the way back to his own base zone. Gah! Issei was knocked hard to the wall that was protecting the audience of the first few rows. Was that a water spell? Could he be? No, he was just using ordinary magic to control it as it lacks the technique of the Citri clan. But for it to be powerful enough to send me back here while in my scale mail, I think I can somewhat see why he was formerly Sona's fiancé. Issei spoke to himself. Issei then takes a look at the flags he collected on his base zone and noticed that a couple are missing. When did he? While you were too busy struggling to get out of the chains, I decided to take the opportunity to do the same thing that you did. You tried to take my flags, I take yours. It's that simple. Oh, and try not to get angry, because otherwise you will lose focus. Take a look at the score now. Issei did as told and calms himself before looking at the scoreboard. Issei now only has 11 flags while Hal has 35. Darn it! As I thought, there is actually no way I can match an actual strategist. Is all of this work for nothing, or am I missing something? Are you going to let the same thing happen again? You lost the rating game against Riser and nearly lost Rias as a result. Now you are playing another game with Sona on the line this time. Are you okay with letting her down? Drake said. Of course I am not okay, but I am not cut out to be a strategist. It's like everyone said, I am an idiot who only knows how to fight. I will not let my host speak about himself like that, Azdaja spoke up. It's been a while since I've last heard from you. Can't help it. Other than fighting, there is not much for me to do here besides giving you power to train. I am also not quite as fond about this whole issei dragon thing Drake seems to enjoy so much. Who says I enjoy issei dragon? Drake was quick to deny Azdaja's statement. Ha! Now that reaction is what will keep me awake and laughing. Anyway, I see. Do not tell me that you are willing to give up this easily after getting this far. I will not have a host who doesn't have the determination to win. So the rules are a bit different from an actual fight. Who cares? I've been there and done that back then and never let such a thing stop me. Don't let that stop you either. I don't have the brain power to beat this guy. Saji may have warned me about his abilities, but I was never able to figure out how to counter it. I was hoping that I can gather the flags quickly and end the match before this happened. You don't have to be smart to beat him. You just need to have the imagination. Remember that I am here too. Not just Drake. My imagination, huh? For the time being, I guess I'd better keep Hal occupied. Issei then charges towards Hal, who had already gathered 4 more flags. Hal immediately takes notice and lifts his right hand. Just 3 more flags until this is over, Sekurudai. Even if you manage to take more flags, there is only 5 minutes left in the game. 5 minutes is more than enough to take yours. Hal becomes a little surprised. Hold on there, it's against the rules. Directly take flags from your opponent. Are you planning to get yourself disqualified? You are right. I cannot take them directly from you, but I can take them from your base zone. You already tried that. What makes you think you can just take them? Just watch. Issei heads over to Hal's base zone. As soon as he crossed the line, a magic circle appears below him, summoning the chains. Issei, who've already predicted such a move, jumps away and flies towards Hal's flags as the chains follow him. Okay, I'd better make sure that I am faster than these chains. Issei then increases his speed. I see. So you think you can just dodge my restraints just by increasing your speed? This isn't going to work, because the faster you are, the less time you have to react. Hal then forms another magic circle in his hand and summons a large volume of water heading straight for Issei. This is it. Without stopping, Issei takes a deep breath as he is heading towards a large wave of water. He then opens his mask and unleashes a huge stream of fire from his mouth. As the fire and water collide, the temperature difference is causing fog to form from the two attacks, covering the entire field. So this was his strategy. Not bad at all, Security, but it will take a lot more than just fog to stop me. Since it is made out of water, all I have to do is control it. Like I will let you. Issei's voice is heard. Before Hal is able to do anything, Issei tackled him, causing him to lose concentration and drop one of his flags, which Issei grabbed before disappearing back to the fog. In the audience seats, all members of the Haida residence are quite pleased with the unexpected turn of events, even though they can no longer see the battle due to the fog. That's my issei. Do your best, Ria said in her thoughts. I am his manager, so there is no way Issei-sama will lose to this arrogant playboy. Ravel becomes more tense. Do your best, Issei-san. Asia is also supporting Issei within her thoughts. Ice-kun is finally back in the game. Go Ice-kun. Win this so Sona-kun will stay with both you and her Onisama. Serafall is acting in a manner similar to a high school cheerleader. Onisama, please sit down on your seats. There are people watching. Sona turns away out of embarrassment. Ha! Even in this situation, there is always something interesting going on with you girls. Azazel said from several seats behind Sona. Everyone immediately turned around after hearing Azazel's voice. He is seen sitting next to Marta while the latter is cheering for Issei. Since when were you two here? Ria said. Since the beginning, but all of you were too focused on the match to notice. You didn't think we knew about Hal's challenge to Issei? The news spread out across the underworld since it involves both the Citri and Valet clans. That makes sense. Sensei, you seem to have a lot of faith that Issei-kun will win this, don't you? Kiba asked. Of course. Issei is an idiot known to make miracles happen. I believe that a miracle will happen here. For you to ask, it seems like there are some of you that don't believe that Issei can win this. No. We believe that Issei-kun always has a chance. But considering that he is not a strategist, and the difference between the score made us very tense. I do hope that Issei-kun will be able to turn this match around in 4 minutes. Sona said. Geez, Sona-kun, you like Issei-kun just as much as I do, so you should have more faith like Azazel-kun. I know Issei-kun is going to win. That's why I am cheering for him no matter the odds. Realizing that being worried won't help Issei, Sona smiles and becomes more determined that Issei will defeat Hal. You are right. I believe that Issei-kun will win, but can you please behave while you are here? The attention you are getting from others is embarrassing me. No can do, Sona-kun. I want to encourage my beloved Issei-kun as loud as I can so he can hear it. Go Issei-kun, Sona sighs as serafall continues to cheer loudly. Come on Issei! Come on Issei! Marta is doing a more passive cheer as she watches. Back in the arena, Issei manages to take some of Hal's flags from his base zone to his. Hal attempts to do the same despite not being able to see. Take this. Issei emerges from the fog and tackles Hal again, taking the flags back as he continues to drop them. Can't see anything. I can't concentrate due to the security coming out of nowhere in this fog. Every time I grabbed a flag, he would always attack to force me to drop it so he can grab it. Using Drake's eyes is definitely his advantage in this fog. I've got to get rid of it somehow. Hal said in his thoughts. Only 3 minutes left. I'd better disable the security or I won't be able to get the advantage. Think, Hal then grabs another flag. Issei sees this and charges towards him. Got you! Hal surrounds himself with defense circles, blocking Issei's attack and knocking him out briefly. With Issei temporarily distracted, Hal wasted no time and started turning the fog into water and dropping it to the ground. Looks like your stealth advantage is no longer there, security. I still have more flags than you and all I have to do is last 2 more minutes before I win. Issei looks at the scoreboard, showing that he has collected 18 flags while Hal has the total of 28. Issei, however, is unfazed. It's true that the fog has faded, but the fact that you dropped the water to the ground is exactly what I was waiting for. What? Issei then starts flying above the arena floor and aims his hand. Dragon shot! Issei then unleashes a huge amount of energy from his hand, destroying the ground, which has been softened by the water that Hal dropped, and all of the holographic flags. Hal was forced to use more strength in his magic defense circle to block the impact of the explosion. As the attack hits, the impact becomes strong enough that the audience could actually feel the force pushing them away, despite a strong magic field surrounding the arena. As soon as the dust clouds cleared away, Hal is seen knocked out as well as flags from both base zones falling away from the area. Alright, Hal will wake up any second. I'd better hurry and remember where all the flags are. Issei begins looking all over at the destroyed floor to try to find where all flags are. 1 minute left. Better make this count. Azdaja, can you hear me? You know what I am thinking. Understood. Issei's armor then turns from red to black and heads back down to collect the flags. Hal wakes up to find that there are even more flags laying down on the ground than he remembered. What is this? These aren't my flags. I copied your technique and made fake flags using Azdaja's power since I can imagine the form of his magic as well. It looks like your own trick is working against you. I am not going to lose to the likes of you. I will find them. Hal then desperately grabs as many flags as possible in hopes of getting the real one, while runs to certain areas to grab the flags. There is only 15 seconds left, and I have about 3 more flags than the security from the looks of his base zone, which means that all I need to do is last. Hal then sees Issei running back to his base zone carrying 7 flags. Realizing that Issei is going to win should he succeed, Hal summons 2 magic circles in front of Issei. What the? The chains came out much faster, restraining Issei almost instantly before he can reach his base zone. A horn was heard signaling that the game is over. I managed to stop the security. Looks like I will be the one who takes Sona back, even though I actually don't want to. Then again, you were close security, so I will give you credit for giving me such a good match. Hal then takes a breather and sits down as the results were being announced. After such a close match, the winner is the security. Wait. What? As the loud cheers filled the arena, Hal takes a look up at the scoreboard to see that Issei actually collected 23 flags while Hal only has 19. Out of 49 flags that were in this arena, 42 was collected by both contestants, with the security gathering 23 of the flags. Wait a minute, there is no way the security has more flags than me. I counted the flags in his base zone. Don't be fooled by appearances, Hal. While you were distracted, I knew that I have to be smarter in order to win, so I did a little trick. Issei then digs a small hole within his base zone to find 7 flags buried underneath the ground. You got too focused on gathering more flags and preventing me from getting more that you forgot to look at the scoreboard. The ones I was carrying was fake to avoid suspicion. When I saw that you were focused on restraining me, I knew that I would win. Issei then deactivates his balance breaker, and the fake flags soon start disappearing. I see. Knowing that you have very little time left, you were forced to improvise, but for you to do something so reckless was quite unexpected. It is my loss, security. Congratulations. Hal offers Issei a hand, which the latter accepted. Back to the audience. Yes. Issei won. He won. He won. Serafall cheered the loudest among the audience. Sona is on the verge of tears after hearing the results. Issei did it. He won. Thank you. Thank you. I knew that a miracle will happen somehow, and Issei just made it happen. Azazel makes a loud laugh, much to the dismay of most members of the Haida residents. Good job, Issei. Rias is seen clapping alongside Asia, while the rest gave a loud cheer. It looks like you won't be going away anytime soon, aren't you, Sona? Aquino asked. Sona shakes her head. I am staying right here. Congratulations, Issei-sama. Ravel screamed. I knew you could do it. Marta said. Back in the Haida residence. What? Almost everyone in the house shows a very surprised face when Hal seems like he wanted to confess something. You mean you never wanted to take Sonakan away? Serafall asked. No, I am quite over it actually. This entire thing was planned by both me and the rest of the Citri clan. But why go through all this trouble? Why exactly did you want me to compete against you and scramble the flag? Issei asked. I am sure you've already know about Clippeth and Grendel's mother on the loose in the underworld. As you see, We are still recovering from the string of incidents that occurred there involving the Chaos Brigade and Hades. The limitations of being a high-class and ultimate-class devils have prevented us from fully utilizing our abilities to stop this threat. We needed to rely on others to do the things we can't. And so you went to Icekun, because you believe that he himself will be able to handle the threat, as being a lower-class devil gives him more privileges to get involved. Sona commented. Yes. I've heard that both hosts of the heavenly dragons are what people put their faith on, including the Satans. It was hard to keep an eye on the vanishing dragon since he goes everywhere, but I've heard which area of the human world the security is staying in, so I decided to keep an eye on you. What exactly were you looking for by watching over issei? Rias asked. I wanted to see the potential of him being able to beat a super devil like Rizavim, or the strongest evil dragon Crom Cruch. When I saw you fight Grendel and Crom Cruch, I noticed that you were only using brute force and strong attacks in your battles. I was actually very disappointed, because those opponents alone already exceeded your power. If you keep relying on force, they will exceed and will one day kill you. I wanted you to realize that, so that's why you challenged me to scramble the flag. Indeed. Sometimes in order to beat an opponent, you have to outsmart them. This is especially true when you face someone more powerful than you. I wanted you to outsmart me. That way, I know you will be fine and you didn't disappoint. Of course. Icekun will always find a way to pull through in a desperate situation. Serafall immediately gives issei a hug, much to Sona's dismay. Onisima, I think I should be the one to hug him, considering that he was doing this for me. Then join in Sonakan. Sona gives a small blush. Not in front of everyone, Onisima. I've got to admit, Hayato actually looked very cool going against Hal. Murayama also begins to blush after saying that. Hey, don't forget that Hayato is still a pervert, okay? Just be careful. Hate still shows some distrust towards issei, knowing that he still has a perverted side, but her tone shows less hostility than before, which issei takes as a sign of trust. Issei then turns towards Hal. Tell me, what would happen if I had lost? I definitely would keep my word and take Sona back to the underworld, but making her stay permanently and marrying her was definitely a lie. I would have told her what I had planned to get her to understand and then hope you would figure out your mistakes soon enough before I return her. But I don't need to do that now since you've won security. Just call me issei. Very well, issei. Anyway, I better go. My girlfriend is waiting for me and she won't be happy if I am late on our date night. Hal then gets up and leaves. Sona, however, is unhappy hearing that. For some reason, I felt even more like I was just being used by him like a tool. Issei then takes a deep breath and turns towards Sona. At least is over now. I am glad that you were not taken away, even if it would only be for a short while. I am glad too. Thank you for trying your best for me, Icekun. Anyway, I'd better let the rest of the student council know of the result since they were still staying in school during the game. As Sona begins to leave, she suddenly stops as if she was hesitant about something. Issei becomes concerned. Sona? Is something wrong? Sona turns around and places her left hand on Issei's cheek before making lip contact with him. Many suddenly yelled in shock seeing Sona kissing Issei suddenly. After Sona releases herself, she holds her lips with her fingers while blushing before giving a warm smile. I will make sure to thank you properly later. For now, I guess a kiss will do, Sona said before leaving. Issei is still speechless over the sudden kiss until a shiver was felt on his spine. He turns around to see almost everyone giving death glares at him, although Serafall seems more happy that Sona is more open towards Issei, despite being his girlfriend. Please have mercy on me, Issei frightenedly said. I see. Everyone screamed before the scene fades out. Midnight in the underworld. Well, this is an unexpected development. Hal is currently in an empty area of a mountain with Grendel's mother staring back at him. How unfortunate for such a handsome young man to be seen by me. You know, with my son dead, I'd been wanting to unleash my anger towards the seraphs who were responsible for Grendel's demise. But I am tired of holding back and it looks like I will have to settle for you for the time being. You will not have such an easy time fighting me. I will make sure you are dead before the seraphs can even get to you. Mizuchi, I am going to need your help this time. A katana suddenly appears in Hal's right hand. Understood. Balance breaker. Water armor activated. Hal's entire body gets covered in water, wearing it like an armor as he goes head to head with Grendel's mother. I see. Thanks to Mizuchi, you are able to control large volumes of water. I may not be able to perform water techniques like the Citri clan since my control over the element comes from a water dragon, but I can make do by combining with my own demonic powers. Hal said in his thoughts. Time to eliminate the threat. Hal then aims his hand at Grendel's mother, and the water surrounding him creates a huge wave heading towards her. Yes, that's it. Give me a good fight. Grendel's mother prepares to defend herself as the giant wave is about to hit her. It has been a week since Issei's battle with Hal took place, with the former coming out victorious. As a result, Sona became very appreciative and finds herself just as attracted to Issei as the other girls, which often results in fights between the other girls, despite being more subtle about it. Valerie is happily watching their antics while resting on the couch as her body is still weak since her escape to the Cow's Brigade. Valerie, are you okay? It has already been quite some time since you came here, and yet you don't seem much better. Gasper shows concern towards his friend. It's alright, Gasper. Before I was able to escape, they managed to take one of the holy grails from my body, as you know, since I had 3 of them. Using them has been torturous towards both my mind and body. If all of the holy grails were to be removed from my body, I surely would have died. Right now, my body is still in such a weak state since I lost one. Gasper becomes saddened. If that's the case, it looks like we will have to get them back so you can return to normal. No, there is no need for concern, Gasper. Removing the grail may have hurt my body, but it didn't do any permanent damage since only one was removed. I just won't be able to move for a while. But Gasper tried to protest, but Valerie interrupts. I promise you I will get better, and then we can have the picnic we always wanted with everyone, okay? Valerie smiled. Despite still being concerned, Gasper decides not to push it further, and nods before walking away. Issei, who overheard their conversation, remains unconvinced and approaches Valerie after Gasper is no longer within his sight. Is something wrong, Iskon? Valerie asked. Issei puts on a serious look on his face. Is there more you are not telling, Gasper? What do you mean? I can tell from your smile that you are either not telling the truth, or you are hiding something. Are you really going to get better as you say? Valerie becomes silent. I know that you are worried about Gasper after everything he has been through, but if something happens to you in front of him? He wouldn't know what to do, because you didn't tell him what's wrong. Despite knowing that Issei is right, Valerie still remains hesitant, fearing that Issei will tell Gasper of her real condition should he know, putting the latter into more stress. Issei decides to try another direction to get Valerie to answer. Listen, Valerie, I want to help you just as much as Gasper does, but we won't know how unless you tell either me or him. I know that you don't always want to rely on us for help, because you don't like to burden us with your problems. But if we can't do anything, both me and Gasper will be full of regret, and we, especially him, will have a hard time letting go. Not only us, but this entire household that has taken care of you will feel the same, and this is not something we can let go so easily. If you don't want to tell us, then fine, just remember that this is how we will all feel if something happens, alright? Valerie still remains silent out of fear. Not wanting to push the conversation further, Issei decides to leave Valerie alone. As Issei turns back, he felt a tug on his left sleeve. He turns around to see Valerie is the one pulling, apparently already having made a decision. Alright, if I tell you, do you promise not to tell Gasper? Issei nodded and Valerie sits back down on the couch. Yes, what I told Gasper was only the half-truth about myself. Half-truth? From what I've told Gasper, it is true that one of the holy grails in my body has been removed and that my body has weakened considerably since then. However, then comes what I couldn't say to my friend. While it is true that my body is generally unharmed physically from the removal, it has become less stable to the point where my body will possibly remain in this weakened state permanently. My mind and soul has already been broken due to overusing my Longinus and having one actually removed further deteriorated. Having gone through all of this can easily cause permanent damage to you, and I think my body is feeling such effects right now. And you think that it is better that Gasper doesn't know your true condition? It has been a long time since me and Gasper reunited Iskon. Among the darkness that is Gasper's childhood, we are the only lights that lit in Gasper's life. Should I further trouble him with bad news after such a long-awaited reunion, I am afraid that another one of those lights will dim from his life. He is also one of those lights in my life. Gasper will never forgive me for keeping my condition a secret for so long. Issei remains unconvinced. You know that Gasper will find out about this sooner since you can never recover on your own. Don't you think it will be worse that you don't tell him? If I tell him, then he will endlessly attempt to find ways to get the Holy Grail back, causing him to put himself through needless danger. I don't care if Gasper ends up hating me in the end. I want to make as many memories as I can while I still have the time without always thinking about fighting. Those matter more to me than anything. Issei realizes that Valerie's true desire and decides to uphold his promise to keep her condition a secret, but still has a strong desire to help her for Gasper's sake. I really wish that there is something we can do to help. Actually, there is, partner. Drake's voice suddenly popped out of nowhere, startling Issei and Valerie. Drake! For you to suddenly pop up like this. Geez, sorry partner, but since only one of her Holy Grail is removed, it is possible for Valerie to get back to her normal state through possession of a certain alchemical substance, one that wouldn't endanger her life through use. Really, Drake? There is such a solvent that can even heal damage caused by a sacred gear? What exactly is this solvent called? The solvent is known as azoth. It is a universal solvent very much sought by alchemists, much like the Philosopher's Stone. What is unique about this solvent is that it is a universal medicine as well, said to embody the healing effects of all medicine, and because of that, it is also known as the universal cure and the elixir of life, though the latter is quite inaccurate as it doesn't belong to the life of the user, but heals them from any physical or even mental ailments. Wait a minute, but there is some things that Asia's twilight healing cannot even heal. Why would this one work since the cause of Valerie's condition involves a Longinus? Valerie's condition was caused by overuse of her Longinus, which is true, but her broken soul was caused taking in the knowledge of the dead, living, and other concepts that the Sephiroth Graal provided, but is only limited through use. As long as she doesn't continue using her Longinus, the Azoth will even go as far as to heal her soul, hence the title. This is in compensation since the sacred gear only heals the possessor in comparison to multiple targets that twilight healing is able to affect. In fact, twilight healing and other objects that can heal originated from the concept of the universal cure, and only Azoth is the item to have been given that title. Is anybody in possession of it? Where exactly do we find such substance? No one is in possession of it. It is currently hidden to prevent misuse. The 16th century alchemist, Paracelsus, was believed to have found the solvent, and if that's true, it should still be hidden in his compartment in Austria. Issei becomes dismayed over how far Azoth may be. So we have to go all the way to Austria for a cure that is possibly not there. This is coming from a man who made numerous contributions to modern medicine. If it's not in the compartment, it is probably still hidden safely in Germany. This is probably the only way to heal Valerie in place of the missing Holy Grail. Issei is very hesitant about going so far to save one person, but remembering how much Gasper is willing to go through to save his friend, he reluctantly decides to attempt to find Azoth for both Gasper's and Valerie's sake. Issei then turns to Valerie. It looks like I am going to Austria and possibly Germany to get the cure. Valerie immediately tries to talk Issei out of it. Wait. Don't do that. It will be just as dangerous if you attempt to retrieve such a solvent on your own. You don't have to do this just for me. If I don't go, Gasper will probably try to search for the Cow's Brigade in an attempt to get back the Holy Grail taken from your body, and that's even more dangerous. Not even Clippeth knows about Azoth, so that is a much safer route, but still. You have no idea how much trouble you can get into by going through such a journey. It is for the best that I suggest you not to take part of it. I can still live even without the universal cure. Maybe. But you won't be able to fulfill the dreams of both you and Gasper of having a picnic with everybody, so it has to be done before Gasper does something really reckless, and I won't be going alone. I just need to have a word with Bucho. Issei left before Valerie can say any more. In Issei's room. What? You want to go to Austria to find Azoth? Ria said in a loud, surprised voice. Yes. I can tell Gasper is getting desperate to help Valerie after his last conversation with her, and I am afraid that if nothing is done to help her, He might do something reckless like trying to get the Holy Grail back. And how exactly do you know that Azoth might be able to heal the damage caused by Valerie's Longinus? I learned from Drake, and even though I also have doubts that Azoth might be able to heal a soul, I want to do this not just for their sake, but for mine too. Plus, since Clippeth doesn't even know about such substance, or where its location is, it will be much safer than to try to confront Clippeth for the missing Holy Grail. You do know that even though it sounds safe, Azoth is still currently sought by alchemists from everywhere you can think of. That might lead you to big trouble if you are not careful. Rias warned. Beats trying to fight the Cows Brigade. Issei commented. Rias sighs. Alright, fine. I will approve your request of finding the universal cure without telling Gasper, but at the same time I am not letting you go alone. I want you to have a team in case of emergencies. Issei smiled at Rias. Thanks, Bucho. I will make sure I am prepared. Yahoo Iskun. Serafall storms into the room and jumps towards Issei before locking him into an embrace. Sarah. Issei struggles to keep his balance before falling onto his bed. I heard that you are going to Austria to fix Valerie-chan. Are you going to leave me again? I am already so busy with my schedule that I barely have time to see you during the day. Serafall pouts. Sorry about this, Sarah, but I want to do this for my friends. I am sure you already know why. I know, but still, we barely spend time with each other, and I thought I could use this time off to get another date with you. Issei, who is having trouble breathing, is vainly struggling to get Serafall to loosen her grip. If you are so desperate to find time for a date, then why don't you make time and come with me as well? Hearing this, Serafall's expression brightens considerably and lets go of Issei, who is now breathing heavily. Great idea! I am going to contact Serzexkan to tell him that I will be gone for about a week and come with you. I always wanted to explore Austria and Germany. Remember, Sarah, this is not a vacation. We're going there to find Azoth for Valerie and leave. It's too dangerous to stay if so many alchemists really are after the solvent. Yes, but I am pretty sure you have to stop and look somewhere, so that's good enough for me. Serafall begins humming as she walks out of Issei's room. I guess having a Mao backing you up would be a huge help. What about you, Bucho? Are you coming with me? Issei asked Rias. Many of us will have to stay or Gasper might start getting suspicious. I plan to tell him that both you and Serafallsima will have important meetings for the next week due to both of your status as the Ape Dragon and Mao. I says in Pi. I heard you are going to Austria and maybe Germany from Serafallsima, so I decided to tag along too. Kaneko emerges with an already full baggage. Issei sighs, but accepts Kaneko's services since Rias told him to get a team to go with him. Alright. I think I should take one more with me for safe measure. I cannot take Kiba since he is roommates with Gasper and that might cause him to get suspicious. I cannot take the church trio with me since I only need one more. Sona already has to plan her graduation alongside Bucho. I am also supposed to watch over Ravel, so I can't put her into danger along with Ophis. Kuroka and Lefei are entrusted to me so that they can live peaceful lives, so I can't choose them. That leaves Akena-san, Sylphie, Murayama, Kates, and Rosweisasin. Who can I ask? Issei is completely deep in thought on who else he should bring. Before he is able to decide, Rosweiss enters his room. Iskun, Akino has also decided on making preparations for her graduation. Since you are asked to take people with you, I earned enough vacation time to help assist. Issei begins to relax. Thank you for coming with me, Rosweisasin. I just needed one more for good measure. No problem. So when are we going? As soon as we are ready. We will make a teleportation circle to Salzburg, Austria, where Paracelsus last lived, so that might be where his compartment is. This means that we might have to trespass into a museum, but we will use magic to cover our tracks. We are only going there for one thing anyway. Rosweiss starts feeling unsure after hearing that. It feels as though we are planning to make a robbery in a museum. It is most likely not there since it is sought after by alchemists, but it doesn't hurt to try. After all, nobody would believe that Azoth will be hidden in such a common area. I see. Rias called out. Yes, Bucho? Good luck. Rias gives Issei a kiss on the cheek before leaving his room, leaving him briefly stammering. I definitely cannot fail. Issei suddenly feels more determined than ever. A sweat drop forms on Rosweiss' head. You truly are weak against women, Iskun. Unbeknownst to them, Valerie overheard their conversation behind the door without being spotted by other, still unsure about the idea to cure her. A few hours later, a teleportation circle was formed on the ground with issei, serafall, Kaneko, and Rosweiss preparing to step on. After saying their last goodbyes to their friends except for Kiba and Gasper, both of whom are in their apartment room, they prepare to step on. But before they can leave, Valerie is seen with a baggage in her hand, intending to go with them. I am going, Valerie declared, much to the shock of everyone in the house. We can't take you with us, Valerie. You are in no condition to put yourself in danger, Issei warned. I agree, and in case something happens, we might not always be there to protect you. Kaneko also gave a warning. Valerie remains undeterred. I may not be as active as before, but I know the areas better than any of you, so it makes sense that I come along. We will make do with the information we do have. We really don't want you to push yourself further any more than you have to. I mean, you are barely able to keep yourself up. Rosweiss also shows her concern. In case you don't know, Austria is pretty close to Romania, which means that there are vampires living in the area. During my time in Romania, I established connection with many vampires there in an attempt to secure an alliance with the Teeps faction. They won't allow strangers unless you have someone who is associated with them. Anyway, you'd better give up, Iskun. If Valerie-chan wants to go, then there is no stopping her. What she knows could also be a benefit and help us get to the solvent faster, serafall advised Issei. While realizing that Valerie may be right, the group still shows concern over her weakened state. Nonetheless, they give up since Valerie is completely determined to go with them, with Kaneko and Rosweiss promising to protect her during the entire trip. You better stay with us for the entire trip, Valerie. It would be bad if word got out that the former leader of the Teeps faction is with us, Rosweiss told Valerie. Don't worry. I am pretty good friends with the vampires I talk to. They will guide us in Austria and lead to where Azoth might be. After some reassurance from Valerie, the group then decides that it's time to leave. The magic circle releases a blinding light before disappearing, indicating that the teleportation was a success. Rias then turns around to the rest of the household. Alright, none of you shall tell Gasper where Valerie and the rest really are, got it? If Gasper asks where Valerie is, tell him that she is getting treatment at the Grigori headquarters in the underworld and that she won't be back for a week. As for Issei, Serafalsima, and Rosweiss, they all have careers, so use that to explain their absence. Understand? Everyone nodded in response. Okay, let's all get back to our routines. After Rias left, everyone else begins dispersing. In an empty alleyway in Salzburg, Austria, a magic circle forms in an empty area where Issei, serafall, Kaneko, Valerie, and Rosweiss emerged. What they see in front of them are huge numbers of Baroque-style buildings, which means that they are in Salzburg's old town, and immediately notice that there are a lot of foreigners in the city. Salzburg is known for its large population of students and its historic center, palaces, and the scenic alpine surroundings are a very popular spot for tourists. Valerie explained. Wow! Maybe when I have time, we could probably take some time off and vacation here, Issei said out of amazement. Kaneko, however, is more focused at the task at hand. So where exactly do we look first? There is a vampire named Marcus working in a very famous coffee shop called 220 Grad. He will help us if we mention what we are doing, but of course, he would want you to buy something in exchange for the information. Then we better go find a currency exchange booth first, then we can focus on getting to that coffee shop. Rosweiss immediately begins searching before others can follow. After exchanging currency, they went to 220 Grad as planned. Once they entered, a young light brown hair man welcomes his new guests almost immediately. Hello, how may I be of service to you? Valerie comes in front. Hello Marcus, it has been a while. Valerie? It really has been a while. I see you have made some new friends. We need you to share certain pieces of information with us if you can. Right now I have a job to do, so if you want me to help out, you are going to have to buy something like always. Looks like we are going to have to take a little rest here even though we just started. I will have the usual. Valerie already begins ordering while handing out the menu to the group. Very well, and what would the rest of you have? Marcus asked. I will take a slice of apple cake and an espresso, Kaneko answers. A cappuccino and a chocolate chestnut tort for me. Rosweiss follows. I will have the same as Rosweissechen. Serafall ordered after. Just a regular latte for me, thank you. Issei finishes, coming right up. Go ahead and take a seat. Marcus then heads back to the kitchen. Within 15 minutes, the orders started coming one by one, and since Issei and Valerie only ordered drinks, they get their order first. It didn't take long for them to enjoy the food and drink in what is considered one of the best coffee shops in the city. It is only after they pay the bill does Marcus decide to talk to them about other matters. So you needed to talk to me, Valerie? What is it about this time? As you can see, I am in a weakened state due to one of the holy grails missing from my body. I was told that both my body and soul can be healed if we can find a solvent known as azo. Valerie was immediately cut off by Marcus as soon as she was about to say the name of the solvent. You cannot say such a name here if you are looking for it. People everywhere are still looking day and night for something that is possibly not even here. Marcus whispered to Valerie before letting go of her mouth. Meet me at my house in an hour if you want to talk. Here is my address. Marcus gives Valerie a slip of paper. This conversation never happened here. Marcus told everyone before heading back to the kitchen. It seems like this is something that should never be talked here. Issei said after witnessing Marcus' behavior. It's like Marcus said, alchemists have been searching day and night for this valuable substance, and the fact that we may be near the source would only cause more people to listen in hopes of finding clues to its whereabouts. Rosweiss explains. Indeed, that is why we have to visit Marcus' house to prevent eavesdroppers from following us. The Cows Brigade might even be among them. Valerie warned. Let's go there so we can continue, Kaneko said before getting up from the table. 1 hour later, the group then arrived at Marcus' house as instructed and are careful to watch if they are being followed. Valerie then knocks on the door. Once the door opens, Marcus' head sticks out and turns left to right to see if anyone had followed them. You weren't followed, right? Marcus asked. No, we weren't, Valerie assured. Follow me. Marcus went to the storage room after Issei closed the front door. Inside the room, there is a large worn-out bookshelf that Marcus is pushing away. Behind it lies a staircase that leads further beneath the ground. After moving the bookshelf back in place, they take a 5-minute walk down the stairs into a dark room. Marcus then flips a switch and all the lights turn on, revealing the room to be a private study space filled with old files, computers, photos, etc. Wow! Everyone gasps in amazement to the amount of space of the underground study. Marcus then takes out an old file and a pile of photos and places them on the table. One of the photos show a painted picture gold cup filled with some kind of blue liquid inside it. This is what you are looking for, I presume. Issei looked at the picture to have Drake confirm it. Is this it, Drake? Yes, this picture definitely shows the painting of Azoth. So do you know how we can get this? Issei asked Marcus. It might be there or it might not be. If you want to find out, then you are going to face a lot of obstacles on the way. What exactly do you mean by that? It might involve exposing yourself to normal humans as you try to get it. If you truly want Azoth, then you only have one shot. It is your choice if you are willing to take the risk. Valerie becomes even more unsure as they continue to listen to Marcus. After leading Serafall, Kaneko, Issei, Rosweiss, and Valerie to his private studies, Marcus begins explaining the difficulties of getting Azoth, which can potentially cure Valerie's condition since it is known as the universal cure and elixir of life. Azoth was presented as a mythical solvent to prevent suspicion that it actually exists due to how heavily sought the substance is by alchemists, which you already know, of course. It was only months ago that Azoth was actually seen by a pair of eyes. I am still working on how he or she manages to see it. Anyway, not long after, rumors started spreading that Azoth was real, though they have yet realized that the rumors are true, so there was no activity during that time, and many seemed to ignore the discovery as a result. However, again, not long lasting. An informant managed to provide evidence of the whereabouts of Paracelsus' hidden cabinet. As soon as the evidence was presented to them, people began recklessly searching for the solvent itself. Things turned for the worse as I saw a few people actually trying to kill each other for the solvent. As a result of this new discovery, another set of rumors sprang that Paracelsus' cabinet has been moved from Austria to the UK, but was denied by all museums in Austria, who claimed that none of them had ever seen the solvent. If they are right and Azoth isn't here, then where do you think the solvent would be? Rossweiss asked. They would not take it overseas since Europe has a claim on Azoth due to the mythology and history the solvent was associated with. If I have to guess, then I would say that if Azoth is not in the cabinet, or if the cabinet is not in the area for that matter, it is probably hidden in Berlin. Why Berlin? Isn't that city the capital of Germany? Why not hide it in less well-known cities or more historical cities like Dinkelsbühl? I am sure you can find better hiding places there. Issei asked. While the whereabouts of Paracelsus' hidden cabinet may have been hinted thanks to the evidence the informant provided, the clues were vague and confusing, so they were forced to look through certain sections of every city the evidence might point to, including the smaller cities and those that are even practically non-existent to the minds of foreigners. Surprisingly, Vienna, the capital of Austria, hasn't been thoroughly searched yet, despite a few alchemists stopping there to do a brief look. We saw that even a few other major cities have not been as thoroughly searched as well, though more so than the capital. We figured that the same would happen in Germany, which is why it would make sense to put it in the capital. Valerie explained. I still don't see. Why do they not the major cities? Are those sites too obvious that the alchemists think that it wouldn't be there? That is part of the reason. Many things the alchemists have found are often hidden in more minor cities. But another reason is the higher security within the capitals. Because the government activities are heaviest in capital cities, more security is needed to protect classified information as well as the high-level officials and VIPs. Because of this, some of the artifacts and items most sought for by the public often ended up in government hands for safety, or in the guise of it, which means that if Azoth really is in Berlin, it is either in the government building or in another place where they claim that it is government-owned to discourage their search. Let's hope it's the latter. Marcus explained the rest. We might as well look here before Berlin if that is the case, since we don't really know where it is. Which area would they keep it in? Serafall asked. Probably in the archives located below the Salzburg Museum, which not many people, or even the staff, knows about. Since it is a tourist destination, it is not easy for the alchemists to get in and out with the solvent without alerting even the most oblivious of people. It should also be noted that not all who work in the museum are human. In fact, the museum has several vampires as guards in case they have to deal with intruders with supernatural powers. If you wish, I can help provide support from here to help get you in. Marcus takes out his laptop and begins downloading scans of the museum from the inside and then turns to the group. I am ready, but the rest is up to you. After you are done, come back here whether you have Azoth or not. If not, we can discuss and plan out where to look before getting to Berlin. All right, if we succeed then we can cure Valerie without pushing ourselves any further. Let's go everyone! Issei shouted. Yes. The rest of group replied. Inside of the Salzburg Museum. Wow, this place really is a tourist destination. Issei is amazed at the amount of people in the building. This place gets hundreds of thousands of visitors every year. In one of the past years, this museum had 680,000 people. The rich art and cultural exhibitions of the museum have always been the primary attraction for tourists in Salzburg. Marcus told Issei through an earpiece. I'll say, although it doesn't look like this museum would carry Azoth though, since there is mostly a collection of art and quite a few artifacts from the city's history. That would be a good thing. We want to attract the least suspicion as possible to the archives so it would be easy to get there once everyone leaves, and of course, the best time would be after the museum closes. Why don't all of you explore until then so you know your way around the building? Sounds good to me. I will talk to you later. Issei lets go of his earpiece and proceeds to explore all of the exhibits. Come on, Ice-kun. I want to explore the museum while we have time. Serafall drags Issei further into the museum while being followed by Rossweiss, Kaneko, and Valerie, who makes a small laugh at Serafall's childish behavior. In addition to the arts and paintings the museum is known for, they went to the ground floor to look at Hall to see a small show that happens to be playing at a small venue. They also heavily enjoyed the panorama passage in the basement where the Roman wall and the history of Salzburg exhibits are displayed. After looking through the Gottfried Salzmannssaal on the 3rd floor and the Salzburg myth on the 2nd floor, they saw it was only half an hour until 5, which is the closing time, and prepared to sneak into the basement. Of course, with all the surveillance, they have to rely on Marcus' hacking skills to prevent themselves from getting caught. It's almost closing time, Marcus. People are preparing to leave. Rossweiss said on her earpiece. You are going to have to wait a bit longer. We have to make sure most of the staff leave as well, although there is still the night guard, but I am sure you can knock him out and erase his memories with your magic. I can't believe we are actually doing an illegal break-in. Issei becomes unsure. You disobeyed Bucho when you decided to rescue Asia. Now you are disobeying the law. Kaneko bluntly pointed out. To everyone's surprise, Valerie again makes a small laugh despite the situation. What's so funny, Valerie-chan? Serafall asked, who was just as confused as the others. No, it's nothing. It's just that this is the most exciting thing I've done ever since leaving Romania. Usually I am stuck in Iskan's house helping around with the chores or playing. I know that we have a risk of getting caught, but I guess it's also fun to feel suspense once in a while. I am glad you are having fun, Valerie. But remember, we are doing this for you, so please focus once we go down below the basement. Rossweiss replied. Don't worry. I know, alright. I rerouted the security cameras so you should be able to get to the basement, but try to avoid the guards. They may be normal humans, but if you knock them out, they would probably be fired for sleeping on the job if the cameras catch them. Marcus warned. Got it. We will proceed as quietly as possible. Kaneko replied. After avoiding several night guards looking down at the basement, Marcus told the group that there should be a locked door in the room that can lead them to a secret passageway. After finding the door, they were surprised to see a staircase right in front of them. If it's in such an obvious place, why couldn't the guards find them as easy as we did? That is obvious if you are truly a devil, I see. Marcus sounds a bit annoyed on the earpiece. Well, sorry that I am dumb. Let me guess, they casted an illusion spell, right? It's more like an alternate dimension spell that works between day and night. During the day, it would be an emergency exit for everyone with the door leading outside, while during the night, it turns into a passage only the supernatural can use. That's pretty convenient. Still, it's better not to lower your guard. The alchemists looking for Azoth isn't just limited to humans, as there are members from all three factions looking for it, as well as the members of the Cows Brigade. Issei becomes alarmed hearing that. The Cows Brigade are also searching for it. Do you honestly think they wouldn't search for the universal cure? Azoth's healing abilities are even stronger phoenix tears, yet only a small sample was found in history. Don't worry though, because even if they manage to track it down in the museum, there is no way they will figure out about the secret passage that quickly due to a barrier placed on it, which only I know about, though all of you know now since I just told you. I would like something in return if you succeed. What is it? If you can, get me just 1 drop of the solvent. That drop will be all I want in exchange for curing Valerie. We can do that. Alright, let's head down now. After Issei cuts off, he notices that Valerie, Kaneko, and Rossweiss already getting a head start with only Serafall by his side. You were talking way too long, Iskan. Others got bored, but I stayed behind to tell you just in case. Issei becomes apologetic. Sorry. Come on. Let's catch up to them. Issei and Serafall then rushed down the staircase to join the rest of the group. After 10 minutes. Geez, I thought it would never end. But still, it's amazing that the most important archives are located all the way down underground without the staff knowing. Issei complained, but was not out of breath. That's because some of the historians and archaeologists that contributed some of the artifacts to the museum were vampires, and they often take pride in their work, as they always do. Realizing the vulnerabilities of human-made exhibits and the fear of losing their work and accomplishments, they created the archives down here to keep safe the most important contributions if an emergency were to occur. Valerie again explains, you really have a lot of knowledge about this place. Rossweiss pointed out, I've been here a couple of times gathering knowledge and allies for the Teeps faction, and one of those times lead me here, which is where I got one of the Holy Grails. If cabinet is actually in there, why would the vampire who found it would want to keep it here instead of with him? Alchemists fully sought that solvent, and chances of finding it increase if it's not with him. Kaneko asked. That is a good question, Kaneko. I can only guess 2 possibilities: that he either created the archives and thought it had been stored safely before its discovery, or the fact that the cabinet may not really been in there. The archives was formerly a safe room created by a single vampire, Then it looks like we just have to find out. Rossweiss is about to open the door until Valerie told her to wait. You better be careful. If the vampires really wanted their work to be safe, the room might be trapped. Thanks for the warning. Rossweiss then opens the door slowly with caution. When nothing is triggered, the rest moves slowly into the room. Apparently, the room is filled with sensors as lights were turned on immediately afterwards, making the group feel uneasy. Does anybody know what Paracelsus' cabinet looks like? Issei asked, with everyone just as confused as he is. It's a brown 16th century Renaissance-style cabinet. Hope that provides enough clues for you. Marcus told everyone. Yeah, thank you, and remember our promise, Issei. Don't worry, I remember. Talk to you soon. Issei then cuts off Marcus and resumes his search. Hey Ice-gun, I think I found the cabinet that Marcus-chan described. Serafall points to the cabinet on the side of the archives that fits the exact description Marcus gave them, and it's made easier since there are no cabinets that are similar in appearance in the room. This looks right, but Kaneko becomes unsure. What's wrong, Kaneko-kun? Rossweiss asked, feeling a little unsure herself. It's too easy. Even with magic and the barrier protecting the archives, they would at least set traps if the work and exhibits are that important. Issei then turns to Valerie. What do you think of all this? I think we are prepared for whatever comes our way. They probably did not expect a couple of the intruders to be a Mao and the Security. Alright, if you say so. Issei steps aside, and as soon as he touches the cabinet, an alarm went off. What the? Issei immediately backed away from the cabinet, and at a fast rate, magic circles start appearing all over the archives. I figured that much. They put a spell on the exhibits to alert them if touched. Kaneko puts on her gloves and prepares for battle as vampires begin coming out of the circles. Freeze! One of the vampires yelled. Surprisingly, they appear to be carrying guns that look like a modified version of an Assault 96, a Romanian submachine gun. By the time the magic circles begin to disappear, there are about more than 30 vampires inside of the archives. All of you better stay where you are. These guns were modified to deal with supernatural intruders, including devils and other vampires. Another vampire warned. One of the vampires approaches Issei. Now answer, how did you know about the archives? We just happened to come by the staircase when we opened the door to the emergency exit. Issei lied, but the vampire is not falling for it. I know this is not a coincidence. The staircase only shows until after closing time with a barrier to prevent the room from being detected. I am going to ask again. How do you know about this place? The vampire gives a much more stern warning. It looks like you got caught. Marcus gives an indifferent-sounding remark. Issei becomes irritated. It's your fault for not telling us the extent of security. Sorry about that. I've never been to the archives itself since I am not as strong as you and your group. I was only trying to find out its existence while you guys actually want to take it yourselves, so don't blame me. An earpiece? The vampire noticed the black earpiece on Issei's left ear and immediately confiscates it. Alright, let's hear who you are talking to. The vampire puts the earpiece on his left ear and begins listening. Hey Issei, are you there? How come you've become quiet all of a sudden? Who is this? Oh, I see. So you are one of the guards that caught them. Wait a minute. You sound familiar. Marcus, is that you? Oh yeah, I recognize your voice. Hey Dario. How is my childhood friend doing? Marcus begins to sound more carefree after recognizing his friend. Why are you helping strangers break into the archives? Try to take a closer look at one of your introducers before you call them strangers. Dario did as told and observes the group for recognition. Once Valerie is on his line, he finally recognizes one of the intruders and orders the other vampires to put down their weapons. Valerie, it's been a while. I could say the same to you. You look a bit different compared to the last time I saw you. Yeah, and now I am one of the protectors of the archives. I could say you changed a lot more than me. You look a lot weaker than last time, but you seem less mentally broken. Last time you were here, you had me recruit a few vampires for the Teeps faction. I heard the end result. Hopefully, they can put their differences aside to work together against the evil dragons in case they come again. A lot of things happened afterwards, Dario. It is because of my involvement in the Teeps faction I am like this, which is also the reason why I am here. I am no longer a member of the Teeps faction. I almost forgot to ask why you are here. So what brings all of you to the archives? We are here because of Valeriakin's condition. You already said she looked weaker. Because she is and will remain that way. You let us do our search. Serafall answered. What could you find in the archives that can possibly cure Valerie's condition? Azoth, which may be located right inside this cabinet. Issei answered. What? All of you are looking for Azoth? Dario seems to be struggling, holding back his laughter, but eventually burst, as did the other vampires. Seriously? You are trying to find an object that is not even real? Ha! Dario laughs even harder. It is hinted that Azoth may really be in Paracelsus' cabinet, Rosweiss said, causing Dario and the other vampires' laughter to die down. You really think it might be located inside of this cabinet? If Azoth isn't real, then the alchemists wouldn't spend a lot of their time searching for it. According to history, Paracelsus found Azoth and placed it in this cabinet. We want to find out if what he put really is Azoth. Kaneko said. You do know that if the revelation is real, all of us would desire to have it. Dario pointed the gun at the group as a warning, unaware of who they are. Stand down, Dario. You are no match for a Mao and the security. Valerie warned. Wait. What? Dario goes into shock hearing that. Dario, meet Issei Hayadu and serafall Leviathan. We also have the former bodyguard of Odin, Rosweiss, and the rook of the crimson-haired ruined princess, Kaneko Tuju. If I were facing them, I would be smart and avoid a fight at all costs. Very well. Everyone stand down. Dario again orders the guards to drop their weapons. Don't worry though, if Azoth is real, we only want 1 or 2 drops of the solvent. I am fine with it being here in the archives under your hands as long as it is protected from terrorist groups like the Chaos Brigade, for example. Issei assures Dario, who reluctantly agrees to let the group open the cabinet. Fine. If you can promise me that, then I will let you take your much-needed 2 drops, especially if it's to cure our friend here. Dario points to Valerie. Thank you, Dario. All right, open this cabinet before I change my mind. Right. Issei grabs the handles of the cabinet drawers and opens it. However, after revealing what is inside, disappointment looms over everyone's heads. There really was no Azoth in there. Just a pile of different herbal remedies for certain illnesses. Dario puts his head down out of shame, all this way only to find out that there is actually nothing. Gasper is going to be furious for taking Valerie out without telling him. Issei is also shown to have lost hope. That's okay, Iskun. At least I can still walk and think a bit more clearly than before you found me. I will tell Gasper not to be too hard on you since all of you were only doing this for me. Valerie frantically tries to cheer Issei. How disappointing. Kaneko also expressed the same mood as the others. If you are all done here, please leave. I can't move away from this room until it is empty. Right. Sorry for taking your time, Dario. Valerie apologizes and the group leaves the archives after Issei got his earpiece back. Take care, Valerie. I will wish for a miracle for you, Dario said before disappearing on a magic circle with the other vampires. After getting outside of the museum, Marcus, it's Issei. Turns out what's inside Paracelsus' cabinet is nothing more than a pile of medical herbs. Then that means that Azoth may not have been found yet, or it's in Berlin. I might have some clues where to find it if you are willing to make one more trip. I really don't know, Marcus. This has already been a fruitless search, so what makes you think it can be found in Germany? Like I said, I have some clues. If I am wrong again, then I am sorry, but it's better to keep trying. If Azoth really is there, it really might be able to fix Valerie, and you might not get another opportunity again if you refused. Just one more try for the opportunity, alright? We will see you tomorrow. I will be expecting you. This time Marcus cuts off communication. It looks like we really have to go to Berlin if we are going to have any hope of finding Azoth. Issei told serafall. At least we still have one more try. Even if Azoth really didn't exist, we are bound to fight the Chaos Brigade in the future, so we still have that chance to take the missing Holy Grail. Don't give up hope, Iskun. We all believe that there is a way. Anyway, I am tired, so I am heading back to the hotel. Rosweiss moves ahead of them. Me too. Kaneko follows. Come on, Iskun. We have a long day tomorrow, so we better get some rest. Yeah. Hey, don't suddenly start dragging me. Serafall begins pulling Issei's right arm and dragging him while running. Teehee. Then you better keep up, Ice-gun. Serafall lets out a mischievous laugh before continuing to drag Issei. In Issei's hotel room, Issei is still asleep with his face being buried with what he thought was a pillow. Soft, wait a minute. Issei notices that he wasn't even laying on his stomach, and he is not holding anything in his arms. What is going on? Issei tries to move his head, but felt a couple of arms wrapped around it. Unable to immediately comprehend what is happening, Issei opens his still heavy eyelids and saw huge issei right in front of him, since his face is actually being buried in it. Issei? Just who? Before Issei can finish, he looked up to see Serafall's sleeping face and immediately realizing she is naked. Sarah! I thought you were sleeping in your own room. When did you, Oh, good morning, Ice-gun. Serafall greets Issei with a smile. Good morning, Sarah. Wait, what are you doing sleeping in my bed? I snuck in after you fell asleep. I haven't been able to do this for a while since I became so busy recently. I was envious to know that Ryaskin and Asia-chan gets to sleep like this with Ice-gun every night when I was gone. Even after we arrived in Austria, there is barely any time for us, because of our search for Azoth, so I decided that on our last night here, I am going to sleep with Ice-gun. Serafall explains as she tightens her hug. Issei soon starts crying tears of joy. I miss the feeling of your issei as well. For me to be sleeping like this again, I feel like the luckiest man alive. I knew that you miss doing this as well. Do you like my bobas, Ice-gun? Yes. Yes. I love them very much. Issei still has tears falling from his face. I am glad. Since it's still a little early, do you want to do something in bed that will make us look more like lovers? Serafall starts speaking in a seductive tone. Issei immediately takes interest. Lovers, I will continue hugging your head like this, and you embrace me as well, okay? Issei becomes confused, but embraces her nonetheless. My back is wide open since both of my arms are hugging your head. If you want to attack me, go ahead. Seriously. If that's the case, I am going to help myself a little. Issei then starts stroking his index finger on Serafall's back. Yeah. Serafall made a cute noise. Geez, Ice-gun, why do you resort to tickling me whenever we are in this position? I don't do this every time, but it was very cute hearing you laugh and make the noise you did just now. I really wanted to hear it. Serafall's face turns slightly red. Well, if that's the case, I guess I will let you continue whenever we are in bed, but in return, Serafall goes on top of Issei and pushes her bobas onto his chest. This will also make us look more like lovers, don't you think? Yes, it does. Issei's mind is completely focused on Serafall's bobas, that he is unable to think clearly. Then let's take things a little further. Serafall again begins speaking in a seductive tone. Before Serafall can actually go any further, a noise was heard from the door, and Rosweiss immediately kicks it open with Valerie and Kaneko following behind her. Ice-kun! Serafall-sama! What are you both do? Rosweiss becomes speechless at the sight of Serafall's naked body on top of Issei's covered only by the white blanket. The lechery of Issei-senpai has reached a new level. Kaneko bluntly said, showing little expression on her face. Oh my! Valerie becomes flustered seeing Serafall and Issei's position. We're coming to ask if you two want to get breakfast before we leave. But what is this? Rosweiss is still stunned. Wait, Rosway! Before Issei can explain, Serafall embraced him even tighter to the point where he can't speak. Since we are lovers, Rosweiss-san, I was thinking about taking our love to the next level in bed. Serafall shows a mischievous smile, shocking Rosweiss even further. Unable to contain herself from the situation, Rosweiss suddenly shouts out of anger. Lewd acts are forbidden here. It didn't take long for Serafall to figure out Rosweiss' true desire. Oh, I see. Rosweiss-san, you wanted to commit the same acts as I am doing to Ice-kun, don't you? Rosweiss immediately becomes flustered. What? Why would I want to commit such lewd acts? Because I can tell you are more jealous than angry, especially considering you don't have a boyfriend according to Odinsama. Rosweiss gets even more angry. Me not having a boyfriend has nothing to do with it. I did not choose to have a dateless life that I've been living in. Serafall remains unfazed. Maybe it's because of that attitude you are stuck like that. Rosweiss takes great offense to Serafall's statement. What's that? While still hugging issei's head, Serafall loosens her grip a little and shows a serious face. Do you really think that just getting a lover alone is enough? Do you actually know what it's actually like to fall in love? What? Rosweiss is taken back by Serafall's sudden change in attitude. I heard that most couples ended up splitting just for that reason. Many would realize that having a lover isn't the same as falling in love itself. They only end up hurting themselves in the end. Knowing this, do you still want to have a boyfriend just for the sake of being a couple, or do you want to have one because you are in love? Rosweiss becomes speechless and realizes that due to her spending time as Odin's bodyguard, she never had the experience of falling in love. I don't know about you, but I would rather be alone than to be with someone I probably would not love so that I could be spared the pain of breaking up. It's just not worth it. Hearing this, Rosweiss finally musters up a few words from her mouth. Two would also agree. If the feelings between a couple are not mutual, then there is no point for them to go out with each other. Glad you are starting to understand. Plus, you are still young, Rosweiss, which means that you still have plenty of time to find that special someone to fall in love with. You will understand the feeling eventually, like I have. Just be patient. Rosweiss nodded in agreement. All right. Thank you for telling me this. Serafall smiles in return, though Rosweiss apparently still has a displeased look on her face. But how long are you two going to remain like this? I know that you are having a conversation, Rosweiss, but Valerie intervened. Our checkout time is before noon, so we better get some breakfast before we start moving our bags. Kaneko said. All right. Get up, Iskon. I am going to the bathroom to get ready. Serafall lets go of Issei and heads to the bathroom. I will start changing then. You three wait outside. Issei then gets out of bed and grabs a set of clothes he left on the table. Geez, Iskon. Rosweiss sighed before leaving the room with Kaneko and Valerie. They went to the Café Fingerlos, eating a very diverse breakfast consisting of several different types of cold cuts, pastries, and fruit. Kaneko, being a Nikomata, ordered a salmon breakfast in contrast. Marcus, taking his day off from work, went inside and approaches the group. Morning, everyone. Is everything finished and prepared for your trip to Berlin? Yeah, we just need to check out of the hotel and we will be heading there. Issei answered. Good. I will still be in contact with all of you once you are in the city. I've already taken care of the hotel reservations as well as transport to get to the hotel. Make sure to be careful this time, and keep your promise to get me 1 drop of azoth if you succeed. We will. Do you know where in Berlin may the solvent be? Rosweiss asked. Like here, it is only a rumor, but I heard that it may be hidden in the Altes Museum. I understand why azoth could be hidden in Berlin, but another museum? I am actually surprised that azoth would be hidden in museums rather than temples or other historical sites. Serafall asked. The Altes Museum is one of the many museums on Museum Island. The complex was added as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. They wouldn't dare make a move on there without alarming not just all of Germany, but other international allies, which will result in a major disaster. Even the Chaos Brigade won't like such attention as it creates more obstacles. That does make sense, but should we be expecting more security like what happened in the Salzburg Museum? Not that we know of, Iskon. Considering that the Salzburg Museum wasn't as renowned as the Altes Museum, they have an easier time making modifications in secret. Places that are registered in the list of World Heritage Sites are watched more constantly due to its historical significance. Valerie answered Issei. Like yesterday, we are going to have to use stealth for this mission, but we have to be more careful than before. However, I don't really think we can pass through the more advanced security system without disabling it in some way, which can alert the guards watching. Kaneko said before taking another bite of her salmon. Leave the security to me. Whatever happens, remain hidden. Even making people fall asleep is risky as magic can be tracked by alchemists or even worse, the Chaos Brigade. The plan will be the same as last time. I already got the museum labeled entirely, so I should be able to determine the location of the solvent by the time all of you reach the hotel. Thanks, Marcus. We will be counting on you. One more word of advice, do not trust anyone that approaches you. The alchemists would do anything to get that solvent, with some even risking their own lives, thinking they can use Azoth to heal themselves. Marcus warned issei. That sounds troublesome. Anyway, good luck to all of you. Contact me once you reach the hotel. Marcus then left fingerless. After checking out of the hotel, a teleportation circle was made in a dark alleyway, although a passerby accidentally witnessed the casting and was put to sleep as a result with his recent memory being erased. We better not make the same mistake once we are in Berlin. Rossweiss warned before disappearing with the rest of the group to Berlin. Once they reach Germany's capital, they are immediately astounded by the sights and easily caught sight of Fernsehturm Berlin, which is the TV tower and the tallest structure in the country. Hello, are you the group that Marcus asked me to pick up? A chauffeur standing behind a black Volkswagen Phaeton limousine approaches them. Despite him only speaking German, language barrier is mostly non-existent to devils with a few exceptions. Yes, and I suppose that you are the one going to take us to our hotel, right? Rossweiss asked. Indeed. Come on in. The chauffeur opens the car door, allowing the group to enter one by one. As soon as the limousine starts moving, issei becomes uncertain and turns to Valerie. How is a vampire working in a cafe able to afford limo rides and hotel reservations for us? Actually, his job in the human world is actually a disguise to avoid suspicion to the public. Marcus is actually a famed archaeologist in the vampire community due to his extensive research in both human and vampire history. His house in Austria only acts as a base and storage for his work. His real home is actually a small mansion back in a town located not far from Salzburg. But like my home back in Romania, it is covered in fog to protect themselves from sunlight as well as possible discovery by humans. But since Marcus was able to walk in sunlight, he is also a day walker, correct? Yes, and despite being a full-blooded vampire, he doesn't hold other races in low regard like others due to his high interaction with them while studying their history. He was very amazed at their technology, and how fast humans evolved within a short period. When he found out that I was a damper, I was very surprised that he was excited about it, asking questions non-stop rather than being disgusted from my human half. It wasn't long before we became friends somewhat, although he would sometimes ask questions I prefer not to answer. I guess that would explain why he became friendly with us almost immediately after we met. That's right. He is currently one of the only few full-blooded vampires that are trusted by other races, which is why some of the other vampires are a bit distrustful of him. I see. Then I am glad I met him. Agreed. In addition, he could be a very valuable ally in our war against the Chaos Brigade. Rossweiss intervenes. That's easier said than done, Rossweisson. Marcus is very intelligent, but he can't get involved with the problems with other races unless it benefits his own. He is already risking trouble just by doing this, and asking him to join the fight might be too much unless other vampires agreed to ally with others, but their pride often gets in the way, Valerie explained to Rossweiss. But with Clippeth having already made their move on Romania, I am sure the vampires are not letting go of such tragedy this easily. You are right about that, but they prefer to fight on their own first. Allying with other races often acts as a last resort to them, and since we are not winning nor losing yet, they have refused help multiple times to stop Clippeth. Such pride will turn against them. Kaneko added, I agree. With the possibility of 666 being released, almost all factions are allying together, which makes the vampire race the most vulnerable to Clippeth. Serafall is also showing worry. They are prideful, but not stupid. They will call for help when they need to. For now, we have to keep quiet about Marcus' activities from the other vampires, otherwise it might hamper our efforts to get Azoth. Hey guys, I recommend you to close your windows right now. We don't want to get caught by the guys outside. The chauffeur warned, prompting the group to do so. Luckily, the windows are dark, allowing the group to see outside without being spotted by the public. They noticed a couple of people wearing hooded robes, hiding their faces as well as others looking at different kinds of maps. One of the hooded ones reaches into his sleeve and pulled out a map of his own, much to the group's surprise. Hey, are those the alchemists we were warned about? Issei asked. Yes. As you can see, many of them are hiding their faces to better hide their identities in case authorities are involved. Those that are not wearing the robes are pretty much newcomers that are also joining the search. But there are also normal people walking around among them. Wouldn't they notice such abnormal behavior that are around them? Serafall asked. Considering that Berlin is the capital of Germany, it is also a very popular tourist destination. Many of the city's tourists behave like this as well, making them very difficult to distinguish from the alchemists. Those hooded people you see outside are seen by others as a custom from another country since they are seen as tourists as well. If there are tourists walking among the alchemists, why are we the ones that have to hide? Kaneko asked. Alchemists come from all over, not just the human world, including devils, angels, fallen angels, etc. Marcus told me who all of you are, and considering your high profiles, one of them will recognize all of you and will eventually figure that you are all looking for the same thing as them. That will make things a lot more difficult. As issei looks around the streets of Berlin, he notices a symbol on one of the hooded people reading a map, similar to the symbol seen in the teleportation circle of the Chaos Brigade. I think I saw a member of the Chaos Brigade outside just now. What? All of them, including the chauffeur, react out of surprise. I noticed the symbol on one of the hooded alchemists. It's the same as the one the Chaos Brigade use in their teleportation circle. They are looking for the solvent as well. Well, the important thing was that he or she wasn't able to see us. We should be okay as long as we don't make ourselves known to the city. The chauffeur sighed out of relief as he continues driving. The limo passes by the hooded alchemist with the Chaos Brigade symbol. The alchemist then turns around and takes sight of the limo driving away. Taking off his hood, he is revealed to be a red-haired man apparently of European descent. He heads to a nearby alley and puts his hand near his head, summoning a small magic circle next to his ear. The security and the others are here as expected. Rise of him. Keep a close eye on them. Make sure they do not get to Azoth too quickly. We are nearly there, don't worry. I have backup. The alchemist cuts off communication and a giant shadow of a three-headed dragon approaches behind him. It's almost time, my friend. You will get to have fun all you want once they are near the museum. I better. I want to fight the security and kill him along with the rest of the group. Don't worry, you will. Let's have patience. The shadow then backs down as the alchemist moves out of the alley. All right, here we are. The chauffeur stops in front of a hotel entrance and opens the door for the group. As soon as they went inside the building, they were again amazed at the sight, even though they are only inside the lobby. Welcome to the Dasta Hotel, one of the highest ranked hotels in the city of Berlin. Your rooms are already reserved, so just check in while I have someone carry your bags. The chauffeur then went outside as a bellboy started picking up the luggages. After checking in, they found out that the rooms that were reserved for them were 2 Bel-Edge suites, the largest suite in the hotel. The rooms have a separate bedroom and living room as well as a large terrace just outside. Issei, serafall, and Kaneko were joined together in one room while Rosweiss and Valerie occupied the other. Of course, Rosweiss had to warn Issei against committing lewd acts, though Kaneko promises to keep him under control. Hey Iskun, look at that. We can see the animals from the Berlin Zoo from here. Serafall is currently enjoying the view from the terrace outside of the room. Kaneko also went outside to observe the animals mentioned. I will admit, it is nice, but we only have 2 days here so we can't fully relax. Soon enough, we will have to get to Museum Island to look for Azoth. Anyway, I better contact Marcus to let him know about the Chaos Brigade. Issei opens his luggage and took out the headpiece beneath his clothing and some porn magazines, which Kaneko immediately took sight of. I senpai, eki materials are forbidden. Kaneko gave a stern look at Issei. Please give me a break, Kaneko-kun. There are times that I just want to relax. Issei tries to defend himself. Serafall then makes a mischievous smile. If Iskun wants to do eki things, we can always do it once we are in bed. I won't allow it. Kaneko becomes irritated. Hee. You are so cute, Kaneko-kun. Serafall then hugs Kaneko from behind and begins to smother her with too much love and affection. Get off of me. Kaneko struggles to get out. No, can't do, Kaneko-kun. You need to loosen up and have fun. Serafall then begins playing with Kaneko's bobas. Kaneko then begins moaning slightly, much to her dismay. Ah! Don't look, senpai. Issei is too distracted by the sight to listen and begins having a nosebleed. This is a sight to behold. I will definitely save this in my brain. Senpai, eki! Kaneko screamed out. After a moment, Issei got back to his senses and puts on the headpiece. Despite being in another country, Issei manages to contact Marcus, albeit some difficulties. Marcus? Marcus? Are you there? It's me. So how was Berlin? We just got here. Anyway, we noticed a lot of alchemists on the streets with other tourists. Yes. With Azoth rumored to be in the capital, it would attract a lot of attention. I know that the presence of alchemists would be expected, and because of the high arrest rate they have, they would disguise themselves as tourists, as you probably have already figured out. I know, but I saw a member of the Cows Brigade among them. Wait. What? Marcus yelled in a surprised tone. I didn't see his face since he was wearing a hood, but I recognized the symbol that was on his clothing. It's definitely a member of the Cows Brigade. This is bad. You weren't seen, right? No. The chauffeur warned us to close our windows so we don't get spotted, and he was looking the other way. Good, but that means we have to step up our search. When do you plan to go to the museum? Tonight. After dinner, we will start our search. Alright, I will do some research on the Cows Brigade member you spotted. I am done hacking with security, so you should be able to sneak in a bit more easily. Thank you. Issei then cuts off communication. After dinner on the ground floor of the hotel, the group then took a limousine ride to Museum Island with the same chauffeur. Not long after crossing the Spree River, entering an empty space on the island, they saw a hooded man standing in front of the road where the limo is driving. Issei immediately recognizes the symbols shown on his clothes. Wait! Stop! That's the member of the Cows Brigade. Issei tried to warn the chauffeur, but it was too late. Before the limo could hit him, a three-headed dragon suddenly emerged and knocked the vehicle off the road into the empty space. Luckily, Rossweiss activated one of her defense spells and the group emerged unharmed from the wreckage. Is everyone alright? Rossweiss asked. We're okay. Serafall replied, helping Kaneko up. I see. I see. Marcus yelled from Issei's headpiece. Marcus! We're being attacked. I heard from the headpiece. The Cows Brigade member is in league with Clippeth. Azidahaka is with them, one of the evil dragons. Yes. Abandon the island quickly. Marcus yelled. I will seal off the island. There will be no escape from me. Azidahaka shows up in front of the group and spreads his 6 giant wings before covering the entire island with a barrier, which cannot be seen by normal humans. Partner! No doubt that's Azidahaka, an evil dragon that has mastered over 1,000 different types of magic. You must be very careful when facing him. Why is it only now that you warned me, Drake? Issei complained. He must have blocked his presence. It's too late to run away now. Whatever you do, don't hold back. His strength is comparable to that of Krumkruch and Apophis. Alright. It's been a while since I've get to face another evil dragon. You better not leave me out of this, I see. As Daja becomes excited over fighting another evil dragon, much to Issei's dismay. Your grudge towards the evil dragons will get us all killed. Kanekakin, call Ryaskin. Serafall ordered. Yes, Serafall-sama. Kaneko then summons a small magic circle and a hologram of Rias shows up. Bucho, we are under attack by the Cows Brigade. We need you to send everyone to Berlin now. We are under attack ourselves. The Cows Brigade have sent Leiden and Orochi, and we are having trouble as we are now. Alert the other factions. Hers. Communication suddenly cuts off. You won't be calling anyone. We will fight right here and now. He is right. I can't contact Marcus. Issei took of his headpiece and immediately uses his balance breaker. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei is now completely covered in his scale mail armor. It looks like we have no choice, Iskan. Rossweiss-echen, Kanekakin, take care of the summoner. Right. Roger. Serafall-sama. Kaneko and Rossweiss immediately charged towards the hooded man. This isn't going to be enough, I see. We are going to have to use True Queen to fight. Understood. Issei then begins his chant. I, who is about to awaken, am the Red Dragon Emperor who holds the truth of the King up high, holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams, and walking the path of righteousness. I will become an Emperor of Crimson Dragon, and I will lead you to the path of heaven, glowing in deep crimson light. Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. Issei's armor turns crimson, while Azidahaka is very pleased with the unique transformation. Now that's more like it. Show me a fun battle like when I fought the Hakuryuku. This dragon is just as crazy as Grendel. It looks like we have to fight to our limits, Sarah. The barrier will prevent our attacks from reaching outside. We just need to make sure it doesn't hit the museums. Here I go. Serafall then creates a field of icicles heading towards Azidahaka, but the dragon easily avoided by flying up and used one of his 3 heads to blast the field of ice. Too predictable. What? A huge stream of ice hit the giant dragon from behind, freezing half of his wings easily, causing him to crash to the ground. Good thing the smoke covered my movements. Ice gun now! Serafall yelled. As Azidahaka turns around, he sees Issei emerging behind Serafall and flew close enough, aiming one of his cannons he got from one of his wings directly at the dragon. Crimson Blaster plus Ascalon, Fong Blast Booster. A huge amount of energy was shot from the cannon as Azidahaka watches. Come! The dragon yelled as the attack heads towards him. Back in the Haida residence. Answer my voice, Golden King. Crawl on the ground, and you shall receive my reward. Asia chanted as the gold magic circle in front of her starts glowing brighter. Asia, don't do it. Your purity will be soiled even further. Murayama and Kates yelled as the rest were fighting Layden and Orochi. Please come out. Gigante's dragon. Fafnir-san. Asia ignored them, knowing it was out of necessity. A large wingless golden dragon emerged from the circle. Fafnir then turns his head and stares intensely at Asia. Do you have a treasure for me? Asia is still shaken a bit over what she has to give up, but hesitantly reaches into her pocket and takes out a pair of pink panties for the giant dragon. Oh, panties, such a treasure for me to receive. The dragon sniffs the underwear for a while before finally putting it into his mouth, much to the dismay of the kendo girls watching the event. I was wrong. This dragon is even more perverted than Hayato. Kates looked away. What kind of a dragon considers a woman's underwear a treasure? Murayama screamed out of embarrassment as she watches the dragon eating Asia's panties. Isasan, you are such a naughty boy reading those things. Asia is apparently in a daze due to extreme embarrassment. Zenobia, noticing Asia's state, begins shaking her. Asia, wake up. Come back to us. So it looks like Fafnir finally decided to come out. This should be an interesting fight. Layden approaches Asia and the kendo girls. Zenobia and Akino attempted to stop the dragon, but Layden easily blocked the full strike from the ex-Durandal and Holy Lightning with the barriers surrounding him. Fafnir, witnessing this, stands in front of the girls. You will not harm Asia Tan. Fafnir screamed as he opened his mouth and unleashes a burst of energy surrounded with a golden aura towards Layden, exploding upon impact. Layden, however, stood with only minor damage, but is shown to be impressed with Fafnir's attack. For you to be able to break down my barriers with just one attack, you really do live up to your title as one of the 5 great dragon kings. Too bad it didn't hurt me and my barriers can easily be rebuilt. Layden mocks Fafnir, who remains unfazed. Stubborn dragon. That was Fafnir's only response to Layden's durability. Realizing that they are the only ones not in the fight, Murayama and Kates begins holding hands together, and 2 magic circle appears at their palm of their free hands. Are we really doing this? Kates asked with a red face. They all sacrificed a lot to protect everyone, including a pair of panties. This is very embarrassing, but we must endure to fight alongside our friends. Murayama said before she and Kates put their magic circles to the ground, which then fused together. Hraesvelgr, come on out! Both girls yelled. The giant eagle emerges from the magic circle and immediately covered the girls in a tornado, causing them to emerge half naked. The girls immediately covered their more exposed bodies, despite the fact that issei is still in Germany. Why can't creatures stop asking for perverted things as a price? Kates complains. Just be glad that Hayata isn't here to see this. Good thing we got spared clothes in the bag just in case. Murayama reached into her bag and took out 2 sets of casual clothing, passing one to Kates. Layden, I never thought it would be you I am facing. Hraesvelgr gives an intense stare to Layden, who is pleased at the giant eagle's presence. This group is full of surprises. I cannot wait to see more. Fafnir, assist the others in defeating Orochi. I will fight Layden, fine as long as I can protect Asiatan. Fafnir turns his attention to Masaomi Yagaki, who came to get revenge on Irina's father by killing Irina herself, and Walburga, under the orders of Rizavim. both of whom hold the two halves of Orochi's soul and the Kusanagi sword and Walburga's balance breaker respectively, and are fighting the rest of DXD. Fafnir fired another golden beam of energy, but was blocked by their combined defense spell. So Fafnir is going to join the fight, huh? This is going to be fun. Walburga decides to take on Fafnir while leaving Masomi to deal with the DXD team. Fong Blast Booster. Issei blasted a huge shot of energy towards Azidahaka, who was more than willing to take the attack. Boom! A huge explosion occurs upon impact. Issei and serafall, however, are not convinced that the attack was enough to put the evil dragon down, let alone kill him. What a marvelous start to a great fight! Their suspicions were correct. Azidahaka withstood the attack at the cost of 2 destroyed wings as well as minor damage to the left side of his body and burn marks on the leftmost head of the 3. I was able to damage Azidahaka a bit more with the attack than against Kromkruch, but it's still insane for him to be able to withstand an attack like that so easily. He is one of the top 3 evil dragons, partner. He may not be as powerful as Kromkruch, but is just as dangerous due to his high proficiency in magic. Drake said through the gauntlet. If we can't beat him with power, we need to find a weakness with his own, Serafall said while blocking an attack spell from the 3-headed dragon. Kaneko and Rosweiss are also having trouble fighting Azidahaka's summoner, who seems to be able to evade every one of their attacks. Those attacks would have killed me if I get hit directly, but too bad they are so slow due to their immense power. The summoner mocked his opponents. Kaneko attempts to strike the summoner from behind, but the latter easily avoided the punch, which easily made a hole in the ground. Rosweiss heads to the direction the summoner was moving towards and bombards him with numerous explosive attacks. Once the smoke clears, the summoner was nowhere to be seen. Impossible! Before Rosweiss has time to react, the summoner appears from behind and strikes Rosweiss with his palm. A second later, a magic circle forms on his hand and Rosweiss was knocked far back by an invisible force that came from the magic circle. This magic. He is using the wind, but at a level much stronger than what is taught from Norse magic. I see you have finally figured it out, which is expected from the former bodyguard of Odin. The summoner shows up in front of the fallen Rosweiss. My wind does not come from Norse magic, it comes from the soul of the Minakawa, the bird that is said to devour moons and suns. While wind is not the creature's primary ability, it is the birds that have the most control of it. Minakawa, a giant bird from the Filipino mythology that is part of the dragon family. It is said to live in outer space and large enough to cover or devour moons and suns, causing eclipses, later released through the sounds of screams from the people whom feared the creature. Konakosen, you better be careful. Minakawa has many variety of defenses. They won't be penetrated so easily. Rosweiss warned. How exactly was this creature caught? Kaneko asked. I don't have the answer to that, but it doesn't matter how. The armor I am wearing underneath contains the soul of Minakawa passed on by my ancestors. Your attacks won't even have a single effect on me. Knowing that his abilities have been figured out, he takes off his cloak and is revealed to be wearing a helmet, resembling a bird that covers his entire head, and silver scale armor covering his upper body while wearing some kind of medieval-styled pants and shoes. Rosweiss immediately recognizes the summoner despite his body being entirely covered. Carrick, so you even recognized me through my armor. It seems that I have underestimated your insight once again, but again, it matters not. You used to be considered one of the greatest beast tamers, said to have been able to capture creatures that are considered nearly impossible to locate. Why would you join Clippeth? Rosweiss asked Carrick. It is true that I have captured and tamed many creatures, but as I continued, I feel I needed more. I wanted to continue to do the impossible and didn't want anyone to get in my way. I was seen as a disgrace by the beast tamer community due to my so-called obsession and my tendency to hunt creatures nearing extinction, so they had me kicked out. The Cows Brigade approached me not long after and offered me a creature I could not refuse to capture. Carrick then points to Azidahaka. That dragon is that creature, my greatest accomplishment so far. I am here to take on my next challenge to capture the Sekiryutai. For such a great beast tamer and hunter, the fact that you have an evil dragon fighting Senpai is quite cowardly. Kaneko gave a harsh comment to Carrick. You can blame Clippeth for that. I wanted to hunt the Sekiryutai on my own, but Ryzavim insisted that I bring Azidahaka with me in order to get rid of obstacles blocking me away from my prize, especially that Mao girl. How very disappointing that you girls are with the Sekiryutai. Oh well, at least I will have the rare Nikomata for my collection even if she is not a beast meant for me to capture. Carrick stares at Kaneko intensely, who suddenly backs away a little after hearing that. Ross Weiss immediately stands in front of Kaneko in an attempt to defend her, much to Carrick's annoyance. You are really starting to bug me. Ross Weiss attempted to bombard Carrick, but instead of retreating, the latter begins manipulating the winds, redirecting Ross Weiss' attack back at her, forcing her into defense. Ross Weisson, launch me so I can get a direct hit, Kaneko requested. He will just use his winds to redirect you, not if I can get a straight hit. His winds may soften my blow, but the velocity and speed will be enough to break through his armor. Ross Weiss was hesitant, but accepts Kaneko's strategy. Alright, Ross Weiss aims a magic circle at Carrick, who prepares to defend himself, but unbeknownst to him, Kaneko actually jumps onto the magic circle, with Ross Weiss pressurizing it to launch Kaneko at high speed, heading straight for him. Carrick activates his wind armor, but as Kaneko predicted, her high velocity allows her to pass through the winds and got a straight hit, causing Carrick to crash to the ground. We did it! Ross Weiss is pleased that they were able to damage Carrick. Carrick, however, emerges relatively unscathed, much to the shock of Ross Weiss and Kaneko. A very impressive strategy, but it appears that you forgot a small detail about Minakawa's defense. The bird's defense isn't just limited to its magic, its feathers are as sharp and hard as swords with its beak and legs made out of steel. This is what this scale armor is composed of, reinforced with magic to make it more durable. It's true that while your strike was enough to ground me, your blow was also softened by my wind armor, therefore, unable to damage the reinforced steel armor on my body. Too bad, because now it's my turn. The eyes of Carrick's helmet begins to glow, enshrouding Ross Weiss and Kaneko into darkness, rendering them unable to see. This darkness is the same darkness people witnessed during the eclipse, as if Minakawa swallowed both the moon and sun, which is why they feared this great bird. Let's see if you can get out of this while I make my move. Carrick's body became shrouded in darkness. Konako-san, it will be dangerous for us to separate. We need to stick together or he will pick us off. Understood. Ross Weiss and Kaneko wait for Carrick's next move. A dark figure approaches Kaneko and knocks her down. Ah, Konako-san. Before Ross Weiss could get to her, she herself was knocked down by the same figure. Why you? As soon as a glimpse of the figure shows up again, Ross Weiss attempts to bombard at the figure's direction. The real figure emerges from Ross Weiss' right side and tackles her again. Kaneko notices the figure and attempts to strike it, but conceals itself before the attack hits. How are you going to fight who you can't see? Carrick continues to mock them while staying concealed. Ross Weiss, however, smiles at despite the situation. Konako-san, I think you know what is needed right now. Understood. Kaneko begins covering her body in tuki, causing her cat ears to become visible and two tails to appear. Using Nikomata mode level 2, not only did her powers and physical abilities increase greatly, but also further enhance her senses. She then waits for Carrick to make his next move. I see, so you have some mastery over your powers as a Nikomata. Let's see how well you use it. The figure moves closer to Kaneko at high speeds. Attempting to match Kaneko's transformation, the figure approaches the Nikomata at much higher speeds, hoping to strike her without giving himself up. Unfortunately, Kaneko was able to sense the figure's direction and easily avoids the attack. What? Carrick's voice screamed from the figure, revealing himself as the dark deity rather than a captured summon. Using her improved speed, Kaneko manages to strike the figure with a strong kick, causing Carrick to loose his cloak used in the darkness. Within a matter of seconds, the darkness itself slowly begins to disappear as Carrick's spell was disrupted. As Carrick gets up, he notices a small dent on the armor. Humph. Lucky shot. It looks like I will have to get a little more serious. Carrick's armor layer begins to transform, causing blades to emerge from his armor, including his wrists, resembling feathers, and the eyes started to glow red. Using the wind, he charges towards Kaneko and Ross Weiss at high speed, aiming his sharp swords from his wrists. The fight against Azidahaka isn't faring much better, as the three-headed dragon is keeping both serafall and issei at bay. Serafall is unable to use Celsius Cross Trigger due to the amount of damage the attack would do to the human world, while Azidahaka's durability makes it difficult for issei to put the dragon down for good, despite using True Queen and the dragon slaying Ascalon. Azidahaka is really a crazy dragon. I would rather you fight even Crom Crutch instead of him. Drake voices his complaints. What? You would rather take on a more powerful evil dragon than him? Issei is shocked by Drake's statement. Unlike the other evil dragons, Crom Crutch doesn't choose sides to fight potentially strong opponents. He is more patient and would rather find strong opponents instead, very similar to our rival, Vala, which means that he cares less about whether we are his opponents or not, especially compared to Grendel and Azidahaka. As long as they are strong, we are not the ones who can choose our opponents. They usually come to us instead. I know, and it's unfortunate that the opponent is one of the top 3 evil dragons. Are you two going to keep talking or are you going to fight? Azidahaka is planning his next move now, as Daja interrupts after noticing Azidahaka charging his spell. The spell was launched, and thanks to Azdaja's interruption, Issei was able to dodge it in time. Drake, allow me to take over for now. Azidahaka's is also using magic as defense, and plus the field he generated around the island is made from that magic. If we can weaken it, we should be able to take down the field. Issei remembers that one of Azdaja's abilities allows him to cut power of his opponents with each strike. Understanding the advantage of it, he allows Azdaja to take over instead, transforming his armor into a black primal version of the scale mail. Whatever magic he uses to defend can be cut down as well. Make sure to hit that dragon as many times as possible. Understood. Oh. So the Sekiryutai has a new transformation I've never seen. This is good. Now I can have even more fun. Azidahaka then launches the same attack spell towards Issei, who responded by grabbing his tail sword and slicing the attack spell in half before impacting the ground. Azidahaka then charges towards Issei, but finds that his feet is frozen to the ground. Azidahaka turns his right head to the side and saw Serafall sticking her tongue out. Ice-kun, I've grounded him. Attack him while you still can. Of course. With both the middle and left head able to see Issei about to strike, Azidahaka prepares a defense spell, which takes the form of a heater shield and blocks Issei's strike. What the? Azidahaka suddenly feels a little bit of his magic fading from the shield and pushes Issei off. It's working. I felt Azidahaka's magic being cut. Azdaja seems pleased with the result. Azidahaka, however, becomes a little confused over what happened. Impossible! Drake never had the ability cut off my power before, and even though his physical form is now that of a sacred gear, it is no longer the color of his former self. What's the matter, Azidahaka? Don't you recognize me from being able to slice your magic? Azdaja mocks the three-headed dragon. That voice. I see now. It really has been a while since I've last seen you, Azdaja. For you to share the boosted gear with Drake, look at how pathetic you are now. You and the other evil dragons were the ones who made me this way. You have no idea how long I waited for this day to come. Prepare yourself, for this is the day you die. Whoa! Calm down, Azdaja. I know how much you wanted revenge, but it's not easy fighting one of the top 3 evil dragons. He may have power and magic, I see, but his over-reliance on his durability often makes him underestimate his opponents. Try to exploit it. Hey, are you going to fight or what? Azidahaka begins to get impatient. Issei decides to continue the battle and charges towards his opponent. Azidahaka prepares another attack spell, but was suddenly restrained by Serafall's ice. Despite being able to break out of his restraints, Issei manages to strike the giant dragon before he was able to conjure up another defense spell, striking him on the abdomen hard enough to knock Azidahaka to the ground. That annoying Mao! Oh no, you don't! Before Azidahaka is able to get up, Serafall attempts to freeze him in very thick layers of ice. Azidahaka soon finds himself entirely frozen solid. Serafall sighs out of relief. I was afraid that I might use too much magic to freeze this island. I am glad that it only froze this much. Before Issei can focus on Carrick, Azdaja immediately makes contact. Don't let your guard down. This amount of ice is not enough to immobilize him completely. Issei immediately turns to serafall. Sarah! Watch out, huh! Serafall turns towards the frozen Azidahaka, only to see him break out of the ice with a very strong force, knocking Serafall down. Oof! Serafall landed with a thud. I've had enough of your games. I will kill you before aiming for the security. Azidahaka becomes very pissed over Serafall's constant interference. Like I will let you! Issei charges towards Azidahaka at high speeds, but one of the heads simply looked at him before breathing a stream of fire, pushing Issei back. Like I said, I will deal with you in a bit. With Issei momentarily dazed, Azidahaka wasted no time on his attack spell and launches it towards Issei. Issei immediately transforms his tail sword into a shield. The attack knocked Issei a huge distance backwards, destroying the shield, but remains unscathed otherwise. Azidahaka then turns his attention on Serafall, who then unleashes a large beam of ice. The dragon, however, finally figures out how Serafall's powers work and puts up a shield. Once the attack hits, the shield reversed its direction towards Serafall, similar to Carrick's wind armor. What? Serafall puts up a magic defense circle and easily blocks her own attacks since she was holding back. One of the heads, however, snuck behind Serafall while she was defending and launches a stream of fire towards her, knocking her to the ground as if she was a small meteor. You may be powerful, but it seems you lack versatility. That will be your downfall. Azidahaka then proceeds to breathe fire from all three heads. Serafall manages to make a defense circle just in time, but Azidahaka's fire attack continues, pinning Serafall to the ground. Issei, now recovered from the impact, summons his now repaired tail sword and strikes Azidahaka while he was distracted, severing the middle head. Gah! The remaining two heads screamed in pain as the dragon started bleeding. Good job. Not only did you manage to strike him again with the sword, but also severed one of Azidahaka's heads as well. Finish him while you still have the chance, Azdaja ordered. Issei then covers his wings with blue flames and started shooting flame bullets towards the now two-headed dragon. Ra8! Azidahaka screams in pain as the bullets continue cut him. Serafall then joins Issei in the assault. Iskun, do you mind if I handle this? Serafall asked. Issei nodded. Take care of him. Serafall then summons an extremely large block of ice at least twice the size of Azidahaka on top of him, and drops it onto the dragon. Azidahaka is then crushed underneath the ice as the block begins to shatter to the ground, causing a huge amount of debris. The impact was strong enough that it disrupted Azidahaka's magic, causing the field around Museum Island to disappear. So even one of the top 3 evil dragons has been defeated. So much for capturing the security and you. It's been fun fighting you too, but it's time for me to go. Carrick commented after managing to defeat both Kaneko and Rosweiss, despite the former using Nikomata mode level 2, although he himself has taken some damage. I will not let you! Kaneko attempts to stop Carrick, but he simply aims a sharp steel feather, stabbing Kaneko's right leg. Gay! Kaneko got down to one knee and writhed in pain. I would prefer not to fight you in this state. Recover your full strength first before trying to attack me. Carrick then disappears using a magic circle. Konako-san, are you alright? Rosweiss helps Kaneko up. I am fine. The wound is not serious. Is everyone alright? Serafall called out. Serafall and Issei head towards Rosweiss and Kaneko and have her rest on the wall of one of the museums. There are too many witnesses here and Kaneko is injured. I'm sorry, Valerie, but it looks like Azoth will have to wait. Issei said. It's okay. It's more important to make sure everyone is alright. Valerie said, who has been hiding behind one of the museums as told. No, don't. Just finish it. With all the guards and alchemists gone due to Clippeth, we should be able to get Azoth before they noticed. Kaneko said after wrapping a bandage on her leg. Right. Marcus said to leave the security to him, so we should be able to. You haven't finished me off that easily. I can still fight. Azidahaka emerges from the debris of ice, showing 2 more missing wings and is heavily wounded, unable to move his right arm. His left eye on the right head was also blinded by one of the shards of ice. The dragon then charges towards the group, much to their dismay. Can anything stop this dragon? Issei becomes desperate in thought on how to stop the heavily wounded dragon. Before Azidahaka could reach them, sharp streams of water suddenly emerge and stabs the dragon from behind, causing him to spew blood. From behind, the group's chauffeur is seen controlling the water. It's been a while since I've last seen you, issei. The chauffeur then transforms and later reveals himself as Hal. Hal? What are you doing here acting as our chauffeur? I happen to have a house in Germany and your friend Marcus is also a best friend of mine. When I heard about this case of yours, I couldn't resist getting involved knowing the possibility of the Chaos Brigade showing up for either you or Azoth, so I just came. Good thing too, since the field cuts off communication. As for Azidahaka, I will be taking care of him now. I don't think so. A magic circle appears and Euclid emerges from it. Azidahaka, you are too wounded to fight. Go back and get your body repaired. I can still fight. Azidahaka stood up despite having 3 stab wounds on his back and the injuries he received during the fight. You are in even worse shape than your opponents, especially now that your field is gone. They can now summon more allies. You will fight them again once the odds are evened out, or would you prefer to fight me? Azidahaka put in some thought for a moment before deciding to back off. Fine, but I will be back to finish the job. Both Euclid and Azidahaka disappears using the Dragon Gate and Magic Circle. We better get Azoth while we still can before getting Kanekakan treated. Issei told Hal. You mean this one? Hal took out a small gold cup with a covered lid, resembling exactly like the picture of Azoth that was confirmed by Drake. Azoth, but how did you? Before Rossweiss can finish, Hal answers. Using the field as a distraction, I went through the museum to make sure the legend is real, knowing you guys can probably hold your own until I was able to get back. Also, don't worry about your friends back at home. I sent Grendel's mother to assist them. What? Everyone goes into shock. I know what all of you wanted to ask, but it's a long story. Don't worry though, I managed to shift the blame on Grendel's death to the Chaos Brigade so she won't be hunting us anymore, although she still wants to fight you. Hal looks at Issei. Of course. Issei is dismayed. By the way, how are you able to control water so efficiently? Only the Citri clan is known to be able to do that. Serafall asked. It's my balance breaker which contains the soul of Mizuchi, a water dragon, allowing me to control the water from my body whenever I use my water armor. Anyway, we managed to defeat the Chaos Brigade yet again. I'd better give you guys a drop of the solvent as well as Marcus before they noticed anything is missing. But before that, time to take Kaneko back for treatment. Before that, what are we to expect from Clippeth? Rossweiss asked. I don't know. All I know is that despite our efforts, it seems that Clippeth is getting closer to their goals than we thought, as they are recruiting members like crazy. Our victory may have delayed them for a bit, however, so we shouldn't expect them to make a move immediately. Anyway, let's go. I need to fix all of this before anyone notices. It looks like we've done everything we need to do in Berlin. Serafall said. Yes, but since Hal told us that Clippeth is getting closer, it won't be much longer before we have a final battle against them. Kaneko warned before she was carried to the magic teleportation circle back to the front of the hotel. The next day, their checkouts were taken care of and the group went back home with all of their stuff, only to see the Hyder residence under construction due to the battle between the residents of House and Clippeth. After the battle in Berlin, the group heads back home with the drop of Azoth given to them by Hal. Once they reach the Hyder residence, they see that the house has already been repaired after the battle with the Chaos Brigade. Rias and Asia were the first to see their beloved Issei return home. I see, Isasin. Welcome back. The two were the first to welcome them back, but they mainly focused on Issei. Sona then approaches her older sister, who responded by rushing to her for a hug. Sonakan, welcome back, Onisama. I heard that the Chaos Brigade attacked both you and Iskun while all of you were in Berlin. Is everyone okay? Yeah. We managed to get the drop of Azoth we needed to help Valerie-chan recover. But Kanekakan got hurt, so we had to get her treated first, but she is okay now. Sona becomes relieved after hearing that no one got seriously injured. I can see that. I am glad that all of you are alright. Issei then tells everyone about what happened in Austria and Berlin and how Valerie's connection with Marcus helped them find the location of Azoth and the trouble they encountered with Clippeth before finally completing their task. Many were shocked to hear Hal's involvement, and that he has a balance breaker that he kept hidden from everyone during the Scramble the Flag game against Issei. but we're glad that he was able to assist. I guess that's everything. I also heard that Clippeth attacked the house while we were gone. What happened? Issei asked Rias. It turns out that they had anticipated Valerie's deteriorating condition. Knowing that there were only a couple of ways to heal her, Clippeth knew that some of us will attempt to find an alternate cure, as stealing back the Holy Grail from them would be suicide for us. They were trying to separate us to make us vulnerable for an attack. Luckily, all of us managed to hold our own until some unlikely assistance was given to us. Let me guess, it was Grendel's mother. Rias becomes surprised as Issei's sudden answer. Wait. How did you? Before Rias is able to finish, Issei immediately answers. Somehow, Hal managed to convince her that the Cows Brigade was responsible for Grendel's death, and she switched targets as a result, though she still considers us an enemy and refuses to work alongside us from the fact that we tried to kill her son, even though it was Grendel that attacked us. I see. Grendel's mother is more powerful than her son, so I think she might be able to weaken Clippeth to some extent, though if what Hal said is true about the terrorists getting closer to their goals, then we cannot fully relax. We must prepare for the worst should they attack again. Agreed, but not all of us have fully recovered from the fight. We still need to rest before we do further training. Understood. I am going to contact Anissima about the situation. Marta is currently in the underworld doing investigations of her own, while Azazel is using the Azoth that was provided to make Valerie's medicine. We are to expect results within a couple of days. In the meantime, all of you did very good out there, so rest up as long as you need until the time comes for training. Yes, Bucho. Issei replied. In the bath of the Hyder residence. Hiya, this feels good. After all this fighting, I feel the need to relieve myself of stress, and this bath certainly does the job. Issei is apparently talking to himself while relaxing in the hot bath. Issei felt a sudden chill running across his back, as if there is someone approaching with either great hostility or caution. What the heck? Is someone coming to try to kill me? I don't think so, partner. I don't sense any killing intent, although the presence is strong, no doubt. Issei feels a little relieved that is not an enemy, but remains cautious nonetheless. Still feeling some doubt, Issei heads towards the bathroom door to check if there is anybody watching, but when he saw no one behind the door, he returns to his bath and tries to relax. I wonder if I am just being a little overcautious, Issei said in his thoughts. Unknown to him, standing just a few feet in the hallway to the left of the bathroom door is a curious Kates, who is still having doubts on Issei despite Murayama's somewhat more positive impression for him. She then had a flashback with Murayama taking place not too long after the latter's date with Issei. The flashback begins. Hyder really didn't do anything indecent to you, right? He didn't. When he noticed the magicians lurking in the food court, the first thing he did was hiding me under a table for my own safety, although that didn't work out so well in the end. I am sure you know the rest. What about before the attack? Did Hyder violated you before then? No, although I was upset that Silphican actually set me up with him on a date. Hyder did tell me that he wanted to get along better with us. Of course, I didn't really trust his words immediately, but as we were shopping, I finally realized what he said was genuine. He did whatever I told him to do, and even bought me the dress I have always wanted. So you are saying that Hyder is suddenly a different man? All I can see him as is a pervert who keeps peeping into the girls' locker room with the other two idiots. Are you telling me he is no longer such a shameless man? Some habits never die, Kates. I still dislike Hyder's perverted side as well, but the kind side that the other girls mentioned of him is not too far off. He did save my life, and I finally learned the side of Hyder that the other girls like. Wait, so you started to like Hyder too? He will do something indecent if he knows what you just said. Murayama's face turns red and immediately panicked. No way. Don't put me in with the other girls. Your actions don't match your words. Murayama then sighs in defeat. Okay, maybe a little. Kates becomes visibly upset. Even my best friend has fallen for the predator of women. I will make sure this lecher pays for what he has done. No, wait. Kates, please listen to me. Hyder really isn't all who we thought he was. Otherwise, Bucho and Kibakun wouldn't even act as friendly towards him as they are. Murayama, what exactly are you telling me? I am saying that you should at least try get to know Hyder a little better. You will see what I mean once you do. The flashback ends. I have seen a little bit of Haida's good side since he is fighting terrorists after all, but that's really nothing compared to the embarrassment we go through every day at school because of him. I wonder if I can really understand what the other girls see in Haida. Kate spoke in her thoughts. As Kate is going deeper in thought, she suddenly starts hearing noises coming from the bathroom. Yo, I see. It's been a while since I've last seen you. Marta's voice is heard behind the door, immediately drawing Kate's attention. Marta-san! What are you doing here all of a sudden, and why are you naked? Issei panicked. Why? Isn't it normal to be naked when you are in a bath? No, I mean why did you suddenly teleport to the bath instead of any other part of the house? Like I said, it's been a while since I've last seen you and I want to enjoy some moments together without the other girls bothering us, so I decided to come in while you are in the bath. Seriously? It's okay. I will make sure to make you feel good. What are you GHH? Does my bobas feel good to touch icy? Should I squeeze your hand between them? Yes. Yes. Please do. You are such a dirty boy, icy. Marta said in a teasing voice. Unable to stand the conversation, Kate barges into the bathroom. Haida! Just what the heck are you? Kate goes into a state of shock seeing that Issei's hand was indeed rubbing Marta's boba. While Kate knew this was happening after overhearing them, the sight of the event is much more overwhelming. What the heck are you doing in the bath, Katasasan? Issei yelled out of surprise. Hairu Kate lets out a soft yet horrifying voice. Katasasan? Just when I was going to let Icy do this and that with me. Marta continues tease Issei despite already being interrupted. Just what exactly does Marta-san mean by that, Haidu? Kate asks, still using the horrifying tone. This is a misunderstanding, Katasasan. Marta is. I knew you would be up to no good. Haid, the Gyaya. Issei's loud scream was heard on the other side of the bathroom door. During the night, despite sleeping with Rias, Asia, and serafall in the same bed, Issei carefully sneaks out of the bedroom and into the kitchen to get a drink of water. After the whole ordeal in the bathroom, I thought I was going to die for sure. Marta-san should really put limits into teasing, or else she might put my life on the line again. Issei spoke to himself. You are the one who wanted this, partner. You have to take responsibility for your desire. Like I don't know that. The least the girls can do is work things out together instead of fighting or hitting me. I swear I still got this bruise from last week's assault from Katasasan when she accused me of taking advantage of Murayama-san when I was just after she accidentally tripped. Misunderstandings will always happen if the doesn't look like what it actually is. You better be careful or else you are going to continue to get hit throughout your life. Yeah. By the way, it has been a while since I've heard from Azdaja. What does that dragon do when we are not fighting? Well, considering that he is an evil dragon, he is also battle crazy like the others, so when he is not fighting, he often sleeps to pass the time until he is needed, although there are a few exceptions. I see. Azdaja is still an evil dragon just like you said. I am glad that we have at least one evil dragon on our side now. His knowledge of the other evil dragons is quite useful dealing with them. A few more if you count the clones Asia was able to get. Don't remind me. I don't want to remember how Asia was able to recruit those evil dragons. I really wonder what happened to Fafnir that made him become like this. I am just as unhappy about that dragon as you are, partner. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer to that since we have only reunited with him fairly recently. Before their conversation is able to continue any further, Issei suddenly heard footsteps coming closer to the kitchen. Issei then turns around and sees Kate standing 10 feet in front of him. Issei becomes surprised, confused over Kate's sudden appearance. Katasasan, Hayadu, do you mind if we talk? Issei becomes even more surprised that Kate is willing to hold a conversation after being mad at him just a couple of hours ago. Hi. Issei answers. Both Issei and Kate head to the living room, sitting on different chairs since the latter is still cautious of him. But Issei didn't mind. First thing I want to tell you is that I heard everything from Marta-san over what happened during the bath. I am sorry for jumping into the wrong conclusions without thinking. Katasasan is apologizing to me? Issei said in his thoughts. No, that's okay. Misunderstandings happen all the time and I am quite used to it actually. Issei responded without thinking after seeing Kate's worried look. Keitase is surprised by his answer. You are actually used to getting hit by girls every time you are involved in something that wasn't your fault? Well, other than Kanekakin in the beginning, the rest of the girls had done no such thing at home, although they did fight against each other for various reasons, especially when I am involved in it. Issei sighs. I am guessing that they done stuff like this all the time so you get all the satisfaction you need from them whenever you are at home. Issei had trouble responding to that. Yeah, that's somewhat true. To Issei's surprise, Keitase let out a small laugh. Ehehe. Really, you truly are a pervert, Hayato. Issei drops his head out of disappointment hearing that. I am sorry. I had always been curious to why such popular girls are falling for you considering how you are at school. I later realized that being a pervert isn't all who you are, but I still have a hard time understanding how you could attract girls at all, considering that you are reckless and the rumors that are being spread around the school. That's why I have been watching you for quite some time, so that's the intense presence I have been feeling. Wait a minute, what you said earlier was uncalled for. Motohama and Matsuda were the ones spreading the rumors about me. None of that was true. Issei tried to defend himself. I figured that out not long after me and Murayama started living you. Now knowing your living situation as well as those two idiots, they probably spread those rumors out of jealousy of the amount of girls you have surrounding you. Am I right? Yes, you are. I remember seeing Kiba being surrounded by girls alongside them. The three of us will get angry and tell each other how jealous we are of him. Kiba is more of a friend now. Since I am thinking about this now, I am realizing that I am no longer acting the same way towards him as I used to. Maybe it really is because of the way I am living now. A lot of guys would do anything to be in your place, until they realize what are my true responsibilities, which is why I have to keep the fact that we are all devils a secret. Then I guess it's too bad that we found out. I find it unfortunate, but I am also glad in a way. Keitase becomes confused. Huh? You are glad that we suddenly know that all of you happen to be devils, angels, vampires, and dragons? Okay, maybe not that far. But if both of you hadn't found out, you too would probably think of me as nothing more than a shameless pervert who only peeps at girls and nothing else. Look at us right now. We wouldn't be talking casually like this if you didn't know. Keitase immediately realized what Issei said. I hadn't even realized that we started talking casually to each other. I guess it really was a good thing that me and Murayama know now. Listen, I talked to Murayama about you a while back about how you acted around her during your date. This doesn't seem like the Hayato I know at all. Is it safe to assume that you won't peep at the girls' locker room anymore? Sorry, Katasasan, but I am still a pervert at heart. If I am dragged by my two idiot friends, I will still continue what I always do, Issei said proudly, much to Keitase's dismay. Geez. There really is no change in you, is there? But I really do want to get along with both you and Murayama-san better. If it truly bothers you, then maybe we can try to work something out. Motohama and Matsuda have been my friends for a long time, so I don't want to just break off with them. Will that work for you? After taking some time to think, Keitase reluctantly accepts Issei's request. If they meant that much to you as friends, then fine, we will work something out if possible, but I can't guarantee you won't get hit if you peep again. Then I guess that is something I have to get used to. As long as there are girls, there will always be a pay for men to stare at. Wait, that came out wrong. Stare at? I thought someone as perverted as you would prefer touch them, or go even further. Oh man! I knew I made a mistake somewhere. I should have said one of those instead. Keitase started holding back her laughter after Issei realized his mistake. Issei also starts holding back his laughter as well after looking at Keitase. Both Issei and Keitase soon find themselves laughing together for the first time. I will admit, you do have a cool side when you tried to defend your friends against terrorists, and would even put aside everything else for what really matters. That much I can respect. Maybe I should change your title from just perverted boy to something else. Issei becomes extremely happy over Keitase's now more positive impression of him. Really? Yes. Maybe instead of perverted boy I shall call you a brave perverted boy instead. Issei drops his head down again out of disappointment, until he heard Keitase laughing. Ha! I am just kidding, Hayato. You will have a better title once I am able to think of one. Another good point about you is being able to laugh off what others throw at you, At least when you are not in school, since I heard you overreacting with Motohama and Matsuda. Issei tries to defend himself. That was. Anyway, see you tomorrow at school, Ice-kun. Keitei smiled. Ice-kun? Until I can come up with a title for you, I shall call you Ice-kun like Levi-sensei, or would you prefer me to continue referring to you as Hayato instead? Issei soon finds himself smiling. Call me however you like. Very well. Don't be late tomorrow, Ice-kun. Keitei gives a small giggle before heading back to her room. Before you go, let me tell you this. You don't have to force yourself to like me like the others if you don't. I like Katasasan as she is now, an honest and hard-working girl. Please just remain as you are. Keitei soon finds herself blushing after hearing what Issei just said. Issei soon starts feeling a little embarrassed as well when he realized the situation. Good night. Issei said to break the awkward silence. Hi. Good night. Keitei then runs back with her face still red. Issei suddenly starts becoming very excited once Keitei was out of sight. Yes. I have finally become friends with Katasasan. I had always thought it was impossible to be friends with Katasasan and Murayama-san since they only think of me as a pervert in school before they found out. I am feeling very happy right now. Yes, but now they are your responsibility. Since they too have a legendary creature and know what's beyond the human world, no doubt that the Cows Brigade will be after them too. Then I will protect them as well. No way will I let my friends be in danger. Do your best, partner. Me and Izdaja will always be on your side. Hi. Alright, time for me to get back to bed before the girls in my room find out I am missing. Issei then left the kitchen. The next day, Issei is now standing in front of the entrance in Ko Academy when Motohama and Matsuda put their shoulders on him. Yo, I see. It won't be long before the Ko Academy's kendo tournament begins. What do you say that after school, the three of us head to the girls' locker room for a peek? Motohama offered. I heard that some of those contestants have the big ones this time. I don't want to miss this. Matsuda becomes excited. Seriously? Are they that big? Issei also becomes excited. Yes. Most of them have sizes above 80 last time I checked. So what's your answer, I see? Motohama pushes his glasses up. I will do it. Issei immediately agreed. No, you don't. Issei suddenly felt his ear being pulled by Keitei with Murayama standing beside them. Geez, I can't take my eyes off of you for 1 second, can I? Sorry. Murayama couldn't help but laugh at Issei's situation. Oh, good morning, Murayama-san. Hi. Good morning, Hayato. Murayama greeted Issei. Morning to you too, Katasasan. Yes, good morning. Keitei also seems to be in a good mood despite Issei's agreement with the rest of the perverted trio. Murayama and Keitei? Since when did Issei get along well with them? Motohama and Matsuda are in shock with dumbfounded expressions on their faces as they watch Issei having a brief, but friendly chat with the kendo girls. Hee. You seem quite energetic this morning, Katasasan. It's all thanks to you, Ice-kun. See you after class? Murayama and Keitei then proceeded inside of the building. After waving them off, Issei is met with jealous stares from his two perverted friends. I see. The two of them then grabbed Issei by the collar. Since when did you get so close to them? Do you know how long it took us just to get a peep? Now you have the girls who often beat us up for peeping at them as your friends. What exactly did you do? I didn't do anything. Matsuda and Motohama continues to push Issei for answers while the kendo girls continue to walk further into the building, pretending they didn't notice. Keitei, since when did you start calling Hayato Ice-kun? Murayama asked. After realizing that you were right. Ice-kun is indeed a pervert and nothing can change that, but he also has a good side, which is why many girls came to him. I am glad that you two are finally getting along. I guess it really was good for us to find out Hayata's secret. Maybe I should start calling him Ice-kun from now on as well. I am sure he will be happy once he hears that. I like Katasasan as she is now, an honest and hardworking girl. Please just remain as you are. Keitei's face turns red remembering Issei's words last night. She then turns around one last time to see Issei still being harassed by his two friends. You are very interesting, Ice-kun. I will definitely be keeping my eye on you. Good luck. Keitei lets out a small giggle, which Murayama noticed. What's so funny? Nothing. Keitei cheerfully responded. After classes are over, the perverted trio decided to take a peek at the girls' locker room, where Murayama and Keitase are currently changing. Ho ho. No matter how much I have peeked, I could never get enough seeing those issei whenever they undress. Matsuda's attention is fully focused on the girls changing. Ah yes. Since they are only high school girls, imagine how big they will grow once they become adults. Motohama pushes his glasses up. Hey, you two have been looking through the peephole longer than I have. Let me take a look. Issei tries to push Motohama and Matsuda away, but they both stubbornly resist. You already got Murayama and Keitase to be your friends. I am sure that they have already allowed you to peek, that's why we can't let you peek anymore. Both Motohama and Matsuda shouted out of jealousy. It's those three idiots again. Murayama immediately sensed their presence. Matsuda, we better run. The two members of the perverted trio turns around, only to find that Issei is nowhere to be seen. What? Where did Issei suddenly went off to, just when we are about to do the same thing like we always do? Unfortunately, both of them were too focused on Issei's whereabouts that the girls from the locker room have already surrounded them. I see that Isuken isn't with you two idiots today. Good for him, which means that you both will bear responsibility for what you did. Keitase said in a menacing tone. CC curse you ICEE. The boys shouted before they got beaten by girls' Shurnai. Unbeknownst to them, Issei actually did not run far as he was hiding behind a tree watching his friends get beaten with a satisfied look on his face. That will teach those two a lesson for leaving me behind. Hayate Murayama suddenly shows up in front of him, though the other girls are busy beating the other two boys. Murayama-san! Issei shouted out of surprise. Did you also try to peek along with the other two before you ran away? Murayama holds her shurnai in front of the terrified Issei. Realizing he was caught, Issei apologetically puts his head down. Sorry, I didn't want to be left out. While knowing that Issei's perverted side is involved, Murayama reluctantly puts her shurnai down after realizing another reason why Issei is with the perverted trio. You really love your dear friends, don't you? Murayama asked. Before I became a devil, I always had the thought of growing old together as friends, and I still do, even though it's impossible for most humans, if not all, to outlive us. The only thing I can do is to cast an illusion in front of them to make it look like I am growing older. It's a sad fate, really, but what exactly can I do? Hearing Issei's heartfelt thoughts, Murayama's desire for retaliation against Issei's peeping habits started to die down and grabs his right hand instead to comfort him. You are right. The life of a man is too short compared to supernatural beings like yourself. I can see that you are also doing this, because you are trying to live life to the fullest with them before their end. There is no way I can truly hate someone who is only trying to live his life, even if that person happens to be a pervert obsessed with bobas. Issei became alarmed at Murayama's last statement. That is, I am only joking, Hayadu. You still have us, right? I won't deny that I have Sarah, Bucho, Sona, and many others to be with, but I wish I could say the same about you and Katasasan. Why is that? Because you two are still human. Murayama suddenly felt Issei's concern hearing that. Despite being exposed to the supernatural for quite some time, the fact that they are still human doesn't change, which means that they won't be able to outlive their friends in the Hayadu residence. Hey Hayadu, is it possible for Ryasanizuma to turn me and Keitase into a devils? No, Bucho used up all of her evil pieces already. Sona, however, still has 3 pawn evil pieces left though. Maybe you can ask her if it's okay. I see. I will ask Kaicho when she gets home. I can't believe that both Ryasanizuma and Kaicho are graduating already. I guess high school years do pass by very fast, don't they? Yes. I will miss the school too once we leave, but I am glad that I was able to do what I can here. For the remaining time we have as students, I am definitely going to make it count. Same here. Anyway, I'd better make sure that the other girls in the club don't figure out that I am friends with a peeper or who know how differently I will be treated from others. Issei realized that he is still one of the targets. Oh man, you are right. I'd better get out of here before they find me. Hayadula! The other girls screamed. Unable to escape in time, Issei prepared for the worst. However, when he opens his eyes, he sees Murayama blocking the other girls from getting to him. Keitase is the only one of the girls not trying to get through after seeing what her friend is doing. Easy. Believe it or not, Hayato was not one of the peepers. There were witnesses I talked to just when I was about to hit him, and they told me that only those two were responsible. Murayama points to Motohama and Matsuda, both of whom were beaten up and unconscious as a result. As much of a pervert Hayato is, it will be bad for us if we attack someone who didn't do anything. I think we can spare Hayato just this time. After listening to Murayama, the girls reluctantly stop trying to get to issei and decides to head back to the locker room. Only Keitase remains behind. Aisukun really tried to peep, didn't he? He tried to, but couldn't. The other two apparently blocked out of jealousy. It really seems like Hayato really does cherish his friend when I asked him. I see. Keitase turns to Hayato, who is unsure of what to do next. Aisukun, I think you better go or you might get accused of peeping again. Hi. I will see you at home. Until then, Aisukun. Murayama suddenly calls issei by a different name, putting him into a state of shock, causing Keitase to giggle a little. Murayama-san. Murayama smiles and gives issei a wink before heading back to the locker room with Keitase. After issei returns to his senses, he then went away from the area confused. Before Murayama heads back inside, she turns to Keitase. Hey Keitase? Yeah? Do you mind doing me a favor? Murayama asked without explaining. Inside the Hayato residence. Both Murayama-san and Katasa-san have become devils as well. Asia, along with everyone except Sona, Ophis, and serafall, was stunned after seeing Murayama and Keitase expose their devil wings. Yes. After having a talk with Aisukun, he made me realize that the lifespan of a human is very short compared to the lifespan of a devil. I asked him if Ryasanizuma is willing to turn us into devils, but she already used all of her evil pieces, so he recommended us to Kaicho since she still has 3 evil pawn pieces left. I told Keitase everything I told Aisukun, so we decided to become devils under Kaicho. We actually thought it wouldn't be easy to convince her, but she willingly did so after hearing our reasons. Murayama explained. Murayama and Keitase have played important roles in stopping the Cow's Brigade. I figured that this might be better for them if they are going to get further involved in our battles. Sona said, Sorry to surprise you all, but I hope that everyone will still welcome us as part of the Hayato residence. Keitase bowed. Of course. With Sona living with us now, that also makes you two closer to our family. Rias answered first. Seeing the smiles on almost everyone's faces, Murayama and Keitase figured out that they have been accepted and bowed. We may be inexperienced as devils, but we will be under your care. Murayama said. Likewise. Sona told Murayama. By the way, when did Murayama and Keitase start calling Aisukun? Rias asked. Realizing the sudden change of atmosphere, Murayama and Keitase became very nervous on how to answer. Issei, on the other hand, sees that many eyes are laying on him and becomes quite anxious as well, despite Issei also being taken by surprise when Murayama suddenly changed how she calls Issei. Before the two girls are able to continue, serafall suddenly intervenes. Come on everyone, isn't it great that Murayama-chan and Katase-kun are now close friends to Aisukun? They seemed to really hate him when they first moved on. It's good that they are getting along, serafall-sama. But serafall stops Rias from continuing. Riaskin, did you forget that we all agreed that Aisukun belongs to everyone? I am okay with that even though I am his girlfriend. I think I will agree with serafall-sama since I don't mind having an affair. Even though serafall-sama is Aisukun's girlfriend, that didn't even stop Sona from entering his bed. Sona immediately becomes flustered upon hearing her name. That's just because I didn't think it was good for Onisama to be with Aisukun when Rias was gone. Really? You also kissed Aisukun more than once despite the fact that he is your sister's boyfriend. Wouldn't that be worse? You as Sona couldn't fight. Witnessing the argument between the Citri sisters along with Rias and Akino after attention was diverted away from them, Murayama and Keitase couldn't help but smile. Soon, Issei finds himself smiling as well after looking at the Kendo girls. In an unknown area of the underworld, Euclid is seen dragging a severely beaten Doran. Master Lucifuge, it turns out your so-called messenger happens to be a spy for our enemies. He has been sending our plans to the underworld authorities ever since he joined us. My, that isn't very nice when our plans are given away too early, wouldn't you say? Rise of him asked Doran, who cannot move due to his injuries. You are way too crazy, rise of him. You are practically destroying everyone just for a dream you cannot control. That dream can destroy you too. Ha ha ha, you are pretty sharp, but I am well aware that 666 cannot be controlled so easily. Why do you think that we haven't undone the seals yet? Then how is the plan going to follow through if you cannot control it? Simple, the Great Red itself. Once we unleash 666 towards that dragon, the dimensional gap is bound to open. I will be looking forward to seeing all of that destruction from there. If that is destroyed, then where else are you going to go? I already have that figured out, but there's no need for me to tell you, especially due to the fact that you have been sending the information I just spoke through the magic circle you have hidden beneath your wing. GHH. The magic circle immediately disappears after it was found out. Looks like we won't need you anymore. Euclid then kills Doran with a single blast, causing his body to disappear. Master Lucifuge, was it okay to let him transmit the information to our enemies? It doesn't matter whether they know it or not at this point. We are at near completion, and we have an army should they interfere, so there is nothing to fear. Ha! Rise of him lets out a light-hearted laugh as the mass-produced evil dragons fly around him. At the Grigori headquarters. Doran, do you read? Are you there? Marta vainly tries to remain in contact with Doran. Marta, that's enough. He was as good as dead when they found out that he was a spy. More importantly, even though the enemy knows that Doran has transmitted their plans to us, we now know what their next move is. We must warn everyone. Azazel tried to get Marta to continue working, but she is too much in a state of shock to do anything. Listen to me, Marta. Doran died trying to help us. It is our job to make sure his death is not in vain. I am sorry, but there is no time to mourn at the moment. Come on, Hi, Marta weakly replied as she comes back to her senses. Marta and Azazel then form a huge magic circle on the ground and disappeared after standing on it. Back in the Hyder residence, we have alerted the underworld authorities of Klipith's plan. Serzex is currently negotiating with Michael about forming an alliance with our forces. Azazel explains to everyone in the house. How far are they with being able to unseal 666? Rias asked. All of the preparations to undo the seal have already been done, but they cannot do so yet since 666 is uncontrollable. They are waiting for the Great Red to make an appearance, and will escape through the dimensional gap to avoid the chaos that is to happen should the two beasts go to battle. Marta explained, so that's their plan. Klipith is going to wait it out to make sure their involvement is minimal while we deal with the conflict itself. By the time that ends, should we survive, all forces would be severely weakened to prevent them from taking over the underworld. Sona explains. Valerie protested. That's impossible. For 666 to awaken, they need the Sephiroth Growl and Incinerate Anthem to unseal Trihexa. I still have 2 of the Holy Grails left inside while they have 1, making it impossible. But you have been at Romania for long periods of time before you came here. Before we intervened, your brother Marius must have been using you to assist Klipith, getting more than enough power from the 2 Holy Grails to substitute along with the one they have. Walburga is allied with Rizavim, so no doubt that she is willing to allow Incinerate Anthem to be used for the purpose of pleasure of seeing others in pain. No doubt that they have been preparing behind the scenes all along, knowing that we would figure out eventually. Azazel told Valerie, briefly putting her into a state of shock. Valerie, it's not your fault. The Cows Brigade is fully responsible for what is happening now. Only they should take the blame. Gasper tries to comfort Valerie. That's right, Valerie-chan. It is for that reason I must take off to help prepare our forces to battle. I believe that if we act quickly, the Alliance might be strong enough to push Klipith and even the rest of the evil dragons back, Serafall announced before turning to issei, who shows a concerned look after remembering what happened during the battle against Hades. Don't worry, Iskon. This time I promise I will come back alive on my own. Right now, you should be more concerned not just towards yourself, but the people around you. It is your job to protect them after all, since they are also going to protect you. We are not going to win. Not at our current state. Issei made a shocking statement towards Serafall. What exactly do you mean by that? Azazel asked. It's not just the evil dragons that are the problem. Ophis reminded me that the Cows Brigade still has her stolen powers. When I was fighting Azidahaka, I heard him whispering about a greater power about to be harnessed, a power even greater than Krom-Kruch. At first, I thought he was talking about the 666, but there is another possibility that it could be Opha's stolen powers. Issei told Azazel, "You are right. Considering that Ophis feels weak despite still having more than twice the power of the two heavenly dragons combined, the stolen powers alone will turn the battle into Klipith's favor. And I can have Ophis fight, knowing that this is what the Cow's Brigade would want. We are not at the strength to fight unless we can get the Great Red to actually become involved, but that's impossible as well since the dragon doesn't take sides. It looks like we are running out of options. If we can't beat Klipith by power alone, then the only hope is to know their next move, but Doran is killed before he is able to tell us." Sona's mention of Doran caused Marta to become even more saddened, but hides it to prevent being a distraction, so it looks like the odds are stacked against us. "We better make this count no matter what," Azazel stated. The door bell rings just as the meeting was about to end. When Issei opens the door, he is surprised to see Hal standing in front of him. "Yo Issei, long time no see. I just got word from a Klipith member I interrogated before turning him to the underworld authorities, and it appears that the group is starting to make its move. We know. We just had a meeting about it, discussing on how we can stop them before they can unseal 666. I am also obligated to help, but even if I get involved, it will only make little difference with our chances of winning. However, I think that we can even the odds a bit with a little more help." "Who exactly do you have in mind to call? You will see if you come with me to the underworld." Hal then turns to Azazel. "Hey Azazel, do you mind if I take Issei to the underworld for a little while? I need to show him something he might need for the battle against Klipith. If that can assist in battle, I don't see why not, but why only Issei? Because you all will still play an important role in the battle. What I am about to show Issei should now concern you as much as him, so it's better that everyone else here sticks to the planning. All will be revealed in due time," Hal answered before disappearing with Issei using a magic circle. "Hey Rias, do you think we can fully trust Hal to help us?" Sona asked. "He did assist your sister and Issei when they were in Berlin dealing with Klipith while we were too busy protecting our home, so I think Hal can help us, though I am not sure to what extent." In the underworld, Issei looks around the environment and realizes where he is after seeing some familiar mountains. "Wait a minute, I recognize this place. This is where I trained with Old Man Tannen." "Ah, so you did have contact with the former Dragon King. Anyway, I brought you to him, because he wants you to meet with somebody." "Somebody? You will see when we get there." Hal and Issei then proceed further into the mountains. The sound of large wings flapping is then heard by Issei and Hal, and from the sky comes the large purple dragon landing, making a small earthquake upon landing. "Tannen, I brought Issei here as you've requested." "Yes, thank you." "Hi to Issei, it has been a while since we've last met." Tannen turns his eyes to his former student. "It has." "Hal brought me, because you wanted me to meet with somebody, right?" "Yes. I believe that he can be an important benefactor against Klipith. The problem is that for his help, he will ask for a price." "A price?" "Tannen, so who is the one who seeks my help?" a voice called out. Issei immediately recognizes the voice and turns to its direction. What he sees is a man wearing a familiar black coat with heterochromic eyes, with gold on his right eye and black on his left eye. Krom-Kruch. Issei goes into a state of disbelief seeing the most powerful evil dragon heading towards him. So the Security needs my help? I am actually a little surprised. Krom-Kruch, what is the meaning of this? Draig's voice was heard. You don't have to worry about me getting involved with the plan to release 666. I already quit Klipith a while back since I am already used to the human world. I can sense that you are also doing well, Azdaja. If I were to have my body right now, I will rip you to shreds for what you and the other dragons did to me, Azdaja said in a menacing tone. Easy, Azdaja. If you want to fight an evil dragon so bad, wait until we fight Klipith. I don't think it's me that you should be concerned with. While it is true that the other evil dragons decided to betray you, I was nowhere near the area when you were sealed. While I don't mind fighting you, if you wanted revenge, go with what the Security said and attack Klipith instead. Okay, so first you worked with Klipith and now you are against them? Issei asked the Black Dragon. Consider it as a repayment for Tannen since he allowed me to live here and providing an adequate amount of food for me to eat. I don't mind giving you information that might help in your fight, but if you want me to fight directly then a price should be paid. You know what that is. Issei already knows what Crom Cruch wants. I am sorry, but I am afraid I am going to have to decline if you want to fight me. But how about an opponent who might be stronger than I am? If you are talking about fighting Rise of him, the hacker Yuka seems to be the most eager to fight him, so I can't accept him. I know that, but the Cows Brigade still has the stolen powers from Ophis. No doubt that the stolen powers will come into play on behalf of Clippeth, and that it will be used to create a more worthy opponent for you. That is my price. I see. So the possible opponent you offered me in exchange for my help will be an Ophis clone. What will happen if Ophis power is used for a different purpose? Then I will be your opponent, but only once I gain back my full strength. Crom Cruch remains silent for a while before finally deciding for an answer. Alright, that offer is good enough for me to give you the information that might help turn the tide. However, for me to get directly involved is something I still have to think about. Wait, you mean you still have to think? You said that there is a price to be paid for your help and I think I've paid it. The Ophis clone is only a possibility, not a guarantee, so a direct involvement from me will not be guaranteed as well. Just be glad that I will give you advice, or do you want to fight me right now before the war? Issei remains silent, knowing that he cannot risk fighting Crom Cruch. After some hesitation, Issei accepts Crom Cruch's conditions and the black humanoid dragon, intent on keeping his word, orders both him and Hal to follow him without question. To prepare for the final battle against Clippeth, Hal took Issei to the underworld to meet with Tannen to meet with an individual who might be able to help in their battle. The individual is none other than the most powerful evil dragon, Crom Cruch, who decided to quit Clippeth and has been living with Tannen, much to Issei and Draig's surprise as well as earning hostility from Azdaja, until it was revealed that Crom Cruch had nothing to do with what happened. In exchange for the possibility of fighting an Ophis clone, which Clippeth can create using Ophis stolen powers, Crom Cruch would give much needed information involving Clippeth, as well as his involvement in the battle. With the deal made, Crom Cruch took Hal and Issei to a large empty space in the mountains. Once he reaches the area, the evil dragon summons a magic circle and out comes a holographic recording of Rise of him. As you know, Rise of him has a very unique ability known as Sacred Gear Canceller, which you already know by the name cancels the effects of sacred gears that are directed towards him. An ability that cancels the ability of other sacred gears would be most bothersome since this is how me and issei fight. We also have to consider that he is a super devil, which means that his power exceeds the 4 original Satans. We would have difficulty even if he doesn't use that ability. Hal added to Crom Cruch's explanation. Does that mean that we might not be able to beat him? Issei becomes worried. Don't be fooled, Sekyudiai. Rise of him does have a weakness that he himself doesn't realize since it has never been exposed. His sacred gear canceling ability has limits that are not measured by his own strength. In other words, the sacred gear canceller is much weaker than Rise of him himself. So you are saying that Rise of him's sacred gear canceller can be penetrated if there was a power from a sacred gear that exceeds the ability, correct? Hal asked. Yes. The sacred gear canceller can only nullify the power of the sacred gear if the latter's power is weaker than the former, but it's easier said than done, however. From my fight with Issei in his crimson armor, it appears that he doesn't have enough power to break through Rise of him's defenses alone. Even with his dodge's help, it STLLO wouldn't be enough since you have yet to master your own sacred gear. Issei becomes concerned. Then how exactly can we pass through Rise of him's defenses if the sacred gear canceller can't be bypassed at my strongest? Raw power is not the only thing that can penetrate through the abilities of the sacred gear canceller. It is also vulnerable to spells and abilities that are specifically created to break through defenses, even though such techniques will still require a certain amount of power. I am pretty sure that you two can come up with one on your own since you have 3 legendary dragons within your sacred gears. Both Issei and Hal remain skeptical, but does not deny the dragon's words. There is another option, one which might allow you to possibly surpass Rise of him himself, but I don't think one of your dragons will like that. What is that? Considering that both Draig and Azdaja are sealed within the same sacred gear, it's possible to fuse their power together for that strength. There is no way I will allow my powers to fuse with the dragon who constantly cries upon hearing the word issei. Just being sealed with him is already bad enough. Azdaja immediately rejected the idea while Drake remains silent out of depression due to hearing the word issei. Come on, Azdaja. If worst comes to worst, we might have to resort to that. Issei tries to get Azdaja to reconsider. You will not change my mind. I am looking at Drake right now and the sight is just pathetic. Drake continues to remain silent as both Issei and Hal sighs over Azdaja's stubbornness. Look, Azdaja, your goal is to kill the evil dragons that sealed you, right? I don't exactly have the power to take on the more powerful ones alone, because it's just like Crom Crutch said, I haven't fully mastered the boosted gear yet. Taking them head on like this would be suicide. Do you really want me to die without being able to take your revenge? As tough as it is, doing so might be necessary in hopes the combined power could meet theirs. Very well, but only as long as you save it as a last resort. An evil dragon like me should not have to be subjected like this. Azdaja reluctantly accepts, but continues expressing his dissatisfaction at the idea of combining his power with Drake's. Crom Crutch then turns off the magic circle before turning back to Issei. I've kept my end of the deal. Once I arrive to the battlefield, I expect Opha's clone to be there for me to fight, or I will turn to you two instead after the battle. Understood. Thank you for the information. Hal bowed. Ryzavim has underestimated dragons for too long. I am also hoping to see what happens once his weapon is taken out. Crom Crutch added, I think Vala will be a great help since he harbors a grudge against his grandfather. We better head back and start planning. Issei suggested. With the negotiations complete, a magic circle forms on the ground where Issei and Hal disappears from the area and back to their homes. Back on the Haida residence, as soon as Issei and Hal returns, Rias welcomes them back home, but immediately tells them to head upstairs for a meeting regarding Clippeth. It looks like the spy sent by both Marta and Azazel was caught and killed by Euclid and Ryzavim, but not before he was able to send us the last bit of information on Clippeth. Rias reported. It looks like we are going to have to face a whole army in order for us to get to Ryzavim and stop him from releasing 666. Sona added, Clippeth is getting desperate since many of their members have either been defeated or killed. In other words, they are giving all they got this time to prevent their losses from interfering with their plans. Azazel is also present along with Marta and the elected leader of the team, Dulio. Many of the leaders and members of the three factions have gathered on the top floor of the house after gathering new info on the Chaos Brigade, and are currently discussing plans for the final battle. Fighting them head-on will cause chaos in the underworld. To minimize the damage, we must try to split the enemy forces in hopes of making a path to Ryzavim, and try to stop him from unsealing Trihexa. Serzex suggested, even if we split up, we won't be able to prevent all of them from getting in the way. Ryzavim is smart enough to know not to be left unguarded, so he would keep the strongest of his forces close to him. Michael warned, at least Ryzavim's defenses has a weakness according to Hal and issei, but if issei cannot get Azdaja and Drake to cooperate, then he must unlock an ability or create a spell meant to break through defenses. But even that alone requires a lot of power. Marta is right, which is exactly why, like Serzex suggested, that we have to divide Clippeth. If we can leave an opening to Ryzavim, DXD alone should be able to break through his defenses once Iskun unlocks the ability required for it. Michael agrees with Serzek's plan. Even if Ryzavim still has a few strong bodyguards next to him, DXD should be enough to take care of them. Serafall, who just returned briefly to attend the meeting, interjected. You are saying it like DXD may not be able to handle themselves at all. I don't believe that is true since I've been watching them train their hardest to get to where they are. Iskun alone has already accomplished a lot even though he had help and is considered one of the strongest young devils of the underworld. Ryaskin and Akenikan have also worked their hardest, and I have no doubt that my Sonakin is also doing her best. They have all accomplished something, which is why I have faith in them. You should all have faith in DXD since the team was created to combat the Chaos Brigade. Hearing Serafall's words, the people in the meeting fall into a brief silence before turning their heads towards most of the other members of DXD, who are just listening to what they have to say. Michael then forms a smile. Serafall is right. Faith is also mean to be given to everyone we trust. I cannot call myself an archangel if I doubt my faith. Serzex nodded. I agree. My sister's peerage have improved greatly since they first formed. No doubt that they will have the strength to turn this battle around, especially since they are not working alone. Then it's settled. We can entrust them to take care of Rizavim's bodyguards while our forces handle the Cow's brigades. However, Azazel turns to issei. I see, make sure to allow Vala to have a strike at Rizavim since he hates him more than anything else. However, no doubt that it will take both of you to defeat Rizavim, so I will put my trust with what you and Vala will do. Understood, Azazel-sensei. The meeting continued as members of the three factions continue planning on how to defeat the Cow's brigade, with Sona and Rias offering some of their suggestions they come up with just from listening to them. The meeting then concluded with the three factions coming into an agreement. In the training room, knowing that the battle isn't too long away, issei decides to get some training done in hopes of creating a defense-penetrating ability, or being able to combine the powers of both Drake and Azdaja rather than using them separately. Like issei's and Vala's previous training together, they are being trained by Sun Wukong, while Vala is continuing to practice his skills at the real Sun Wukong. A clone created by his hair is watching over issei as the later attempts to create the new ability through magic. I can barely hold it. Issei is currently trying to hold a ball of red energy coming from the boosted gear, but seems to be struggling as he tightens his grip around it. Boost! 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 Issei pours more power into the ball, but tries to contain it with his hands to prevent the energy from scattering. However, as issei tightens his grip even further, the energy bursts from his hand, but was prevented from scattering since issei had his hand closed tightly enough. It wasn't a bad attempt, but it's going to take more than brute force to try to control such energy needed to break through the sacred gear canceller. The clone warned. I know, but I needed to prevent the energy from scattering or it could make a big mess here. That is true, but do recall how you are able to get that ball of energy in the first place. Was it brute force that brought it out? No. When I first used magic, I had to do a lot of concentration just to create a ball much smaller than this. Since it had low power, I didn't need to try to suppress it as I did earlier. Like I said before, brute force is not enough. The same also applies to your skills in magic, if you cannot use it correctly. So how do I pour more power into my attack without scattering the energy? Don't try to force it in or out. You must concentrate like you did before and allow the energy to come and go, otherwise the attack will become more uncontrollable and will burst as a result. It's difficult at first, but to effectively defeat your enemy, you have to rely on your mental strength just as much as your physical strength. Learn to balance, and don't allow any unnecessary thoughts distract you. Sun Wukong told issei. Issei becomes surprised. He figured me out. Of course he did. Not one day do I find your head not thinking about woman's boba. Seriously, don't you ever think of anything else in your free time? No wonder Drake cried so much back then. As Daja mocked issei. I can't help it. A pay is the greatest thing there is to life. There is no way I can live without it, issei sighs. But I guess I'd better start focusing into putting aside these thoughts for now. It feels like I am doing something very cliché though. You mean you are doing something that is very common in stories regarding martial arts? It may be an old training method, but that doesn't make it any less effective. It will be good for an idiot like you. As Daja continues to mock issei, much to the latter's irritation. Okay, what is with you recently? Why are you acting so rude towards all of a sudden? Did I do anything to irritate you? I may have agreed to it, but the idea of me and Drake combining our powers still hasn't sunk in yet. This is humiliating for an evil dragon like me, so put up with it until I can calm down. You truly cannot get along with Drake, can you? No, we can't, partner. Heavenly dragons and evil dragons never usually get along. In fact, I am quite surprised that we can get Azdaja to cooperate to this point, Drake responded. Probably because he knows that I am the only one who can fight the evil dragons using his power without going mad. To be honest, I didn't know how I was able to overcome it in the first place. I was quite surprised as well. I guess compared to your predecessors, you are the one with the strongest ambitions and the first one who tries to master the boosted gear rather than being satisfied with your increased powers. That determination of yours probably played a role in helping you overcome Azdaja's dark powers. I see. I think I might know what to do to further develop my new technique, although it's probably not going to be easy to just put aside my thoughts. I just need the right motivation. Partner, I just viewed your thoughts. You are going to use issei as your motivation to clear your thoughts, correct? Drake sounds quite displeased. Sorry, Drake, but I got to take whatever works. If I don't think about issei for a bit, maybe there will be some waiting as a reward after this battle is over. Issei begins showing a lecherous face. You are unbelievable, partner, but do your best. Yes, I will. Issei's motivation seems to have increased. After the training is over, Issei seems to have partial mastery over the technique, but still far from being able to break through high-level defense magic. After Issei took his bath, he decides to relax a little by watching TV while most of the other girls are currently running errands. When he gets to the living room, however, he sees Marta looking very depressed, watching some kind of American drama. Unable to ignore Marta, Issei sits right next to her. Marta-san? Is everything okay? Marta did not respond, as if she didn't know that Issei is right next to her. Realizing this, Issei moves to the front of Marta and crouches down. When Issei puts his hand on her left cheek, Marta finally takes notice of him. I see, Azazel-sensei told me everything after the meeting. Doran seems to be a very important friend to you. I am very sorry for what happened, Issei said in a gentle voice. Hearing how genuine Issei sounded, Marta starts becoming more emotional as she touches Issei's hand that's on her cheek. Tears starts falling from her eyes and finally breaks down, putting her arms around Issei and begins sobbing uncontrollably. I see why. Why did Doran have to? Unable to answer, Issei responded by gently returning her embrace, holding her until she calms down. Unbeknownst to Issei, Sona has been watching the whole time after returning from her errands. You are the only one she needs right now, Aiskan. I think Marta realizes that too. Sona smiled before leaving. After Marta calms down, she lets go of Issei and wipes her tears before giving him a smile. I am sorry that you have to see that embarrassing side of me so soon. I was holding it in before the battle. It's okay. After what happened, I would be even more surprised if you didn't cry. I am glad to see that you are finally smiling again, though. Azazel told me that there was no time for mourning due to the Cows Brigade on the move, so I was holding it in. Once everyone started relaxing, I keep getting reminded of what happened, and it ended up being very difficult for me to accept that he was gone. I just couldn't believe it. One day, we were celebrating his 20th birthday, and now he is no longer there. Marta sniffed, trying to hold back her tears again. Wanting to comfort her, Issei then reaches for her right hand, gently grabbing it with his. Feeling Issei's warmth, Marta puts both of her hands on Issei's and holds it to the front of her face. It's warm. Issei blushed as Marta continues to hold on to his right hand that touched her cheek. Thank you for being there, Issei. I don't think I would have been able to cope with this as well if you weren't here. It didn't feel like I did anything since I just got here. Not true. When you saw me mourning, you gave your hand and tried to make me feel better. I am very thankful, Marta-san. Feeling awkward, Issei tries to start another conversation, but is afraid that the only idea he has for one might make her cry again. After both of them went silent, he then decides to take the chance. Do you mind telling me who Doran is and what he is to you? I would like to hear more on what he is like. After another brief period of silence, Marta nodded to Issei's request. Doran was a childhood friend and, more recently, my boyfriend. Hearing this causes Issei to go into shock. Your boyfriend? You mean you were in a relationship this whole time? Eehee. Marta giggled in response to Issei's reaction and mischievously sticks out her tongue at him. Then why did you act like you didn't? You even climbed onto my bed and caused trouble for Bucho. Yeah, my acting skills are much better than even I expected. Huh? You were only acting? Yeah. I did that, because I am not supposed to let anyone find out that me and him have a relationship, since he was a spy working in enemy territory. If we were caught, he probably would have been either held hostage or killed sooner than now. Only he and I are allowed to communicate as long as we do it in secret, so I can send the information he gave me to Grigori headquarters. I am sorry I lied. Issei shook his head. No, it's okay. I understand that someone being in tough situations like this would risk getting caught, and revealing more of him would only place him even more at risk. You only did what you were told, so it's fine. Thank you, issei. I should probably get back to telling you more about Doran since you asked. I didn't know much about where he came from since I didn't work with Azazelsima back then, but he did tell me that he was found and adopted by one of his associates as a baby. Despite their efforts, they never found who his family was or why he was left there, so he was treated by the new family as if they truly were blood related. I met him when I was only 8 years old. When we first became friends, he was shown to be so energetic and hyper, often annoying the other kids to no end, including me. He is also very curious and gets excited whenever we travel to a new place together, like when we first came to Japan. By the end of the first trip, he carried no less than 8 bags just from Akihabara alone, and it isn't just all anime and manga he is carrying. Sounds like a boy who knows how to live life. Issei commented. You are definitely right about that. The rest, however, is pretty much typical childhood-turned-romance kind of story, though. At least, I don't think there are any interesting stories further than that. Can I at least hear how you two got together? I guess it's when we went camping in a forest for the first time together, though I don't remember which forest since we used to camp often. We've had other members of both of our families also at the camp, but we spent the most time together since we've had many of the same interests such as fishing and digging for stones. There was also this time I got mad at him for placing a bug on my head when I wasn't looking. Still though, the more things we do, the more we realize how important we are to each other. Then there was a campfire with my cousin playing the guitar. Our romance really was like a story back then. You two really hit it off, didn't you? Yeah, the last time I saw him was when he was assigned to spy on the Cows Brigade. I didn't expect it to be the last time we would have contact though. Marta again tries to hold back from getting too emotional. Issei tightens his grip a little to comfort her. I sure would have liked to meet him. He died trying to save the underworld like the rest of us. Once we get involved in battle, we will make sure his death is not in vain. I want him to see our worlds at peace as he had hoped. Seeing Issei's determination, Marta wipes the last of her tears away and starts feeling motivated. Me too. Once we head to battle, we will make sure to stop the Cows Brigade once and for all. Oh, and Issei. Yeah? Thank you again for being here. No problem. I am glad to see you are feeling better. Oh, I see. Marta stops Issei as he was about to leave. Let me give you something before you go. This time it's for real. Marta-san, what are you? Issei suddenly felt a soft sensation on his lips. In front of Issei is Marta with her eyes closed as she kisses him. After releasing Issei, she again sticks her tongue out mischievously, but with a slight blush. Murayama and Kates, who have been eavesdropping since Marta started telling her story about Doran, stood behind the wall in shock, witnessing the kiss. A simple thank you didn't feel like it's enough. This is the least I can do for you. And Martasan? Issei is still frozen. I better get going. I need to discuss my own strategies at the Grigori headquarters. See you later, issei. Marta leaves the room instead. It took a while before Issei can recall what happened before going into shock from Marta's sudden kiss. Still feeling embarrassed, he decides to go back to his room instead of relaxing and watching TV, which was initially his plan. Before Issei could head back up, the Kendo girls emerged and stood in front of him, while still in a state of shock from earlier. Iskun, what just? Murayama tried to form words in her mouth while Kate stutters. Wait a minute. Did you just saw what just happened? Marta-san, she just kissed you all of a sudden. Kate finally speaks. Embarrassed that he was caught, Issei scratched his cheek while laughing nervously. I guess you really did see. For some reason, rather than getting angry, the Kendo girls became embarrassed instead. I wouldn't usually be surprised by this since you have so many girls falling for you, but after seeing Marta-san kissing you, I feel quite ashamed that I didn't have a boyfriend yet. I was already surprised that Iskun was able to get a girlfriend in the first place since he is a pervert, but this will take me some time to get used to. Murayama and Kate admitted why they were in a state of shock. However, instead of playing along, Issei starts showing a serious face. To tell you the truth, if Marta-san didn't do what she did, I would have been more scared than I am now. I am still scared since this is going to be possibly our last fight since our worlds are at stake. In situations like this, you never know what will happen, so it's best to make the time you have the most meaningful. Icekon? Both of the girls become confused. I had doubts since I was only able to partially master the technique needed to break through Ryzavim's defenses. But that alone won't be enough. However, after talking to Marta-san, I made her a promise that we will win the battle no matter what. The next few days will be grueling, but if I can get Marta-san and everyone else to smile again, I am willing to take the risk. I will keep whatever promise made. I see. Then I also owe you an apology, Icekon, Murayama said. Me too for misjudging you. We thought you were nothing more than a pervert before coming here, but now knowing who you are, we realize that you would risk everything for your loved ones. This is not something we would have known until now. I am glad that we were able to see this side of you as well, Icekon. We are also scared of what's going to happen, but at the same time, we are not doing this alone. We shouldn't be afraid to face them if the others are willing. Icekon, once we are in the underworld, let's show these terrorists what DXD is made of. Murayama and Keitase became very determined. Touched by their words, Issei smiled and nodded. You are right, we are not going to fight alone. We got a couple more days to train, so let's show them what DXD can do. During the next few days, the training gets more intense as both Murayama and Keitase get more used to their new powers as devils, while Vala and Issei further develop their skills with Sun Wukong. Despite his best efforts, however, Issei still could not get Drake and Azdaja to get along due to the latter's stubborn nature, which concerns Sun Wukong. Security, a moment with you if you don't mind. Huh? Okay. Sun Wukong and Issei then left the training room to talk in private. It seems like you still have trouble getting the two dragons to work together. This might put us at a disadvantage against Clippeth. There is nothing I can do. Every time I tried to get Azdaja to agree, he rebuffs my request, saying that evil dragons and heavenly dragons are too different in nature and, therefore, incapable of working together. This is most troublesome indeed. Even if you manage to master the ability to break through Ryzavim's defenses, you would actually have a much better chance getting the two dragons to combine their power due to the forces the Chaos Brigade possess, many of which are as strong and even stronger than high-class devils. I know how important it is for them to get along, but Azdaja also does not fully trust me as of yet. If I can get him to care enough somehow, it may be able to help make a change. You do know we only have a limited time for that. Issei looks at his left arm. I know. Once training is done, there are only 2 more days until Clippeth's predicted arrival to the underworld. With Issei in doubt due to Azdaja's inability to work together with Drake, he tries to keep himself motivated due to his promise to win. He then takes a bath to calm his anxiety when an unexpected guest arrived. Icekon. Sona comes into the bath area wearing only a towel. Issei becomes flustered at the sight. Wah! Sona! What are you doing in here all of a sudden? I need to talk to you. I am also embarrassed, but please bear with it. Unable to comprehend what is going on, Issei could only remain silent as Sona enters the bath. After some intense training with Sun Wukong, Issei decided to take a bath to relax, knowing that the final battle with Clippeth will happen within less than 2 days. An unexpected event happened as Issei was bathing. Sona suddenly emerged from the changing room, wearing nothing more than a towel, causing Issei to become flustered. Wah! Sona! What are you doing in here all of a sudden? I need to talk to you. I am also embarrassed, but please bear with it. The situation turns even more awkward as Sona enters the bath, resulting in silence for a brief period. Icekon, about the upcoming battle with Clippeth, I heard you are going to take part in the front lines alongside with Vala. Is that what you plan? It's something that Azazel and Julio suggested, and yes. We will be called to the front since there are not too many of us that can deal with god-level creatures, especially a Ryzavim and Lilith. Knowing Ryzavim's sacred gear cancellation ability, both me and Valley have been developing techniques to counter against it, but we still need to find a way to get rid of Lilith. Considering that she is made from the stolen power of Ophis, she will not be an easy opponent. Can I ask what you plan to do? Issei becomes confused. What do you mean? When you fought Hades to prevent the invasion of the underworld, there were times that we thought you wouldn't survive, even though we were supposed to believe in you. It feels like history is starting to repeat itself with Clippeth. I want to know if you are planning after you reach the front lines. I don't want you to put yourself at unnecessary risk like last time. I have been very well aware that your ability to summon Draig's aura was a one-time thing. From the way it was summoned, it appears that you won't be able to do the same again unless you fully mastered your sacred gear, especially since the sword you received from Zisama has been returned. With that said, what are your alternatives? Issei becomes hesitant, but answers. There is no strategy beyond using our abilities in a fight. Against Rizavim and Lilith, power is the only thing we got. Crom Cruch, even though we made negotiations with him, that dragon did not guarantee that he will be willing to fight with us despite our deal. We are running out of options here. Sona becomes worried. Still, that's a reckless strategy, Icekun. You know what you are now doesn't stand a chance against a superdevil like him. We can't get around him with his sacred gear canceller unless we somehow exceed its ability. Both me and Vala are currently the only ones in the fight who have that potential. There is still a chance that you or Vala won't be able to reach it in time and his sacred gear will activate whether he is aware of it or not. It is pretty much a shield against any of your attacks. That's why me and Sun Wukong have been developing a new technique through training. Sona becomes interested. A new technique? Sadly, I haven't been able to come close enough to be actually using it in a fight. A last resort is to combine as dodges and Draig's power rather than just mixing or individually switching them. No, don't risk it if you can. Sona starts to panic. What? Why? Issei, again, becomes confused. Like I said, you come up with such reckless strategies, Icekun. Do you know the risks for adding that much power to your sacred gear? First of all, both Draig and Azdaja have different auras. Such a combination will probably be enough to exceed Rizavim's sacred gear canceller. But it can also be a bad mix if the auras can't merge, similar to how a human body reacts if it was given the wrong blood type during a transfusion. One will reject the other, but instead of breaking down like normal, the latter will clash with the other, causing irregularities in the amount of power within your sacred gear, and which type would be used in battle. For example, if you intended to use Draig's power for your attack, you might get his dodges instead, which can be incompatible to the attack you are using. In fact, the power might not be able to come out at all due to the irregularity. Azdaja hates the idea, but is more than willing since winning the fight will also include fulfilling his revenge, even though me and Draig tried to talk him out of it. Plus, I've had more than my fair share of miracles, so I want to believe that a miracle will happen here. So you are willing to risk everything for this one possibility? Everybody will be doing the same since their lives will be affected by Clippeth as well. I don't want to be left out and feel useless just because I can't find enough power to overcome after everything that I went through. Putting Lilith aside, the fact that Rizavim's sacred gear canceller has a weakness is something we must exploit at all costs, regardless of the difficulty. I am not going to let others risk death just to prevent mine. That, to me, would be the most selfish request of my comrades when we are in battle. Sona smiled. I see. It would be a selfish request to ask you to stay down just because we wanted you to live. Icekun, I think it's time for me to answer why I was asking these questions. Sona, you see, when I heard that you haven't been able to reach the required amount of power to surpass Rizavim, I actually started becoming afraid. The death of several of our friends and allies during our battle against Clippeth is never easy to take in and accept, even though we are well aware of the risks. Even among us, you were the one who was closest to death during the first underworld crisis after you were struck by Samuel's curse. You are right about that, but at least I got a new body thanks to Ophis and the Great Red. Because of them, I am able to use Draig and Azdaja's power much better than if I still have my old body. At least we will stand more of a chance this time. You still don't get it. After you were presumed dead, I had to keep my emotions in check after realizing that Rias and Aquino were in a very depressed state to the point where they lost the will to fight. Even though I was able to make Rias feel better, I wasn't able to help myself. All I could do was keep it in so I could continue fighting. After the crisis was over, I found out that several of my close friends have been killed in action, and I had a very tough time dealing with it, but I couldn't bring myself to express my grief. Then all of a sudden, another ally was killed, because of the current crisis. Sona's body starts to shake out of fear. I'm scared, Icekun. I am scared that of losing my closest friends, especially you. Sona, Issei didn't know how to respond. With tears coming out of her eyes, Sona immediately rushes towards Issei and tearfully embraced him, ignoring the fact that they are both naked in the bath. "Two don't want you to die, Isukan. Promise me that you will be alive once this battle is over. Please." Realizing that his near-death experience traumatized Sona in the same way as Akino, Issei returns her embrace. "This is something I promised to Akino, but I will make the same promise to you as well. I promise you I will not die. I will not die no matter what. No matter how powerful the enemy is, I will make sure to survive." Sona looks up at a serious and more determined Issei. "Isukan, Sona, please believe in me. Believe that I will come back. If I know that people are waiting for me to return, it will give the strength to continue to stay alive." Sona nodded. "I will believe in you, Isukan. No matter what." "Then that's good enough." After Sona calmed down, she realizes the position she is in, causing her face to turn red and immediately letting go of Issei. "Sorry about that. I didn't even realize how long we were like that." "It's fine." This is what Issei said from his mouth, but his thoughts tell a different story. For me to get to feel Sona's epee, even the smaller size has a charm. However, seeing Sona recently getting out of depression, he immediately snaps out of his perverted thoughts. To see Sona like this though, I have to live. I have to live no matter what. Issei then starts having flashbacks of all of the girls who cried when they thought he was dead, especially Rias and Akino. He later thinks of serafall when she cried before the battle with Hades. His thoughts then finally land on Sona, who cried just moments ago after holding back her grief. I don't ever want to see such faces again. For this to happen, because of me. Azdaja, Drake, you may not get along with each other the best, but when the time comes, please help me so that the three of us can stay alive. Issei told the dragons in his thoughts. I will do my best, partner. I prefer not to have another host for the time being. Drake spoke first. Fine by me. Even though I can no longer take my revenge on Kromkruch, it still doesn't take away the fact that the other evil dragons were the ones that imprisoned me. I will lend you power since they will be in the battle too. Azdaja also agrees to cooperate, albeit reluctantly. Thank you both. I will also promise to continue doing my best so I don't get myself killed. Issei then turns to Sona. Sona, although we have less than 2 days before our fight, let's continue to do our best until then. Yes, Isukan. Sona nodded. At night, Issei is lying on his bed about to fall asleep when he notices that there are girls surrounding him on all sides also preparing to sleep, including Marta, Sona, and especially his girlfriend, serafall. Before closing their eyes, many of them kept telling Issei, I am going to do my best and do your best. I know you will not only survive, but win. Kaneko and Ophis were the only exceptions, with the former telling Issei just to please survive, and the latter saying I will protect what is most precious. Issei had trouble figuring out what Ophis meant, whether it is to protect their home or her friends. I think I am going to need an even bigger bed, Issei said in his thoughts before going to sleep. After another day of training, the DXD team as well as the rest of the members of the Hyder residence decided to head to the underworld, where Clippeth is expected to make their move. Because the Gremory household was the closest from their vehicle, it was agreed that the house will be used as the base. With the entire household alerted of Clippeth's activities, guards were surrounding the house on full alert, as were the rest of the underworld as soon as word spread. Alright, to put it simply, we've studied the evil dragons as well as their abilities, so we should be prepared to fight them once they appeared. Issei and Vala will take on Rizavim, the rest of the Gremory team will focus on Layden, while the rest of Vala's group and the Citri group takes care of the army and the other evil dragons that might show up. Me and Julio will take care of Azidahaka. We are expecting allies to come once the battle commences. Everyone clear? Azazel asked. Hi. Everyone responded. As they wait for the battle to commence, Issei worries whether Azdaja's and Draig's cooperation will be enough to actually pass the limit of the Sacred Gear Canceller should that method be used, but remains determined that he can beat Rizavim. As Issei prepares for battle, a messenger suddenly appears in front of Surzex. Surzex-sama, an attack was reported to the human world. They say that a giant dragon suddenly appeared and has gone on a rampage. What? Surzek's scream got everyone's attention. Put it on visual, now! Serzex ordered. Yes, right away. The messenger then shows a projection of a giant dragon attacking Issei's neighborhood. The dragon was recognized immediately by Issei, much to his dismay. NHGGR. I thought he was sealed by Odinsima after our last fight. Ross Weiss immediately goes into a state of shock, seeing the dragon roaming free. He was. But Clippeth apparently found a way to undo the seal. They apparently led the evil dragon to the human world as a distraction to divide our forces. Serzex theorized. Oh no, my family is still in there for safety. Serzex-sama, we've got to find a way to get them out. I agree, Iskun, but dividing our forces is exactly what Clippeth would want. We can't afford to send a large group, especially considering the fact that Clippeth still has evil dragons themselves. I can't let my family and all of the innocent people die. I just can't. There has got to be some way to save them. Issei gritted his teeth. Iskun's serafall shares Issei's worries. Realizing how troubled Issei is, serafall's mood changed and she heads to the door. Sona then spots her sister walking out as she passes her. Huh! Onisima? Where are you going? Sonikin, the entire DXD team should be strong enough without me. I am heading to the human world to defend our home. What? Onisima, you can't do that. Clippeth is already planning to attack here. This will jeopardize our battle strategy against them. Sona immediately tries to convince serafall to stay. Our plan was already jeopardized when Clippeth decided to attack our home. This time, I am strong enough to fend him off myself, so I am going. Serafall's face is shown to be very serious, a huge change compared to her innocent and childlike behavior she usually exhibits, and continues to head to the door. Ah! Onisima, wait, don't try to stop me, Sonikin. I know that you will regret it just as much if you let innocent people die. Serafall heads out of the door, but after flying only about 20 feet, she bumped into something hard. What is this? An invisible wall, dragon? One of the guards yelled. That's an evil dragon. Everyone attack. The guards attempted to fight the dragon with their magic, but the dragon easily burned them away with his natural fire breath. Layden has returned and you are not going anywhere, the evil dragon declared, much to everyone's shock as soon as they saw the dragon flying above them. Layden! I better! Before serafall could even get involved, purple flames suddenly charged at her direction, forcing the Mao to evade. Not bad for you to evade my holy flames. Let's see how well a Mao fights. Walburga faces serafall directly with hundreds of mass-produced evil dragons behind hers. This is not looking good. I better. Issei was interrupted this time. Not so fast, Security. We still haven't finished our fight, remember? Azidahaka suddenly shows up in front of Issei and Vala, wrecking part of the mansion in an instant. So we meet again, Azidahaka. Vala shows a sinister smile as he activates his balance breaker. Realizing that he too has to fight in order to break the barrier, Issei, himself, also activates his balance breaker, covering himself with the red armor. I don't have time to deal with you, Issei yelled. As Serzex decided to get involved, a magic circle appeared in front of him, and coming out of it was none other than Euclid. Well, if it isn't the Mao who my sister decided to marry. Bet you are happy to see your brother-in-law, aren't you? Euclid, just what exactly are you after? My sister, of course. It's been ages since she and I last met, so I came here hoping to see her, but I see she is nowhere nearby. Just tell me where she is. Do you honestly think I would do that? Let's see you fight before making decisions. Serzex got rid of his mantle and forms the power of destruction in the form of a sphere on his right hand. Serafall then puts herself into battle position and patiently waits for either Walburga or her evil dragon army to make her move. Walburga becomes confused at Serafall's strategy. I thought you as a Mao would make the first move and show off your power. Serafall remains silent. If that's the case, then I will attack first. Walburga then shoots another holy flame at Serafall, but the Mao easily blocked it with a magic circle. You should know that even though devils are weak against holy items and attacks, the more powerful ones can easily block it. Were you holding back? Serafall taunts the magician, much to the latter's irritation. Fine then. If you don't want me to hold back, then so be it. Walburga and her dragon army then charges towards Serafall. Having expected this, serafall smiles and pretends to retreat. Ras y Sechin. Please take care of her for me. As soon as Walburga passes to a certain point, a giant magic circle formed beneath her and her dragons. This is. What's happening? Walburga and her dragons were soon bound by chains emerging from circle, trapping them. Rosweiss then emerges from the corner of the house, smiling confidently at her foe. We all figured that Clippeth will attack us if we are gathered together, since we are the main obstacles of Rizavim and his plans, so we set various traps. Although that flashy entrance you did was unexpected, otherwise the guards wouldn't have been killed like that. Anyway, time to go to the real battlefield. Not wanting to interfere with the XD's further plans, Rosweiss only transported serafall, Walburga, and her evil dragons and disappeared from the mansion. What is going on? They couldn't have gotten through my barrier like that. Layden becomes surprised of Walburga's and her dragon army's sudden disappearance. As Layden remained distracted, the barrier was suddenly attacked, causing it to shatter. It seems like we have fallen into their trap, Layden. Azidahaka was the first to realize the situation. No matter, I will just create another barrier and, before Layden can summon another barrier, a magic circle formed beneath him and Azidahaka. Both dragons find themselves unable to move. This is. Layden turns around to find that the members of the Citri group and some of the Gremry group are the ones casting the spell. You are not going anywhere, Layden, Sona yelled. I can easily break out of this. Azidahaka then broke free of the binds, but Issei and Vala blocked him. Sorry, but your battle is with us, Vala declared before turning to Issei. Use True Queen. We are going to need at least that much to defeat him. Understood. Issei begins his chant. I, who is about to awaken, am the Sekiryudai who holds the truth of King up high, holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams and walking the path of righteousness. I will become the Emperor of the Crimson Dragon, and I will lead you to the path of heaven glowing in deep crimson light. Cardinal Crimson full drive. As soon as Issei's army turns crimson, he and Vala commence their attack on Azidahaka. You are willing to sacrifice your once chance of saving your family, and decided to come after me instead? It looks like I will have my fun after all. No, we knew that we were being watched, so I've made preparations with a new ally should something like this happen. At first I was worried that he wouldn't accept, but I decided to place my faith in him, and the gamble paid off. A new ally! Azidahaka suddenly becomes alarmed. NHCGR was unexpected, but it didn't matter, because the new ally we happened to make a deal with is one of you, Issei told the dragon as he was fighting. In the front of the Hyder residence, NHCGR is seen in front of the Issei's house. Although the Sekiryudai and the Mao are not here at this moment, I can still take my revenge by killing his family. Before the dragon could attack, a powerful stream of fire knocked NHCGR back a few feet with a thud. Huh! Who could have done that? NHCGR then saw a human figure emerge from behind the house and gave a strong glare at the dragon. NHCGR instantly recognized who it was. Ah, Krom Kruch! Perfect timing. You said you wanted to face the Sekiryudai, correct? Why don't we destroy his house to summon him? Then we can kill him. Krom Kruch responded by summoning his wings and jumps at high speed, landing a strong punch at NHCGR, sending the evil dragon back even further. What the heck are you doing? I don't need to anybody to get me the Sekiryudai. He and I already made a deal to fight once this war is over, and you interfering will only cause problems for me. Heh! You did not have to make a deal with the Sekiryudai to fight him at full strength. If we kill his family, he will pull out of the fight with Clippeth to face you. Isn't that a better strategy? Of course it is, so I am going to get my revenge right now. Krom Kruch immediately got in the way as NHCGR as he charges towards the house. Why the heck do you keep getting in my way? I am not going to let you do as you please, NHCGR. Ophis happens to live with the Sekiryudai, and I am currently studying how she is living her life here. If you get in my way, then let's fight. In that form. Don't make me laugh. Your intensity is no match for mine as long as you remain human, then allow me to turn back. Krom Kruch then transforms into a large black dragon with his body surrounded by black and gold aura, roughly the same size as NHCGR, and roars as he prepares for battle. In the city of Lilith, underworld, Orochi, as the holy Kusanagi sword seems to have found a new host compared to the one who attacked the Hyder residence, as the host resembles that of a corrupted devil rather than a vengeful human during the last battle. Apophis, apparently in the form of a brown-skinned young male in black vestments, also accompanies Orochi as they make their way through the city. It seems like the underworld know we were coming and had everyone evacuated beforehand. Orochi speaks through his host. How disappointing! I was hoping to create massive bloodshed and fight powerful enemies by coming here. Sorry, but you are going to have to settle for me right now. Hraesvelgr is seen flying towards the two evil dragons with Murayama and Kates riding on him, fully clothed. We've also decided to take part of this battle. If you want to fight, we are it. Murayama then takes out a katana given to them during training. Kates follows her friend. Everything has been planned from the very beginning, including here. We will not let Clippeth have their way. Ha! You think Hraesvelgr alone can stop both of us? Very well then, if the bird is alone, I will face him. Orochi was about to step forward until another figure emerges from the top of the building. I hope I am not too late. No, you arrived just in time, Halsema. Hal stands between the two girls with his balance breaker already being put to use as his body is covered in water armor. All right then, let the battle commence. Hal shouted as he and Hraesvelgr charges forward. Outside of the Hyder residence, NHCGR attempts to get revenge on issei for his defeat during his last battle, only for Crom Cruch to stop him. Despite the Serpentine Dragon's efforts, he cannot seem to do real damage to the much more powerful evil dragon, and is easily pushed back instead. You should have never tried to cross me, NHCGR. Your intensity is lacking against mine. You better leave while you still have your body intact. Crom Cruch taunts NHCGR, who refuses to back down. Like I will give up on getting my revenge on the Sekurudai. It is you who should be ashamed for turning back against your own kind. I swore allegiance to no one. This world has had a very strange effect on both the Sekurudai and Ophis. I found that to be interesting, which is why I will continue to observe them before battling the former. For you to try to interfere is to ask for your own death sentence. We will see who will be the one dying here. Crom Cruch. NHCGR then unleashes a huge stream of fire towards Crom Cruch, who remains unfazed. As the flames hit, the black dragon remains undamaged, much to the shock of NHCGR, who continues his attack. Is this it? The Sekurudai's flames burn hotter. Let me show you the true flames of an evil dragon. Crom Cruch counterattacks with his own flames, which easily engulfs NHCGR's flames, triggering an explosion upon impact, knocking the weaker dragon back. NHCGR attempted to use his own miasma produced from its body in an attempt to attack Crom Cruch from behind, only for his opponent to effortlessly blow the attack off with his massive wings, sending the toxic clouds to the sky. Realizing his desperate situation, NHCGR attempts to pass through Crom Cruch as he was blowing his clouds away, only to be tackled away. I know you too well, NHCGR, but let's face it, if you can't take this much, it is possible for even the Sekurudai to beat you the way he is now. This is your last warning. Turn back now unless you really want to die for good. Crom Cruch threatened, but NHCGR refuses to turn back despite realizing his hopeless situation. Ha! I can easily revive myself, even if my body gets destroyed. My soul will continue to live, so expect me to come again and again. NHCGR taunted Crom Cruch, who remains unfazed. Fine, then I will just have to burn your soul out as well. What? Before NHCGR could make another move, his massive body was easily lifted by Crom Cruch before being effortlessly thrown into the air. Not even your soul can survive this flames. I will make sure there is nothing left of you. No, wait, NHCGR begged. But it was too late as Crom Cruch launched a huge stream of fire towards the Serpentine Dragon. As soon as the attack hits, NHCGR started roaring in pain. Due to Crom Cruch firing his attack at extremely high pressure, NHCGR's body started to get ripped apart piece by piece before disintegrating. Eventually, his entire body disappeared completely, leaving only his soul trapped in the fire before disappearing as well, killing NHCGR for good this time. Crom Cruch then converts back to his human form after making sure that NHCGR is gone for good. I will make sure that NHCGR's death will act as a message to those who dare cross me. As Crom Cruch heads into the house to see Ophis, he sees the dragon god coming out of the door. Crom Crutch, it has been a while, Ophis said in a monotonous tone. It has been years since we've seen each other face to face. How is the security and his friends doing in battle? Rassi went to the battlefield and watch issei, and the others are still fighting. Ophis answered. I see. Looks like there has yet to be a victor in this battle. Crom Crutch then turns away from the house. Where are you going? I've made a deal with the security to deal with your clone, made from the powers stolen from you. Rise of him has constantly underestimated the power of dragons. Let's see what happens when I take out his best one. I shall go too. Crom Crutch turns his head once again towards Ophis. Issei is my first friend, so I cannot allow my power to be used against him. Let me come. This is interesting. For a dragon god to be this attached to the security to the point of willing to protect him. Seems like there is more to him than I thought. Very well, I will like to see how this turns out as well. I will protect my friend. With the main threat to the Haidu residents now gone, Crom Crutch and Ophis had no trouble leaving the house behind other than casting a barrier to protect the property before leaving. Back at the Gremory household, there is currently a struggle between Serzex and Euclid. The latter revealed that he had copied the base form of Issei's balance breaker and is now covered in exactly the same red armor as Issei's. Euclid launched a very powerful dragon shot towards Serzex in the form of a large beam. Serzex, on the other hand, already knew of the armor's capabilities due to his match with Issei and blocks it using the power of destruction. Serzex shows an unimpressed face. If you are actually using a copy of Icegun's balance breaker, I am already aware of the scale mail's ability. Euclid then follows up by using his speed in an attempt to strike Serzex's face. Before his right fist can connect, Serzex blocked it with the palm of his right hand, causing a small tremor. Since I am facing someone who has the strength of a Mao, it shouldn't be surprising that your strikes are much stronger than Icegun's. Now you know the difference in power between me and the security. Don't think that an inferior Satan like yourself can match the power of a true Mao with the power of the dragons mixed within this armor. You say that, but you don't know me. Serzex then forms his power of destruction into small spheres surrounding his body. Then allow me to show you this power. Euclid then charges an attack with his right hand while Serzex waits for his move. Perhaps this will lower your defense a bit. A large stream of energy with the mixed color of red and silver launched out of Euclid's right hand and heads straight towards the indifferent Serzex in the copy of Issei's dragon shot. Just before the attack hits, the spheres surrounding the Serzex starts gathering together in front of him. When the attack hits, the gathered spheres successfully prevented the attack from reaching him, but is unable to cancel the attack the same way as he did with Issei's. Don't think these spheres will be able to protect you for much longer. Euclid continues his attack. We will see. Unable to penetrate Serzex's power of destruction, the dragon shot attack caused a huge explosion, easily engulfing the super devil and destroying a large part of the house. After a couple of minutes, the smoke starts to clear and Serzex emerged unscathed, although the power of destruction that was protecting him was reshaped into a mess due to being unable to completely hold back the attack. Serzex, however, quickly reshaped the spheres back to normal. Although a bit surprised, Euclid remains composed. So that's the true potential of the power of destruction. All the more interesting to fight. You won't say that for long, knowing that he cannot stop Euclid through conventional means since his power is that of a Mao combined with the power of the scale mail's base form. Despite being a copy, Serzex decides to get closer to his true form. The spheres start to form a human-shaped aura, which the super devil labeled human-shaped aura of destruction, which covers his body. I am well aware of your true form, Serzex, even the fact that you don't have full control of the power of destruction at that stage. Are you planning to risk the entire underworld just to defeat me? No, that's why I have been training as well since the second incident in the underworld. Compared to Serzex's last attempted use of the technique, the power of destruction successfully enveloped his body with only a small shake. It's true that I won't have complete control over the power of destruction if used to the fullest, but I have since been able to use it to an extent. If you wanted me to fight at the max without losing control, then it looks like you've got your wish. Seems like the odds have been raised a bit more against me. No matter, since you won't kill me. Now show me a good time. Euclid charges at Serzex and aims his right fist at Serzex, intending to strike his face. Serzex blocks the strike with the palm of his left hand, causing strong, but brief, shockwaves. Euclid follows the move with several more strike to no avail as Serzex blocks them all. Despite this, considering Euclid's strength, his attacks are causing craters to form around them with every strike. Seeing the limits of his technique, Euclid decides to have a change in strategy and jumps back from Serzex. Looks like I will need more power for this one. In that case, boost. Euclid increases his own power using the scale mail armor copy. After getting his power to his desired level, Euclid raises his right hand and out comes numerous dragon shots coming out of the gauntlet in the shape of orbs. He then places his arm in front of Serzex and moves the orbs, surrounding him. Let's see how well you can defend against this. Undeterred, Serzex lets all of the dragon shots hit him and the continuous bombardment causes further damage to the rest of the house and the area surrounding the two. Due to the large amount of smoke caused by the explosions, even Euclid could not tell whether his attack was able to break through Serzex's defenses or not, but remains on his guard. Again, Serzex emerges unscathed thanks to using the power of destruction as a strong form of defense. Euclid becomes impressed. You are not the one to fall so easily. I can now see why you are classified as a super devil. Serzex returns Euclid's respect. I can say the same to you. Your strength is obviously stronger than any one of the 4 original Satans. It's too bad that the brother of my wife had to be on the wrong side. That's exactly what I told the security when it comes to my sister. In fact, her act of abandoning the role of Lucifuge to marry in the House of Gremory is what made me convinced that we are in control of our own destiny. I believe that my destiny is to witness the destruction of this underworld that the so-called Maus created and help rise it to a new order. Is that the reason why you joined Clippeth? Yes. I joined Rise of him, because I know that he is the one who is destined to help fulfill such an ambition. It is my choice, just like how my sister made hers. Serzex shook his head in disgust. Such a wrong path taken by my brother-in-law. If this is how you feel, then perhaps I should take you to my wife, but not before I defeat you. Serzex then prepares his next move. One of the spheres surrounding Serzex then starts to envelop his right hand, making it look as if he was wearing a glove. Not wanting to waste any time with this attack, Serzex then moves towards Euclid at incredible speed, to the point where not even the latter could see where he was going. The next thing Euclid felt was a very heavy strike to the stomach. The fist that struck Euclid explodes, releasing the full force of the power of destruction towards Euclid, easily shattering the scale mail armor, knocking him unconscious. Serzex's hand, however, also felt the full brunt of the explosion, causing large burn marks to appear, but can still function thanks to the Mao's strong defense. You are lucky you are my brother-in-law, otherwise you would have already been dead, Serzex told the unconscious Euclid. With Serzex having won the battle, he turns around to survey the damage done to his property and sighs. I am starting to wonder if it's really a good idea to take him to her. Back in Lilith, the heads of Orochi came out of the Kusanagi sword in an attempt to capture Hraesvelgr within one of its jaws, but the mighty eagle effortlessly dodges them. Murayama and Kates, both having partial mastery in magic thanks to their training, launches a fire spell at one of the heads. Unfortunately, although it left some burns, the head is unfazed and fires back a breath of fire towards them, which Hraesvelgr avoids yet again. After dodging the last strike, Hraesvelgr immediately notices a head about to strike Murayama and turns at the last second to avoid the attack, saving them both. Hal manages to pierce Orochi's heads by increasing water pressure to the point where they can cut through dragon scales. However, the stabbed wounds were healed thanks to the evil dragon's regeneration ability. TSK, Orochi's regeneration is such a bother. As Hal manages to get the attention of 3 of the heads, the other 5 focused on Hraesvelgr and the Kendo girls. Careful, the fangs of Orochi are poisonous and contain a victim's soul if infected. Luckily, the Kusanagi sword contains only half of Orochi's soul, so he is easier to deal with, but is still deadly. You girls better be careful. Hraesvelgr then flaps his massive wings, sending the heads flying back, causing them to nearly hit the host, but manages to hold itself back. Each head attempts to strike the eagle similar to how a venomous snake would bite its prey or predator. Luckily, the eagle's superior speed continues to avoid the dragon's attack and Hal's attacks prevent Orochi from moving away. I don't mind keeping him busy, but the rest of you better figure out a way to pass through Orochi's regeneration ability. I can't seem to get to the host myself with multiple eyes watching me. Hal yelled. I am going to close in. Murayama. Kates, prepare to strike Orochi once you are close enough. Hi! The girls then unsheathed their magic-infused katanas, which were given to them by the Citri household, and prepares to cut off 2 of Orochi's heads. Here I come! Hraesvelgr then head dives straight into Orochi, while avoiding his strikes. As soon as one of the heads got close enough after failing to hit again, Murayama slices the neck in one hit, completely beheading it. Another head attempts to catch them, but to no avail, allowing Kates to do the same. A third head attempts to strike, but was penetrated by Hal's highly pressurized water, allowing Murayama to slice off the head. Good job. The heads will be regenerating, so we will continue to strike before that could happen. We must get the sword away from its host. Understood. Murayama replied. Hraesvelgr then circles around and prepares for another attack before the 2 heads can completely regenerate. Orochi, however, has already figured out the bird's strategy, and have all of the remaining heads breath fire at such a large range, making it impossible for Hraesvelgr to come on close. 2 heads then attacks Hal with their fire breath, forcing him to go on the defensive, using his balance breaker to turn water into a highly durable shield. Don't think I don't know what you are up to, Hraesvelgr. The same attack isn't going to work on me twice. Looks like we will need another strategy to defeat the evil dragon. Kates told Hraesvelgr. 3 of the heads then head towards the giant eagle, but Hal manages to climb onto one of the heads, turning water into very thin wires and bind the 3 heads before they can attack. I can manipulate water to such a degree, it is like I am summoning weapons. Hal joked. Another head attempts to attack Hal, forcing him to release his grip and dodges. He then summons a large body of water to form a giant tidal wave, preventing Orochi's fire from reaching Hraesvelgr before crashing into him. Once the water level drops, Orochi is seen coiling his heads around his host to prevent the water from hitting him before moving forward with attacking. We will have to go after the host itself if that is the case. Don't think I will let you. Orochi attempts to attack Hraesvelgr with his fire since the giant eagle is too far for a physical strike, but again to no avail. Unable to move further from his host thanks to Hal's attack, Orochi constantly uses his heads as a barrier to protect his host. Seems like with your abilities is limited. It really is a big convenience for you for only having half a soul, isn't it, Orochi? Ha! Even with half a soul, I can still defeat you. Even if I am defeated here, your victory will be pointless as I will be reborn again and again. Hraesvelgr is unfazed by Orochi's words. Not with what we have planned. Murayama. Kates. Do it now! The Kendo girls then started casting some sort of spell on Hraesvelgr, making the feathers on his wings glow red. The giant eagle then flaps his wings, launching the red feathers at Orochi. The attack was successful, all of the heads were penetrated. Is that it? Despite the pain, Orochi shrugged it off as a weak attack. No. This is. The red feathers suddenly started to glow brighter. Then after a few more seconds, magic circles started forming in front, and each feather then explodes one by one. Each explosion is as big as a missile strike from an F-22 Raptor fighter jet, and with numerous feathers on each head, Orochi is currently taking a lot of damage to the point where he cannot regenerate his head fast enough before another feather explodes literally on his face. Hal was impressed by the move. Whoa! Nicely done! Both Murayama and Kates were amazed by how much power is unleashed with each explosion. Wow, so this is the power of explosive magic. Amazing. Murayama continues to anxiously and excitedly stare at the continuous explosions happening in front of her. The attack is a combination of both of our powers, so any less would be a disappointment in my opinion, Hraesvelgr said, causing the girls to make a nervous laugh. After the explosion stopped, they see that all of the heads are gone for the moment, giving them the much-needed opportunity to attack. Alright, let's get that sword. Halsema, keep Orochi busy. Murayama prepares her katana with Kates following. With Hal keeping the attention of half of Orochi's heads on him, the former pins the heads to prevent Orochi from moving, using water in the shape of thumbtacks. The giant eagle then let out a mighty roar before starting to flap his wings, creating a tornado around both the dragon and host. As the brainwashed devil is lifted into the air by the strong winds, Hraesvelgr then dives right into the eye. You girls get the host. I will get the sword, Hraesvelgr ordered. Right. Both girls yelled. As soon as the devil is within reach, Hraesvelgr grabbed the sword with his massive beak, but the host refused to let go, forcing the girls to use a basic lightning spell, knocking him unconscious and forcing him to release his grip. The tornado soon dies down with complete victory for the Kendo girls. Not wanting Orochi to take another host, Hraesvelgr then snaps the Kusanagi sword, forcing the evil dragon's soul to come out. Before the soul can get away, however, the eagle swallowed it, ending Orochi's role in the attack. Looks like this battle is over. Nice job out there. Hal complimented the Kendo girls. Apophis, who decided not to get involved in the battle and still in his human form, due to Orochi's declaration to fight them alone, applauded the battle. That was a nice display back there. I could have gotten involved, but orders are orders. Big mistake. If you had gotten involved in this battle, it would have been a lot more troubling for us, but now your friend is gone. This will make our job easier instead of yours. Hal taunted Apophis, who remained unfazed. Ha! You both may have improved, but it still took the two of you to defeat half of Orochi's soul, and from the looks of it, both you and Hraesvelgr are exhausted. I won't battle any of you yet, but the time will come once Trihexa is revived. A magic circle forms behind Apophis. Realizing the dragon's intent to leave, Hal summons more water spears towards Apophis. Before it could strike, however, a dark brown dragon wing emerged from the back of Apophis' left side, effortlessly blocking the attack with no injuries on the wing. My point exactly. All of you are no match with whatever strength you still have left. Once we declare war on DXD, then you have your battle. For now, the prince awaits. Orochi then disappears. Hal is frustrated for being unable to fight Apophis due to exhaustion, but felt relief after seeing that the girls were unscathed. With Orochi's soul devoured, he can no longer be reborn, putting an end to the evil dragon's life. Now I must go and rest. Understood. Thank you for your help, Hraesvelgr. Kates bowed with Murayama following the act. You girls paid the price, so I gave my services in return. Farewell for now. Hraesvelgr then vanishes, but left both girls shaken after being reminded of what they have to give up in order for the giant eagle to help them. Geez, I still sometimes wish that we can summon something that doesn't require our clothing as a price. Kates pouted. Now. What Hraesvelgr did for us is at least worth that much. Hal then interjects while deactivating his balance breaker. We better contact the others and see whether their luck in battle is the same as ours. The girls nodded to Hal's suggestion. Hal then activates a small magic circle to make contact with the rest of the allies. His first contact was with serafall. Yahoo! Leviathan here. I just finished the battle with Walburgican over here. Her balance breaker gave me difficulties since it contains half of the soul of Orochican, but I achieved total victory. A sweat drop forms on Hal's head as he listened to serafall speaking in a childish tone. The scene changes to serafall in what appears to be an abandoned coliseum, though it was covered with craters and ice with half of the structure completely blown off due to the battle. I am glad to hear that, Leviathan, but do you know how the others are doing? I haven't contacted Iskun or Sonikin yet since I just finished the battle, but I will have it done. Serafall replied while being surrounded by unconscious bodies of Walburga and the surviving evil dragons with the other half of Orochi's soul frozen. Please do. We need to know if the others need any assistance. Hi! I will contact them right now, Hal-chan. Serafall then cuts off Hal and attempts to contact her younger sister. While the magic circle is ringing, Serafall notices that Sona is taking unusually long to answer. That's weird. Sonikin usually answers her calls immediately after they start ringing unless. Realizing the situation with the Citri and Gremory household, Serafall reestablishes contact with Hal. Hal-chan, Sonikin is not answering her call. The group might be in trouble. I just contacted Rossweiss. Your suspicion is not wrong. They have got their hands full just dealing with these two evil dragons. We have to hurry and assist, but you, Murayama-chan, and Katasekin just finished your battle. Are you sure that all of you can still fight? I can, but not the two girls. Hraesvelgr expended a bit too much energy, and is now resting. I will take them to my house for protection. Hi! I will meet you there. Serafall then cuts off the magic circle. In an unknown, but plain dimension, it's almost time. Trihexa's revival is nearly complete. Lilith, we did it! We finally did it! It's time for devils to play the role that was meant for us. Yohaya, Rizavim lets out a maniacal laugh with Lilith by his side, who happens to be just standing there watching. A large white magic circle was casted on the ground with both of them at the center. As time passes, the glow on the circle becomes brighter, indicating that Trihexa is getting closer to their location. However, a large light spear was suddenly heading towards Rizavim, only to be countered by Lilith. When Rizavim looks up, he sees a serious-looking Azazel hovering above him. I figured that you would be here since there is barely anyone who can interfere. Well, if it isn't the former Governor General of the Fallen Angels, Azazelkin. I see that you have managed to found a passage to this dimension as expected. So do you plan on stomping me by yourself? You already know how that battle will result in. I will do anything to prevent you from reviving such monster. If you can, then try it. Rizavim taunts Azazel. Azazel then launches a barrage of light spears at Lilith and Rizavim with the former ready to counter. However, before Lilith can react, she was suddenly attacked by a large dragon hand, catching her off guard and sending her flying, causing Rizavim to block the attack on his own using a magic circle. When both Azazel and the Super Devil turned to see who was responsible, they were shocked to see Krum Kruch and Ophis approaching. Rizavim is dismayed at the sight. Huh! Krum Kruch! What are you doing? I thought you were working for Klippeth. I only joined your group because you promised me strong opponents to fight. However, being on my own actually gave me better opportunities for a good battle. Lilith was promised to me as an opponent, and I intend to make sure it is kept. I see me. Ophis looked at Lilith, who was still getting up as Krum Kruch waits for her to get ready. The sight of this makes Azazel confused, but decided to take advantage of the opportunity. Looks like Krum Kruch is fighting on our side for now. Let's see how well you do without your bodyguard. Fine, I won't need her to face you, and besides, all I need to do is wait before Trihexa gets revived, then he will destroy all of you. Rizavim becomes angry as he summons a magic circle aiming at Azazel, who responds by forming another light spear on his right hand. With Euclid now in chains by the underworld authorities, an awkward moment occurs for Serzex as he is witnessing his wife harshly scolding her brother that is behind bars, and yet he is shown to be genuinely smiling after finally being reunited with his sister, showing that he still desires her, despite disparaging her for marrying into the Gremry household. To find out that you were truly alive all this time. Do you have any idea how grief-stricken I was when I thought that you have died, and now to find you on the wrong side? Don't think you are going to get away just because you are in this facility. In fact, there are a lot of things we have to talk about. Graphia continues to nag angrily at Euclid, who remains unfazed. This is the first time I've seen anyone smiling or unafraid of Graphia's anger. Serzex told himself. As the scolding continues, a devil officer notified Serzex that someone is waiting for him outside of the building. Knowing that it might take a while, Serzex decides to head out to meet this person. Once outside, he sees a familiar set of the wings of a fallen angel. Marta-san, I see that the defenses of your area was able to hold. Indeed, Serzex-sama. We've managed to expel most of the members of Klippeth out of the city, and kept a few of its survivors for interrogation. However, I was also asked by Azazel-sama to let you know that he is currently fighting Rizavim to buy time. The spell to summon Trihexa is nearly complete. Serzex is surprised by his friend's sudden action. What? Azazel went by himself. Not really. It may a little crazy, but I got a transmission from the evil dragon, Krum Kruch. He said that he is currently fighting Lilith, Rizavim's bodyguard created from Afasama's stolen powers. With Azazel-sama fighting without balance breaker and taking on Rizavim one-on-one without interference, I approximate that he will only be able to hold him back for about 20 more minutes, maybe even 30 if lucky. Serzex then shows a serious face. Where is he? Where Rizavim is. Knowing that the space to summon Trihexa cannot be met with the confines of the underworld, he went to another dimension to summon the beast from there. Do you know a dimension that can provide such a face? Yes, I think I now know where he went. Come on, Serzex then decides to leave the prison with Marta following, with Grafia continuously bombarding Euclid with questions and words of disappointment. Not that the latter minds. We better call the others for help. With Rise of him, also a super devil, it will be dangerous for you two to go at it, especially since the hacker Yuku is the one who wanted to kill him the most. Marta suggested. I know. That is why I am heading to where Aiskan and Rias are battling right now to check how they are doing. However, their battles are their own to finish, as getting involved if they are in the middle of a fight will cause trouble. Marta nodded. Understood. I won't interfere. In the forest within the Gremory household, both the Citri and the Gremory group are having a lot of trouble stopping Layden and Azzy Dahaka due to the former's barrier magic blocking or weakening their attacks, as well as the latter's high proficiency in magic itself. Issei attempts to launch Fong Blast Booster, but Azzy Dahaka easily countered by using warp magic, teleporting the blast back at the Sekurudai, who barely avoids the hit. The Citri group, with Saji in his balance breaker form with Vritra, is currently holding back Layden, preventing him from assisting in Azzy Dahaka's battle against Issei and Vala, as well as some of the members of the Gremory group. Take this. Issei attempts to use Ascalon in hopes of weakening the second strongest evil dragon, but his movements were stopped by the dragon's curse. Controlling Issei like a puppet, the evil dragon tosses him away, crashing through several large trees as if they were made of paper and causing them to collapse. Divide. Valley attempts to weaken Azzy Dahaka, but the dragon's high durability made the technique much less effective. The evil dragon then uses an attack-based magic, launching a stream of black energy towards Vala, who already prepared a counter. Reflect. Before the attack reaches his body, Vala was able to redirect back at the multi-headed dragon, who willingly takes his own attack. When the smoke clears, Azzy Dahaka emerges unharmed, save for a few scratches. By that time, Issei has recovered and joined with Vala. He was never this difficult during our first fight with him. It seems like he stepped up his game since we are now fighting for our lives here. It might be that he was just testing you. Plus, I've heard that you also had serafall fighting alongside you, and his body was probably also at the tuning stage similar to when you fought Grendel. With his body now fully revived, he now has full access to his magic and is able to use them at his full potential. Vala explained to Issei, but no matter how powerful, most dragons still have the same weakness. It looks like I might have to use my trump card. Issei summons a small bottle into his left hand. Hiya to Issei, what are you planning with this bottle? It's something I have since my involvement in the first incident with the underworld. I kept it just in case it's needed. Vala immediately understood where Issei is going with that bottle. You are well prepared, but the problem is getting the opportunity to use it. He may be durable, but when you use the dividing ability, did Azzy Dahaka show any instance of getting weaker? Yes, but it's not too effective, considering how much power divine dividing can take in before expelling it out. With the evil dragon's high durability, he is not losing power fast enough for us to catch him off guard. Then maybe I can help. Azdaja, I am going to need your help this time. About time I get involved. Clippeth has to pay for everything they have done, so feel free to use my power to whatever you see fit. Thanks. With Azdaja cooperating, Issei's armor turns from red to black. Taking the tail out of the armor and transforming it into a sword, both Issei and Vala are ready for the second round. Looks like you two can still fight. I better savor this battle since it will be last one with you two. Azzy Dahaka prepares an attack spell. He fires a similar attack to the one he attempted to use on Vala, but instead of a large beam, it is shooting on like giant bullets in an attempt to separate the two. He is definitely holding back. I see, get rid of these annoyances with my flames, Azdaja suggested, which Issei complies. Issei then unleashes a large stream of blue flames at very high pressure towards Azzy Dahaka's magic, easily cutting through the giant magic bullets. Unable to react fast enough, Azzy Dahaka again took another attack at full force. This time, the attack manages to damage the evil dragon as some of the scales had come off, but it only results in minor burns on two of his head and abdomen. Ha! That's the way! Keep it coming! Give me a good fight. Azzy Dahaka becomes thrilled that Issei was able to hurt him. Luckily, the smoke caused by the flames gave enough cover for Issei to land a strike with his sword. Using his speed, Issei launches a barrage of sword strikes, causing Azidahaka to lose power little by little. So that's your plan. You are attempting to weaken me to leave me vulnerable. Ha! You think that will work? The hacker Yuku already attempted that, but that didn't do much. If you insist, then I will continue to play along and have fun. Azidahaka then prepares to perform another spell on Issei, this time gathering magic into the mouth of the middle head. Valley arrives on time and starts using his scale mail's ability. Divide, 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 divide. The magic then fades as the power continues to divide, giving Issei another opportunity to strike. This time, Issei struck one of his giant wings. This is very interesting indeed. I am liking this fight more than the last, but don't think that this is enough. Azidahaka then maneuvers and swings his giant tail towards Valley, causing him to block with both hands. The distraction, however, allows the evil dragon to attack Issei again with the same spell and successfully launches the attack towards the Sekyutai. Issei responded by having the sword transformed into a shield, blocking the full impact of the attack, but still enough to push him back a great distance before the spell breaks, causing it to explode. Issei emerged unharmed and transforms his shield back into a sword before continuing his attack. Behind you, as Daja warned, as one of Azidahaka's heads suddenly appeared behind Issei and launched a stream of fire, forcing Issei to break his chain of attack to avoid damage. The rest of the heads then attacks Issei with its dragon fire. Realizing the strength of the flames, Issei then decides to overpower it with his Daja's flames. As blue flames burn much hotter than the red and orange flames, Azidahaka's flames were repelled with the blue flames, scoring a direct hit on all of the evil dragon's heads. Gaya! Azidahaka screams in pain as the blue flames burn through his scales and the high pressure forces the dragon to step back. Valley, using the distraction, launches an attack similar to Issei's dragon shot, white in color, towards the burning evil dragon. The attack mixed with the highly pressurized blue flames caused another tremendous explosion, but knowing that Azidahaka is more than durable enough to survive the attack, both Issei and Vala remain on guard. Wahahaha! This pain! This fight! I want more! Give me more until this body can no longer stand it. Issei was rightfully concerned over Azidahaka's taunt due to his extremely high pain tolerance, while Vala smiles from the fact of getting to fight such a strong opponent. After the smoke clears, Azidahaka's body is shown to be partially burned, including some parts of his 3 heads. Although satisfied with having Issei as his opponent, the evil dragon suddenly turns to Vala as if he noticed something about him. Hey you! Why aren't you using your silver armor to fight? I had a much more satisfying battle the last time we both fought. If our fights were to continue for a long run, I probably would have used my full power. However, this is the battle that determines the fate of the 3 worlds. Without a world to live in, there won't be such battles anymore, so I will stop Rise of him at all costs. In order to do that, I will not waste such strength on you. Vala responded. So you think I am not worth your time compared to a devil that I myself can defeat? Your ignorance will lead to your death. Azidahaka charges at Vala, who responds by flying straight up before he is able to hit. Vala's body then suddenly freezes before he can make his next move. What the? Before Vala can make out what is happening, his body suddenly felt much heavier, as if a cruise ship had fallen on him, causing him to crash down onto the ground hard. Looks like you fell hard with my gravity magic. I hope you didn't forget that I can also do forbidden techniques as well. Issei attempts to interfere as he starts firing what appears to be his Daja's version of the dragon shot, but black in color. Before those attacks hit, however, everything around Azidahaka became frozen, giving the dragon a chance to avoid the attack and hit Issei with his powerful tail. Gah! Issei was knocked back hard to the ground, forming a crater as everything starts moving again. Those techniques include the manipulation of time and space. I don't usually use such techniques since I want to savor the fight, but since the hacker Yoku didn't believe that he needed to use his full strength against me, I decided to step up. Let's see if he can still think I am not worth his time. Azidahaka begins casting a spell, causing everything to get pushed down hard as well as everyone around him. Both the Citri and Gremry groups are unable to attack as their bodies are being pressed to the ground, preventing them from moving. Fafnir-san. Asia cried out as the Golden Dragon King is also being pushed back. What are you doing? You are going to crush all of us using such powerful gravity magic, Layden complained. I will not have anyone look down upon me, especially the two heavenly dragons. I will crush everything before me to show you the true power of an evil dragon. It looks like Azidahaka is no longer holding back. You must get up or there will be no stopping him. Drake attempts to reach out to him as Issei tries to stand. It feels like my body is being held down by an entire planet. Issei struggles against the strong gravity magic, but he is only able to get from his back to his knees. You were able to resist my attempts to take over your body and mind, and yet you cannot overcome a spell. I see, you better show me again how I was able to become your partner. Are you saying that your loved ones aren't so important anymore that you refuse to move over something like this? I will not work for someone so weak that he cannot stand over a little magic. As Daja pushes Issei with taunts in an attempt to help the latter resist Azidahaka's magic. I am not weak. I will protect everyone. As Daja, just watch. Issei then pushes himself up even further against Azidahaka's gravity magic until he was able to stand. This greatly impressed the evil dragon himself. For you to be able to resist my magic at this stage. This is good. I never really needed to hold back at all. Then allow me to show you more techniques. Sekiryutai. A portal suddenly opens behind Issei and out came one of Azidahaka's heads, grabbing and warping him to his main body before being thrown hard to the ground. Luckily, the warp magic cancelled out the gravity magic that was casted, allowing everyone to resume fighting. Both Issei and Valley, however, are still disoriented by the slam and gravity magic. The next thing Issei sees is a giant dragon jumping from a high distance then dropping towards him. Oh boy, better use the shield. Before Azidahaka could squish Issei, Azdaja's tail transformed into a shield as they both brace for impact. As soon as Azidahaka landed to the ground, another crater has already formed. Nyahahaha. Get squished Sekiryutai. Not quite Azidahaka. Vala suddenly called out. Azidahaka looked behind him and is shocked to see him still in good shape despite the heavy gravity magic casted on him. Hakuryuku. How the heck are you able to stand up so quickly? You should have still been down by that magic. Just because this isn't my strongest form doesn't make me weak. You should have never underestimated us just based on the form we used. Also, try not to focus on me too much since Haida Issei is still on the ground. Huh! Azidahaka looks down at his left foot squishing Issei and realizes that the area surrounding him is starting to emit a dark glow. What the? This glow is starting to hurt. What is going on? A surprise attack! Issei yelled. A large dark beam suddenly went through the dragon's foot and hit the abdomen, sending Azidahaka's giant body flying into the air. The beam actually came from the shield, which had been gathering as Daja's magic while Issei was defending himself, and the glow signaled how much was gathered. Using this opportunity, Issei wasted no time in attacking the evil dragon while he is still disoriented, attacking him continuously with slash from his tail sword. To everyone's surprise, Issei then decides to show his strength by actually lifting Azidahaka's body with his two hands while flying. Suddenly his chest piece started glowing as he was about to slam Azidahaka to the ground. Let's see you take this. A mix of Drake and Azdaja's power. Longinus Smasher. A very large beam that is green of color and surrounded by black aura launched out of Issei's chest and Azdaja's armor, hitting Azidahaka as he was falling. Once the dragon's body hit the ground, a controlled explosion was triggered due to the impact, but was held back as Issei did not want to hurt his friends. As the smoke clears, Azidahaka is finally having trouble getting up as his body was heavily damaged by the attack. Before the evil dragon can get back up to his feet, however, numerous shadows approached him and out came Azdaja's numerous heads, catching Azidahaka by surprise and wrapping his body very tightly. What is this? Azdaja never displayed this ability in our last fight. It has been a while since I've used this. Vala further divide his power. We are ending this battle right now. Don't underestimate me. I will break all of your heads before I am further weakened. Not willing to lose the battle so easily, Azidahaka attempts to lift himself to break out of the bonds created as Daja's multiple heads holding him down. Come on, Vala. It's now or never. Issei looked at Vala, only to find him in a sudden trance while in the air. Vala! Issei yelled in hopes to wake him up, but to no avail. It's too late, Sekiryudiai. Before I was tied up, I casted a curse on the Hakuryuku there, knowing that I might lose this battle if I take on you both. Right now, Hakuryuku is currently living in a dream that he might not want to wake up from. Vala! Vala! Wake up! We are almost there. We can finally defeat the evil dragons. Please wake up. Issei continues to call Vala. It's no use. None of my victims have ever gotten out of this before. Didn't I tell you that I would do whatever it takes to win? Issei ignored the dragon and continued to call out to Vala. Inside Vala's consciousness, Vala struggled to open his eyes, but when he did, he noticed that he is laying on a bed in a room he does not recognize. His attire has also changed to a comfy t-shirt and sweatpants suitable for a good sleep. Where am I? Did Azi Dahaka teleported me somewhere? He suddenly heard loud footsteps coming towards the door. When the door opens, 2 young kids, 1 boy and 1 girl, came into the room. Ah! Onaikin is awake! The boy, who bears a somewhat resemblance to Vala, yelled. Geez, how long were you planning on sleeping? Breakfast is ready, so come down when you are ready. The girl told the 2 boys. It didn't take long to realize what happened, so that's what's going on. I understand now, but why? Vala spoke in his thoughts. He knew that Azi Dahaka has sent his consciousness to a fake world of his desire, and the 2 kids that woke him up are his brother and sister. After deciding that no answers will come by just laying on the bed, Vala decides to play along, and does what his fake sibling said. As he heads downstairs, he saw his mother setting up the breakfast table and his father preparing for work. The sight of his deceased father brought back tragic memories and made him become emotional, but hid it before his parents noticed him. Valley, good morning, my son. Seems like you are relieved that your job application came through, huh? My boy is finally going to work after spending so many days trying to apply for one, and yet a good one came along. I am so proud of this family for never giving up. The mother emotionally said. Ha ha ha, you should already know that luck has always been by our side. It just takes longer for some. Anyway, enjoy the few days off you have, since by then, you will already be working. Vala's father jokingly said. Anyway, all of you come down so we may eat. As Vala and his siblings gathered around the table, the former is still at a loss over what has happened. He still wonders how he was subjected to Azi Dahaka's curse so easily and why the dragon transferred his consciousness to a happy place. Itadakimasu. Everyone, but Vala said as they start either eating rice or drinking miso soup. The siblings noticed that Vala is not eating and his brother tried to call out to him. Onaikin, how come you are not eating? Are you not hungry? Huh? No, I will eat. Itadakimasu. As Vala started eating, the warmth of the food caused his emotions to swell up within him, as he is now living the life he never had as a child. To live such a peaceful life and yet to feel this much inside of me, I wondered if what I really wanted was a family. Such a healthy appetite you have there, boy. You are going to need to eat up when you take your brother to soccer practice. The father said with a light-hearted tone. I wonder if I would have this kind of relationship with my mother and father if I had been born normal like this. Hey Onaikin, after you play soccer, help me with my studies, okay? The sister said in a cute tone. Vala responds by rubbing her head gently. Of course. After breakfast, Vala took his brother to soccer practice after his father went to work. He continued to play with his little brother until the latter collapsed onto the grass due to exhaustion, but was still smiling. Ha ha! With this much practice, I will make it to the team for sure. I am pretty sure you will. You were pretty good. Vala replied with a smile. The boy then got up and gave Vala a hug. Thanks for playing with me today, Onaikin. Vala returned the hug. No problem. I had fun too, even though this world is fake. Even though I don't know the names of my brother and sister. Even though I should be fighting right now, I have a world where I can finally live a happy life, something I've always wanted all along. I wish for this moment to last as long as it can. After getting home from his brother's soccer practice, he helped his sister with her studies. Although she was complaining how boring history is, it is another precious memory for Vala as he laughed at her sister's complaints. Come on, just a little longer now. You already learned most of it, so let's finish it up, okay? Then after this, we can play. Vala's sister smiled at him and nodded. Okay, Onaikin. Finally attaining the feelings of having a normal family, Vala soon started having tears coming out of his eyes and finally accepting this fake world as a home. Vala, Issei's voice is suddenly heard, causing Vala to grasp his head. Onaikin, are you alright? The sister asked. I am fine, don't worry. Vala, wake up, Issei's voice was heard again. Before Vala can decide what to do, footsteps were heard coming to his sister's room. When the door opens, it was his father, who just got back from work. Vala, yes, father? What is it? I need to speak to you. Come outside for a bit. Vala nodded. Okay. After Vala entered the hallway, his father took a deep breath as if he had something to confess. Vala, I am your father. My spirit has traveled to this fake world to find you. Hearing that, Vala goes into a state of disbelief. Impossible, this is my consciousness. That's why I was able to enter it. You are dreaming, Vala. As Vala tries to comprehend what he was told, the background started to wear off by darkness, leaving only him and his father in the dark. This left Vala frustrated and angry. What do you want? Vala's father came closer to him. I am sorry, my son, for everything. The answer was unexpected to Vala as he continued to look at his father in surprise. After being cursed by Azidahaka, Vala entered a possibly eternal dream of living the life he truly wanted. Having siblings he can get along with, as well as loving parents who aren't afraid and had never abandoned him as a child, Vala nearly gave in to living in the fake world created to him despite being aware of it. Vala, Issei's voice, however, got him to wake up. Not long after, Vala's father came and everything else around him turns dark, realizing that it was truly his father's spirit that is looking at him right now. The father then did something unexpected. I am sorry, my son, for everything. The sudden apology coming from him surprises Vala and is unsure whether to believe that what he said was genuine or not. Unable to respond for the moment, Vala's father continues the conversation. I know that you might not believe me after what happened, and I don't blame you for it. I was such an idiot for doing what I did. The father laughed after giving a self-criticism. Just listening to him, however, frustrates Vala. You've abused me and made my childhood a nightmare. I have trained all this time just so I can kill you and grandfather for what you two did. How come only now you come to apologize? Why did you wait all these years until you are dead to do that? I was a coward back then, thinking that you were nothing more than a monster after being given such power that exceeds the original Lucifer. I should have tried to run away after realizing what my father would do, and now, after being killed by him, it gave me time to reflect on how I have lived. Maybe I should have taken you to your mother so that you wouldn't have to put through with all of this abuse. My regrets kept piling up as I started thinking about it a bit more. It's too late. This childhood was how I've lived, and there is no changing the past. How can I truly believe your repentance? Like I said, I don't. Not with words, at least. Lucifer's words confused Vala. What exactly do you mean? As Vala tries to understand the meaning of his words, the background suddenly turns white and floating orbs resembling giant colorful bubbles begin to appear. Vala looks around until his father calls out to him, giving him an orb he grabbed. Go ahead, take a close inside. Vala did as he was told and soon started hearing the sound of a crying baby before the orb started to visualize what is going on. What Vala sees next is the baby crying as he is being gently held by his mother laying on the hospital bed. Dear, look at our son. He looks just like you. The mother laughed as tears started forming in her eyes. A right hand soon shows up in the image and gently places his hand on the baby's cheek. Hey there, little guy. For fate to bring such a feeling of joy, I think I am now looking forward to being a father even more. Both arms of Lucifer gently lifts his son from his wife and into his arms with the baby beginning to cry. Shish, it's okay. I am your daddy. We are going to be a family now, understand? We are going to make sure you grow up big and strong. The father gently rocks the baby until he falls asleep. After giving his baby son back to his wife, the latter looks up at her husband. What do you think we should name him? Considering that he is a Lucifer, I've actually had a name thought up for a while. If you don't mind, I would like to name him Vala. You couldn't think of a cuter name? Hee hee. Well, we need a name that devils would take seriously if he is going to be a Lucifer. I truly believe that Vala is an appropriate name for our son. The wife smiled at him, then looks down at her newborn son. All right, Vala it is then. Welcome to the world, my son. The clip then disappears, leaving the orb crystal clear. Vala then immediately realizes that the orb contains memories from his father's point of view from when he was alive. He then lets the orb go, allowing it to flow upward. Witnessing his father's memories of his birth caused him to become very emotional. We could have become a great family. Tell me, how did you turn into someone that treats his own son as if he was a monster? Why didn't you continue what you were doing at my birth? We loved you very much at the time of your birth, Vala, but a lot of things went wrong for the both of us are very hard for me to say. If you really want answers, try looking at another. Vala then grabs the orb closest to him, and when he looks inside, another one of his father's memory clips begin to play. Ugh! Ugh! Gah! The mother grabs her stomach in pain, forcing Lucifer to grab their son as he checks on her wife. Hey! Are you okay? What is going on? The doctors immediately rushed in and tried to calm her. One of them escorts Lucifer and his son out, much to the former's protest. Why are me and my son getting kicked out? She might have complications from childbirth. We need to treat it right away, so we need you to step out, sir. Is she going to be okay? We don't know, sir. That's why we are treating her immediately, so please wait out here. Lucifer reluctantly did as he was told, and went to the lobby with his son, who is asleep. We better try to stop the bleeding first before the operation. The doctors' voices can be heard as Lucifer got out of the room. After a couple of hours, the doctor came to the lobby, calls the father out. I am sorry, sir, but your wife passed away. She had internal hemorrhage as she was given birth and had already lost a huge amount of blood before we started the operation. It was too late. Lucifer becomes distraught at the thought of losing his wife and having to take care of Vala alone. No, it can't be my wife. Sir, I am sorry, but sir, Vala was immediately put on the doctor's hands as his father attempts to make his way to the operating room. As soon as he gets there, the only thing he saw was his wife's lifeless body on the hospital bed. Grabbing her cold hands, Lucifer begins to shed tears as he mourns his loss. No, please don't leave me, can't do this without you, please. The doctors then get into the room to gently get Vala's father out of the room as the clip ends. Tears came out of Vala's eyes as he lets go of the orb. Looking at his father, he made a gesture that is saying to grab another, but out of concern for his emotional state, the father raises his right hand, telling Vala to halt. If it's too much for you, Vala, then please don't force yourself. As painful as it is, I still need to find answers to why my life ended up the way it did. Let me continue. Vala then grabs another orb and another memory clip begins to play. The first part of the clip shows Vala's father, carrying his son back to his mansion, which is around the same size as the Gremry's main house. Once he gets inside, he was immediately greeted by his servants, consisting of both male and female devils. Welcome home, Lucifer-sama, one of the maids greeted, but Lucifer remains silent. A male servant notices Vala being carried by his father. It looks like your son is born successfully. Wait, where is your wife, Lucifer-sama? He gave his son to the male servant before he attempts to explain what happened. My wife passed away after childbirth. Lucifer then wiped away some tears from his eyes as his servants looked at him out of concern after hearing the news. I am sorry to hear that, Lucifer-sama. Is there anything we can do for you? Just please get my son to his room. I want to be alone right now. The male servant nods and takes the baby to his already prepared bedroom, leaving Lucifer to continue grieving for his deceased wife. His servants made several attempts to comfort him, but he continues to dismiss them throughout the day, even refusing to eat anything served in front of him. Eventually, the sky became dark and the father is now all alone in the living room, wondering what he is going to do without his wife helping him to care for his son. Cries. Vala soon started crying, causing his father to snap out of his grief. Realizing that the crying won't stop if nothing is done, he reluctantly gets up from the couch and heads to Vala's room. After getting inside, he saw his baby son crying in bed and gently picks him up to rock him. There. Lucifer gently rocked his son until he falls asleep before putting him back into his crib. Seeing Vala's sleeping face, he finally realized that he needs to be there for Vala in place of his mother, and that grieving will not help him grow up to be the child he wanted his son to be. Don't worry, I will be here from now on. He nudges his son's cheek before turning back to leave, only to find Rizavim standing at the doorway all of a sudden. Lucifer then becomes hostile and summons a Western-style sword from a magic circle, pointing at his father. "What the heck are you doing here, father? Calm down, my boy. I am just here to check how you and my grandson are doing, especially since I've heard that your human wife passed away. It's too bad you didn't marry a devil, otherwise she could have easily survived this," Rizavim said in a light-hearted tone, frustrating his son to the point of having the edge of the blade touching his neck. "Don't ever mention my wife in a bad name. Now, calm down, my son. I am not here to fight, I am here to tell you that your son will be your greatest fear. Soon that fear will turn to hatred and eventually you will learn to hate him." "I don't think so. I made a promise to my wife for him to grow up to be strong. I will not be corrupted by your words." "Well, even if you don't believe, that fear will show itself eventually. Good night, my son." Ya. Just like that, Rizavim disappeared from his sight, leaving Lucifer anxious as he turns back to look at Vala. What the heck does he mean? The clip finally ends with the orb moving upwards. Vala then turns back to his father. Lucifer decides to explain the aftermath of Rizavim's visit rather than having his son grab another orb. "Over the next couple of years, I tried to raise you the best way I could to make sure you grow up to be a great Lucifer. I even tried to educate you before you can even speak in hopes that you can understand and have it stick with you until adulthood. But everything changed not long after you turned 2. What happened after that?" Vala asked, but his father became hesitant. "Father, what happened?" Lucifer is still unable to answer back due to guilt, forcing Vala to reach for another orb. "Wait, Vala, I don't know if you are ready to see this. I told you, I want answers regardless. I want to understand, and it is only through your memories I will finally see why." Vala grabs the next closest orb, allowing another memory clip to play in front of Vala. The clip starts off with Lucifer walking towards the direction of his son's room. When he is only 20 feet away from the door, an explosion suddenly occurs in his son's room, knocking the door across the hallway. He then ran towards to Vala's room. Upon seeing what happened inside, the first thing he sees were 2 bodies of his servants attending to Vala, and next saw that the entire room is on fire. "What happened here?" "Vala are alright." Lucifer reached the bed Vala was sleeping in only to find him curiously looking around. Out of relief, he hugged Vala, but soon wonders why he and his bed were unharmed from the explosion and put out the fire with his magic before looking around the room. "An explosion that killed everyone in the room except for my son. What could have happened?" As he explored what is left of Vala's room, his eyes suddenly met Rizavim again, causing him to step back. Didn't I tell you that such a thing will happen? My grandson will become your greatest fear." Lucifer goes into denial. "There is no way. You are saying my son could have done this? He is only 2 and has not even been taught any magic yet. There is no way he could have done this. Why don't you take a look closely before deciding whether my words are false? Take a look at what is happening now." He then reluctantly turns back to his son that is laying in bed and saw that his back is starting to glow, causing him to frantically examine Vala's body to make sure he isn't sick or wounded. "There is no wound or illness on that boy. He just happens to wield the Longinus, sacred gears that have the power to kill God." "A Longinus? My son has one?" Rizavim then moves closer to take a look at Vala. The boy's presence was felt at his moment of birth. "The death of your wife didn't occur by a normal complication. It happened because her body was slowly being ripped apart from the inside as it couldn't handle the power of the sacred gear. She must have been bleeding internally as she died." The reaction of Lucifer was exactly what Rizavim had hoped as the former goes into a state of disbelief. "In other words, your son was responsible for your wife's death. Ahahaha. Oh, how things changed so quickly for you, my son." As Rizavim laughs, his son drops onto his knees in despair and grabs his head out of anguish. No. My son! He couldn't have killed her. He couldn't have. Oh, but he did, and now you are going to decide whether to avenge your wife or continue living with her killer. Rizavim still shows his sadistic smile as his son remains unsure of what to do. "So tell me, what are you going to do now?" With his mind finally succumbing to his father's manipulation, he summons a knife behind his back and slowly approaches Vala. "Yes, that's right. Kill him to relieve yourself of your fear and avenge your wife while only losing your son as a price. Rizavim's son then tells the young Vala to close his eyes, which he did along with laying back onto his bed, not knowing what is going on. Lucifer then takes out his blade and prepares to end the young boy's life. For fate to bring such a feeling of joy, I think I am now looking forward to being a father even more. As he looks at his son's face, he is reminded of the words he said when his wife was still alive, smiling at the two of them. Remembering that he still has the same face from when he was a newborn, yet is revealed to be the one accidentally killing his own mother, the father remains conflicted, deciding whether to kill Vala or not as Rizavim is losing patience. Come on! He is just in front of you. As he struggles to make a decision, he then heard something unexpected. Daddy? Vala's voice was heard for the first time, causing his father to break down in tears and drops his blade. Well, that's disappointing. Good luck living with the one you now fear the most. Rizavim then disappears as his son weeps. Afterwards, more of Lucifer's servants came and were shocked to see what happened to the room. Lucifer-sama, what happened here? Are you and Vala-sama alright? One of the maids panicked and rushes in to check on the two, only to find her master still crying as Vala looks on in confusion. Are you alright, Lucifer-sama? A butler who accompanied the maid asked. Take Vala away from me. The servants looked at him in confusion due to his sudden request. Sir, take him away now before I lose myself. He killed my wife, Lucifer screamed, forcing the butler to take Vala away. Huh! Daddy, come on Vala-sama, your father needs some time for himself. As the butler tries to take Vala out of the room, he tries to reach his father, not wanting to be separated from him. Daddy! Daddy! Vala screamed, but the butler pulled him away. Out of desperation, Vala bit the butler's hand holding him, releasing him from the grip and runs towards his father, but was hit as soon as he reaches him. The toddler then begins to cry, much to his father's anger. Get away from me, you monster! He then grabbed his crying son and locked him inside of the closet, much to the surprise of his servants. The sound of Vala's hits were heard from the door alongside his crying. Sir, have you gone mad? The butler yelled in dismay. Take him away from me. Every time I see him, I will have the urge to kill him. I want him out. What is wrong with you all of a sudden? You loved Vala-sama deeply and know you are just going to kick him out of your life. The maid was also equally dismayed. My son killed my wife. If I have to see his face again, I will kill him before his powers can. Sir, get him away from me now. The butler then opens the closet door and got Vala out, but the sound of his crying caused his father to go berserk and attempts to charge at his son, only to be restrained by his two servants. I want you to take Lucifer-sama to a different room while I get Vala-sama out. We've got to make sure that they are separated for as long as possible. Hi! Come with me, Lucifer-sama. The maid dragged Lucifer to his room while Vala was dragged to another part of the house far from his father's workplace and room. Listen to me, Vala-sama. Your father has gone mad, so you better stay away from him from now on until he calms, understand? Considering that Vala could only say one word, he didn't understand what to do and decides to just go along with what the butler said. Despite the servant's best efforts, there are times that Vala did make contact with his father, which ended up getting him locked up or abused physically and mentally. This cruel treatment has continued on for years until Vala was old enough to finally speak and think for himself. Unable to tolerate his father's continuous abuse, he decides to run away from home, not caring where fate takes him. Vala was in tears as he continues to run as far away from home as possible. The clip finally ends and the orb travels upward. I remember this. All I was thinking during that time was what happened to you and why. Now I know. Vala's hands were trembling after gaining an understanding of his father's fear. I had originally believed that you were the cause of my wife's death after finding out that your powers were responsible, but that was a mistake on my part. I shouldn't have judged you on a situation that was out of your control. Vala becomes angry over his father's late realization and refuses to grab another orb to continue his father's story. My childhood was ruined out of the fear and hatred that came from these powers I never wanted. You and grandfather caused this. Vala, there's more to it than that, particularly between me and Rizavim regarding you. You have already reached this far, so please, give it a chance. That's all I am asking. Vala remains hesitant, but his father continues. You want to know the truth, correct? Then find out the real story of what happened. Seeing that his father was right, Vala decides to grab one more orb and the clip begins as he looks inside of it. Daddy? Daddy? Why do you keep doing this? Lucifer is sitting down depressed in the living room as his son tried pounding on the closet door he is behind in. It's been 4 years since I've found out he had the Longinus, and yet he didn't do anything since then to show it. Yet every time I see him, my anger and fear gave in, because of that. I wonder if it was me who was wrong. He was given tea by his butler, who has been trying to get him and Vala to reconcile for the years his master became hostile while acting as Vala's father figure. He may have the power that could make him a monster, but whether he becomes one is completely dependent on how one is raised. Look, I know that you might have had the happiest moments with him since you find out the truth, but I do think is unfair since he was very unaware of his actions. He is still a little boy, you know? I know. To think I blame him for my wife's death when the one who should be blamed is the one who chose my son to be its wielder. Vala must hate my guts after the years of abuse and harsh treatment I've subjected him to. He is still calling out to you though. It is not too late for you to make amends with your son, and if you do raise him well, he will never turn his powers to you should he discover it. Lucifer then takes a deep breath. All right, I made a promise that I would help him grow to become strong. I need to make up for nearly breaking that promise. The butler smiled at his master's decision. Then I shall let Valasama out. You do that. Before the butler can get up, however, a blade suddenly came out of his chest, causing him to spill blood. Alivar! Vala's father screamed his servant's name as the blade is withdrawn, causing Alivar to drop dead at his feet. He is even more angry by the perpetrator who shows up uninvited. Rise of him, I thought I told you that you aren't allowed here anymore. How cruel for my own son to kick me out of the family home. Well, that doesn't matter since you know I will come anyway. For you to be willing to become kind to your son again, do you not remember the danger he possesses? Did you forget about the mistakes that could happen should he live freely? The only reason I feared him was because I succumbed to your mind games to keep him away. I am not going to let you be in control anymore. Rise of him. Come on, my son. We both know that it is necessary to keep Vala's powers dormant if you want him to live. Don't call me that. You are no longer part of this family. If such mistreatment continues and if Vala does awaken with his powers, he will turn it against us. Unless you kill him like I suggested a few years ago. He shook off his father's words and took a few steps away from him. No! In fact, if Vala's Longinus does activate, I will raise him to use them against you if I have to. Our lives are not your toys. Vala is my son and I intend to treat him as one from now on. Rise of him responds with a smile. Well then, it looks like I will have to finish the job myself if he is going to be such a threat. As Rise of him got up from magic circles appear on all sides, catching Rise of him by surprise. Strings of magic soon started binding the super devil before he can avoid it, but his smile never wears off. So you have chosen death by going against me. Even if you do get away, you will have nowhere to run and these chains won't hold me for long. I don't care. Anywhere is better than here. Then in that case, you better tell your son to run, because if both of you try to escape, then both will be killed. GHH. Knowing that Rise of him is right, his son runs to Vala's bedroom to get him out. I am sorry, Vala, it looks like I can't stop you from hating me as you grow, but what is more important is that you live. As soon as he gets Vala out of the room, he immediately kicks him out of the back door, much to Vala's dismay. When Vala tries to come back in, his father holds a blade right in front of him. You will be killed if you try to get near me. Confused and afraid, the young Vala then runs towards the woods behind the house, where even Rise of him won't be able to find him without destroying the area, which would alert the authorities of his presence. As soon as his son is out, Lucifer turns to face Rise of him standing behind him. You know, this wouldn't make a difference since Vala will grow up to hate you. At least it will be better than what you have planned. Alright, Rise of him, let's see what you've got. Trying to buy time for Vala, Lucifer launches a barrage of energy attacks from his magic circle towards Rise of him, destroying a majority of the house, but held back enough to allow the rest of his servants to escape. However, as the smoke clears, the difference of power is clear when Rise of him emerges unscathed, using a magic circle as a shield. Before Lucifer can make his next move, Rise of him impales him using merely his right hand and launches an energy blast straight through Lucifer's stomach. Hey, you are quite disappointing as a Lucifer. Before Lucifer's eyes shuts permanently, he sees a brief vision of his wife waiting for him with open arms, believing that he has been redeemed. Satisfied that he was able to get Vala out of Rise of him's reach, Lucifer smiles as he lies dying on the floor. With that, the final clip ends, leading the background to change back into darkness. Revealed that his father got him to run away to protect him, Vala collapses to his knees as his tears started dropping. And with all of that shown, now you know the truth. You've had me kicked out to protect me from Rise of him. Yes. I wanted to do more, Vala, but Rise of him was going to kill you. Having you run away to protect you from him was my only act of redemption, even though I knew you would grow up to hate me. Despite this, however, I ended up in a different place from your mother, and have been stuck here since. Even though I can leave, I have been afraid to go back to her after everything that had happened. All this time I wanted to fight strong opponents in hopes that I would fight you and Rise of him so that I can make you both pay for what you did, and yet it was only him all along, and me for not being strong enough to resist. I share the blame for succumbing to my weaknesses that put your childhood in disarray. That's why I shall remain. No, father. We are both victims of Rise of him's scheme. You attempted to kill me when Rise of him manipulated you, and yet you couldn't. Afterwards, Rise of him attempted to kill me himself back then, but now he is way too overconfident with his sacred gear that he no longer considers me a threat. I will make him pay for the both of us. Lucifer smiles at his son's goal. I am glad that you have ended up with someone willing to accept you. I will be watching over you from now on, and hope that you will live a good life. Vala shook his head. No, father. Go back to mother. I am sure she wants you to be there just as much as you want to be with her. Vala, you know I can't. The only reason you are stuck here is because you have doubts and regrets over what happened to both of us. You shouldn't anymore, because Rise of him is truly the one to blame. Father, I am your son and always will be, so please, go to my mother. That is my one request as your child. Touched that Vala finally accepted him. All of his regrets have been erased and the background starts getting covered by a bright light, signaling the end of their contact with each other. It looks like I will finally be able to be with your mother soon. Vala, I will leave it to you to take down Rise of him. Make sure that there are no more victims. I will. Take care, father. And with that, the curse within Vala has lifted, bringing him back to the underworld. After making peace with his father, Vala's consciousness has returned back to the underworld, and the first thing he sees is Azi Dahaka being binded by his Dodge's multiple heads, which are breaking one by one. As each bind breaks, they form back into a shadow and returns back to Issei's body. For you to actually break the curse that many have succumbed to, you truly are something, Hakuryuku. After realizing that Vala is finally awake, Issei called out to him to make sure. Vala, are you alright? Yeah. It feels like I have just awoken from a dream. The things that are most desired was what caused many to fall when crossing paths with Azi Dahaka. The curse he casted on me transferred my consciousness to such a world, and I nearly fell victim to it. And yet you managed to break out of it. It wasn't easy though. I almost never wanted to leave despite knowing that everything is fake. It's a good thing you called out to me, Hayate Issei. It's time to finish this battle. Hearing this, Azi Dahaka is surprised that such a minor interference is able to help break the curse. Impossible! Even though the security I managed to call out to you, there is no way for you to have broken the curse unless someone else manages to get into your consciousness. Tell me, how did you manage to break out? Vala then turns to the evil dragon. I've had help from an unlikely source. It was through him that I know now that my grandfather must be stopped. There will be no more victims of his schemes. Ha! You can even barely go against me in your first battle without your team. Even now you are teaming with the Sekiryutai, because you wanted to save your power for Rise of him. If you can't pass me without giving it your all, there is no way you can get to him at full strength. I wonder about that. The chess piece within Vala's scale mail begins to glow. It has been a while since I've used this, but with Hayate Issei receiving the power of 2 dragons that are near equal to Albion, I had been training to use my powers more effectively in order to reach a similar level to his. This was something originally intended for when I fight Rise of him, but since you desire for us to be at our strongest, I will let you experience this power first. The glow begins to form a bright white light surrounding Vala's body, forming an aura. Issei immediately recognized the aura as he remembered the same glow from when Vala fought the Hydra. You are intending to summon Albion's aura, aren't you? Issei asked. Yes, Hayate Issei. I knew that I was behind in power when I've heard that you have Drake and Azdaja sealed within your boosted gear, giving you a new set of abilities and power that are beyond what I've witnessed in all of my battles. I knew that if I ever wanted a chance to take down my grandfather, I have to be at least as strong as you. This is what motivated me to train until I have further mastered Albion's power to the point where I can summon his aura. I will also have to thank my father again for giving me the motivation to stand up and accept my past. Wait, your father? He was the one who also helped me break out of the curse and gave me the real reason why I must stop rise of him. However, Azidahaka must be dealt with first since he is starting to break out of his binds. Issei then turns Azidahaka, who has already almost broken completely free at this point with only one layer of binding left. I will deal with the rest. We must stop Trihex's revival, no matter what. Vala's aura then takes the shape of Albion as he faces off against the evil dragon. This aura I see, so Albion's power has finally developed to the point where his aura is able to manifest from his host. Finally, your true power has shown. Azidahaka becomes very excited as the last of his binds were snapped. Despite being weakened by Issei's Longinus Smasher, the evil dragon shows no signs of slowing down. In Vala's case, knowing that he has to stop his grandfather as soon as possible, he is only interested in defeating Azidahaka once and for all, using any method possible. As Azidahaka starts charging at him, Vala turns to Issei and gives him a nod, revealing that a plan was formed between to deal with evil dragons. With Vala giving the signal, Issei then changes his armor back to True Queen and heads straight on to the middle head of the giant dragon, gave a powerful punch from his right hand. Despite causing a small tremor on the skull, the strike didn't seem to have any immediate effect on Azidahaka. Really? Is this it? If that's the case, then Ilga. Before Azidahaka can make his next move, the middle head started spewing blood from his mouth, causing the evil dragon to stumble backwards a bit. What is this? How could such a weak strike weaken me this greatly? It looks like the combination of Ascalon's power and the strength of a rook make quite an effective combination against even the second strongest evil dragon, especially since Azdaja has been slowly draining your powers while you were being restrained. Vala remarked. What? The power of a dragon slayer was on that strike. Both of you are full of surprises. It was worth being able to fight both heavenly dragons, Azidahaka said as blood starts to come out from the other parts of his body as it has already taken effect from Issei's punch. This is it, Azidahaka. It's time to end this battle. Such a satisfying battle before the end, but despite this power, you won't be able to stop Trihexa. Maybe not, but if I can kill my grandfather, his release will never occur. First thing is first, I have to get you out of the way. Using whatever power the evil dragon had left, all three of Azidahaka's heads breathed a large combined stream of fire towards Valley. In response, Albion's aura countered with a fire breath of his own, resulting in what is similar to be a beam struggle as either could push the other's attack. Issei attempts to intervene after seeing that Azidahaka is still strong enough to fight, but Vala stopped him. Please don't interfere, Hayate Issei. This is my battle. As neither side is gaining ground, Vala decides to use Albion's divine dividing ability. Divide. As Azidahaka's power is continuously divided, his stream of fire is also getting cut down by half each time until Albion's fire breath overpowers the evil dragon, hitting him with full force. Despite being weakened and in constant pain, Azidahaka yells out a laugh as if he was enjoying it. Ha! Yes, keep it coming, Hakuryuku. This pain I am feeling right now are the signs of me having a good fight. I am enjoying this so much right now. I am not going to waste any more time dealing with you. My objective is my grandfather. Albion, finish him off. Reduce. Vala's scale mail then spews poison into Albion's flames. Once the venom touches Azidahaka's body, it starts dissolving. What is this? My body is dissolving all of a sudden. You didn't know despite fighting Albion in the past? Albion can spew out a unique blend of venom capable of reducing the existence of living beings, including their souls. As long as your soul lives, your body will always be able to regenerate, so I must rid of that as well. Despite knowing that death was coming for Azzy Dahaka, the smile of his 3 heads never wore off as they were being burned away. I see, so this truly is the end for me. Oh well, after living for so long, I am glad that my life ended with a good fight. The rest of Azzy Dahaka's body then turns to ashes before vanishing. With the second strongest evil dragon defeated, issei and Vala then turn their attention towards Layden, only to find the dragon's body also vanishing from the combined efforts of the Citri and Gremory group. It was difficult, but don't think we couldn't handle a much weaker evil dragon when only the 2 of you took down Azzy Dahaka. Ria smiled. Layden's techniques were analyzed at our last fight with him, so we were able to predict his strategies fairly easily during our battle. Sona explained. I see. Then it looks like all we need to do before heading to Rizavim is to take care of Klipitha's army that are on its way. Vala said as Albion's aura wears off. With both evil dragons destroyed, the group starts to gather again as they prepare to head to Rizavim's dimension. Serafall, Hal, and the Kendo girls soon make their way after finishing their battles. Yahoo! Ice-kun! Did you miss me? Serafall immediately grabs issei's right arm, whose mood improved after feeling his girlfriend Zappei squeezing onto them, much to the annoyance of the other girls. Trying to disrupt the mood, Sona fakes a cough. Ahem. Onisama, I take it that you and the others were successful in your battles as well. Yup. The 3 evil dragons have all been taken down for good, Sonakin. Now all that is needed is to take care of Apophis, Lilith, and Rizavim, only if we could get past their army first. I've heard that reinforcements were being sent from one of our forces on our way here. It will be a little longer before we can reach Rizavim. Hal informed. We don't have that much time to take care of them. With Trihexa only moments away from being released, we have to stop my grandfather before then. I know, Vala. Just let me think a little bit Before Hal can think of a strategy, he sees a pair of black wings heading towards the group. Recognizing who that was, he waved to signal their position. Hey Martha! I thought that you and Rosweiss are taking care of Klipith and the evil dragons heading towards the city. Rosweisson decided to take over so that I can fly by to deliver Azazelsama's message. Martha told Hal as she lands. Azazel? What is going on with him? He and Rizavim are fighting. He is buying time for us to get there in time, although he is not really faring too well at the moment, even with Crom Crutch's assistance. Not many of us have enough strength to push further. We will take those who can still fight to assist Azazel. Call whoever is available to assist the wounded. I see you, Valley. Both of you still have strength, right? Do you think you can fight Rizavim in your current state? Hey, don't forget me. I still have enough in me to continue fighting. Serafall protests, much to Hal's delight. Perfect. We are going to need someone at Mao's strength to come assist us anyway. The rest of you need to start to assist Rosweiss against the rest of the army. We need you to defend the medical staff. Is that clear? Yes. Everyone shouted at Hal's orders. A magic circle forms around the left side of Hal's head, apparently relaying a message to him. I just got a call from Surzak-sama. He has located Apophis and is currently intercepting him. That should take care of all of the evil dragons within Klipith. Come on everyone, let's go! As the 3 decided to follow Hal to the dimension, Issei suddenly felt a flux on Drake's scale mail, briefly transforming his armor into his Dodge's scale mail before reverting back, causing him to nearly collapse on his knees until being held up by a concerned Serafall, who was the first to witness the flux. Huh! What just happened? Issei looked down at his armor. Hal and Vala both turned around out of concern. I see, are you alright? Said the latter. It seems like his Dodge's power and mine are starting to adapt to one another. Your body is now starting to adjust as both of our abilities can now be used more efficiently, Drake explained. So it appears that I am one step closer to fusing them. That's right, partner. However, Azdaja is still a bit reluctant to go through with it due to his pride as an evil dragon. Hey! It's already good enough that I am allowing my power to adapt to yours, so don't push it, Azdaja protested. Hee, I am fine. It appears that both dragons are slowly coming to terms with their differences. It looks like I will soon be able to use the power of both dragons more effectively in the next battle. Issei answered Hal. Couldn't have started at a better time. Hope that it will fully adapt by the time we get there. We will just to find out, Hal. The team then proceed to reach Rizavim with Hal summoning a magic teleportation circle, using the coordinates given by Marta. Within seconds, they disappeared and the circle vanishes almost right after, inside of Rizavim's dimension. When the team arrives in the dimension, they see an exhausted Azazel trying to keep Rizavim from performing the ritual. Although Azazel was powerful enough to last the fight until their arrival, he proved no match to Rizavim, who only has minor scratches as well as some torn clothing. Crom Cruch, on the other hand, is still currently fighting on equal ground against Lilith as Ophis continues watching. Heh. It looks like all of you arrive on time, except for Surzex, Azazel said while breathing heavily. Sorry about that, Azazel. Surzex-sama is currently dealing with Apophis right now. After he is taken care of, we will no longer need to worry about the evil dragons anymore. Yahoo! As is Elkin, it looks like you are able to hold out until we arrived. What a relief! Serafall said in a happy tone. Yo, Serafall. There is no need to worry about me. I've taken some good hits, but nothing serious. Considering that Rizavim mainly uses his sacred gear canceller in fights, he lacks variety in techniques, so I was able to get around that. Ha! Even with my limited skills, I was still able to outmatch you, and even with Vala and the Security's help, my sacred gear canceller will prevent them from using their full strength. In the end, the result will be the same. In a rare moment, Serafall shows a serious face towards Rizavim. Don't forget about me, Rizavim. We will do whatever it takes to prevent Trihexa from reviving. As a Mao, I will make sure to stop you. It doesn't matter. The result won't change if you get involved, though I will admit that you might be the most troublesome of the group. Serafall then shows a confident smile. Don't worry, I won't be the first to deal with you. In fact, that honor belongs to the one person who desires it the most. Rizavim looks around and realizes that one person suddenly became missing from the group. Hey, where is my grandson? Behind you, Azazel said, causing Rizavim to turn around and see Vala inside of Albion's aura, surprising him. As the jaws of Albion's aura lunged at him, Rizavim attempts to use the sacred gear canceller to cancel the aura, but is shocked that his ability is unable to do so. Unable to react in time, Rizavim moves to the side a bit, causing Albion to bite off his left arm before he can escape. Before he can heal it, Albion's aura swings his large tail and knocked Rizavim to a far distance from the group and the continuing battle between Crom Cruch and Lilith. Vala then immediately flies towards his grandfather to prevent his escape. Your sacred gear canceller did not work, because it was not my balance breaker that summoned my aura. It was Albion himself, whose true power exceeds your ability. Your time is at an end. Desperate, Rizavim decides to rely on his last option. Lilith! Come protect your master. Lilith turns around during her battle and sees Rizavim in trouble. She briefly knocks Crom Cruch back before heading back to defend her master, only to find Ophis standing in front of her. Crom Cruch attempts to continue the fight, but Ophis holds her hand up, signaling for him to stop. Curious, Crom Cruch transforms back to his human form and decides to watch Ophis' plans for her spawn. Ophis then puts her hand in her dress pocket, trying to take something out. Before you go, try this. Ophis then takes out a chocolate bar, unwraps it, and hands it over to Lilith, who is looking at it curiously before taking a bite. Lilith soon becomes fully distracted, ignoring Rizavim's order as she continues to eat. Is it good? It is very good, munch munch, I want more. Ophis then takes out another chocolate bar, but did not give it to Lilith immediately. There will be more if you stop fighting. If you come to our side, there will be more sweets and candies, Ophis offered. Then I shall back off. Lilith then heads towards the team rather than to Rizavim after being given the second bar of chocolate, to the latter's dismay. Hal face palms at the sight. I know that I shouldn't be surprised since Lilith is the spawn of Ophis, but it is hard for me to maintain a straight face seeing Lilith easily switching sides over some sweets. Issei gives out an awkward laugh. Well, at least Lilith is on our side now instead of Rizavim's, although she is rather a greedy dragon. For a spawn of the dragon god to be easily swayed, It seems as though human interaction has an influence on Ophis, who was never really interested in anything other than getting rid of the Great Red and returning to the dimensional gap. This is definitely worth observing further into. Rizavim, seeing that Lilith is no longer working with him, stares at both Vala and Albion in fear and begins to beg for mercy. Vala, please don't do this. I was only fulfilling my duty as a devil in order to bring back the true purpose of our existence. We have been looked down upon for so long, because of our race regardless of what we do, so I thought that by bringing them back, we can finally achieve balance with both the heaven and the underworld playing opposite roles. To kill me will disrupt that balance. Vala rejects his grandfather's poor excuses. And yet you would even do this to your own kind like what you did to my father. Regardless of what you say, I already promised him that there would be no more victims of your ambition and your death to make sure all of this ends. Once this is over, you will not be remembered by anyone. Before Vala is able to do the finishing blow, someone beat him to it. Gah! A bloodied hand suddenly emerged from Rizavim's chest unseen, much to the shock of everyone who witnessed. As Rizavim dies, his body starts to dissipate until he completely disappears. The perpetrator responsible was none other than Grendel's mother. In her seductive human form, her body soon starts glowing due to the immense demonic energy within her. Delicious, so this is the power of a super devil. All of you have done a great job helping me catch my meal, and now his power is my own. Grendel's mother fearlessly stares intensely at Vala, who is still covered by Albion's aura, before turning to the others. I wonder if the power of the two heavenly dragons will taste just as good. I guess I will find out soon enough. Hal steps forward. I thought we had a deal. Yes, we did. Although I did promise that I would help assist in destroying Clippeth out of vengeance for my son, I never promised that I wouldn't come after you next. My need to consume power still stands, and after I eat the two heavenly dragons, I will then come after the dragon god and her spawn before switching to the Mao. Hearing this makes serafall cringe. Seeing that Grendel's mother was never truly on their side, Vala prepares to fight, but is stopped by Issei. Sorry Vala, but I am going to have to take this one. Hi to Issei, the last time you fought Grendel's mother, you proved no match for her. I think it would be better for me to fight as I am now. Issei experiences another flux of energy, transforming his armor back to Azdaja's scale mail. It seems like Azdaja and Draeg finally reached a compromise. My balance breaker has been experiencing a flux since our battle with Azidahaka. I need to release it, Vala. Another flux occurred, convincing Vala of Issei's statement. Realizing that Issei is unable to stop the energy flux on his own, he had Albion withdraw his aura and willingly turns back. Then do what you can, but I will interfere if either your new power gets out of control or if you get beaten. Remember that. I know, but Azdaja still has some anger in him despite the evil dragons we fought and defeated. I am going to let him release this anger. Partner, you know what is going to happen, but are you ready? Draeg asked, causing his aura to surround Issei's body. I am. Let's finish this. Finally, I've been waiting for this opportunity after being humiliated by our last fight with her. Time for vengeance. With both dragons reaching a compromise, both of their auras emerge from Issei's body before combining into a swirl of red and black energy coming back into Issei. Hal, who never witnessed such a transformation, turned to Azazel out of concern. Azazel, what is going on? No need to be worried. It's just that the two dragons within Issei have reached a compromise and are combining their power from within him, creating a new scale male. Azazel answered. Oh, so my boyfriend has a new form. As expected, he can never be put down so easily. Serafall watches in an excited manner. As the combined auras are being absorbed, a new armor was formed, a combination of both Azdaja and Draeg's scale mail. The body armor consists of Azdaja's black armor with very significant red linings coming from Draeg's armor, and has a slightly more bulky appearance than True Queen, but less than that of the Rook armor, and his shoulders are covered by 2 layers of thick armored paddings instead of one. His mask and helmet, although falling short of Juggernaut Drive, becomes more dragon-like as his newly formed mouthpiece has teeth-like structures around it. He now has 2 sets of wings that signify the power of each dragon within the boosted gear, as the top set are crimson-colored while the bottom set are black-colored. After the armor is summoned completely, a sample of the armor's enormous power was released, causing a brief shockwave and a crater beneath issei, who then turns around to face his foe. My, it looks like you will put up more of a challenge compared to our last fight. Then again, I've also absorbed the power of a super devil, so do try not to disappoint. Then let's see if this armor meets your expectations. Issei told Grendel's mother before charging right at her. Take this. Issei yelled as he prepares to strike with his fist. With Drake and Azdaja's powers combined into Issei, a new armor was formed as a result of this combination, giving him a more dragon-like appearance with 2 sets of wings and a color scheme from both True Queen and Azdaja's black armor. As he prepares to face off against Grendel's mother, everyone, except for Ophis and Lilith, expressed their shock at Issei's sudden transformation. Even Vela did not expect this, despite expecting that Issei would become more powerful after witnessing an energy flux within Issei. It looks like Hayate Issei is one step ahead of me again. I guess that's what happens when you have the power of both an evil dragon and a heavenly dragon within your sacred gear. This is also the first I've heard of an evil dragon working alongside a heavenly dragon as well. Evil dragons are normally solitary fighters who prefer to face their opponents by themselves, and any attempt to form an alliance with them in a fight often results in the dragons turning against them. Albion explained to everybody. Then what do you think has changed within Azdaja that he was willing to work together with Drake? Most of the evil dragons are defeated or currently being taken care of except for him. Hal asked. Serafall decided to answer. I think it was due to Isken's first battle with Grendel's mother at the mall. I heard from Ryaskin that Grendel's mother manages to defeat him with little effort, which humiliated Azdajakan as he was in his armor with strength equivalent to True Queen, despite the fact that they had already gone through a full battle. Azdajakan's pride, however, refuses to accept that loss despite acknowledging the power difference during the time. It took some time for him to think about putting his pride aside to fuse his power with Drabechan, but after seeing her again, he apparently decided that the loss was more humiliating and is focusing more on avenging it. So it was due to pride of winning or losing that Azdaja is willing to go that far to pick up a victory against Grendel's mother. Vala commented. Unlike other evil dragons, who are willing to die in order to have a good fight, Azdaja seems to care more about winning the battle, considering that he is one of the more powerful evil dragons. However, I also believe that the Security's influence has also affected his worldly view, because even a loss wouldn't be enough for Azdaja to abandon his pride and fuse his power with Drake, let alone work with him, Albion added. Vala smiled. I guess this era is full of changes for you dragons. Not all of them are good though. I know, considering that I sometimes have to take you to a counselor back then, and had to take medicine to cure your depression. Don't remind me of that. With the rest of the team theorizing what got such a prideful evil dragon to agree with fusing his powers, issei attempts to strike Grendel's mother with his fist. However, the strike was avoided and Grendel's mother strikes his back with a fist of her own, knocking him back a short distance, but the armor remains unscathed. Your armor couldn't even withstand a strike from me last time, but since it is able to endure now, I shall continue to have my fun. Issei bounces back to his feet and attempts to strike Grendel's mother, but the latter proved more agile as she was able to both avoid and swat away his continuous attacks. One of Issei's strikes hits the ground and caused a huge crater to form. Such a strike would definitely cause some injuries, but it doesn't matter as long as you can't hit me. After dodging another strike, Grendel's mother makes a strike of her own, punching Issei on the jaw, causing him to stumble a bit. After regaining his footing, he flies straight towards his slippery opponent at super fast speed, only for her to jump out of the way. Although you can take my hits now, this battle is starting to get boring. You can't even land a hit on me despite this new power. If that's the case, let's finish this battle so I can eat your power. This time, Grendel's mother charges straight towards Issei. However, as soon as her shadow connects with Issei's, many of Azdaja's heads began wrapping around her body, restraining her from making any quick movements. Oh? So you decided to fight back for real after all. Good, but don't expect this weak technique to keep me bound. Grendel's mother broke free of her restraints, but as soon as her focus was on Issei, she sees that he is not in front of her. Issei manages to get behind her and catches her off guard with a right hand to her abdomen, knocking her back a short distance this time. Grendel's mother, who is still on her feet, smiles at this revelation. I see, you were still getting used to your new power, which is why I was initially able to outmaneuver you, but as you grow more used to it, you were able to catch up very quickly. This is very good, because that means I get to fight you at my best. She is no different than the evil dragons, Issei said in his thoughts, prompting Drake to sigh and make a comment. What exactly do you expect from the mother of an evil dragon, partner? Issei and Grendel's mother then proceeds with hand-to-hand combat. Neither was able to get the upper hand as both of them are taking or avoiding each other's blows. With both of them fighting on equal footing, each strike that is either blocked or connected causes tremors to the surrounding areas due to the immense power that is being released. Ha! Yes, this is the most fun battle I have yet thus far. Give me more! Grendel's mother's is currently exhibiting behavior very similar to Azidahaka when he was fighting the two heavenly dragons. She is definitely Grendel's son. I better break this chain of attacks so that I can get a proper hit on her, Issei thought. Issei then uses his enhanced speed and disappears in front of Grendel's mother, almost as if he teleported. What? Where did he go? Grendel's mother yelled as she continues to look around her. Take this. Issei drops down from the top and clubs her with both hands, knocking her to the ground, which breaks upon impact. Dragon shot. Trying to weaken Grendel's mother as fast as possible, Issei launches a large dragon shot in the form of a red stream of energy surrounded by a dark energy outline towards her, creating a huge explosion upon impact. As soon as the smoke clears, Grendel's mother, although visibly damaged, charges at Issei at high speed, but stops halfway and breathes a large stream of fire towards Issei, hoping to catch him by surprise. Issei responded by pulling out the dragon tail behind him, which transforms into a red and black colored shield. The fire hits the shield and is unable to penetrate through it, forcing the stream to go around Issei. After the stream of fire ends, Issei emerges unscathed with the shield undamaged, though it briefly glowed red due to the heat. With Grendel's mother deciding to charge towards Issei again, the latter shows a confident smile. I always wanted to try this. Time to go, Captain America. Issei threw his shield like a spinning disc, knocking Grendel's mother back and causes her to become briefly disoriented. Issei quickly summons his shield back and charges towards her. Using his shield and speed to ram her, the strike causes both of them to hit the floor hard, destroying a floor layer. He then transforms his shield into a sword and charges at her again. Grendel's mother gets up quickly enough to avoid the sword strike. You are not the only one with tricks, Security. Grendel's mother then grew dragon scales in front of her arms, forming blades on her wrists, as she prepares to duel with Issei. She is really going all out, Issei commented. You are doing very well so far, but remember that she also absorbed Rizavim's power. She won't go down so easily. Regardless, you better win this. I didn't agree to combine my powers with Drake just for you to lose again, as Daja warned, causing Issei to sigh. Got it. With our worlds at stake, we can't afford to lose anyway. Issei and Grendel's mother then charged at each other, and the sword and scales clash. Both sides are again evenly matched as either are able to cut each other with their blades. Issei, however, seems to be on the more defensive side as he is slowly being pushed back. Oh, you are reaching your limit already, or are you just faking your exhaustion to catch me off guard? Heh, I won't fall for that trick, so take this. Grendel's mother increases the speed of her strikes, pushing Issei further back as he desperately tried to block her attacks. Not yet, Issei whispered. Come on, Security. Is this really the limit of the combined powers of the heavenly and evil dragon, or is it I have become too powerful after eating the power of a super devil? Losing patience, Grendel's mother decided to increase her speed until she can move faster than the eye can see. What? Issei becomes alarmed over her sudden move. Over here. Grendel's mother makes a slash on Issei's back, enough to cut through the armor. GHH. Although the injury turns out to be nothing more than a small cut on his skin, Issei could still feel some sharp pain. Let's see how you like more. Grendel's mother continues to move at high speed and repeatedly slashes Issei on all sides, making sure that nothing is missed. Serafall becomes terrified at the sight of her boyfriend continuously bombarded by slashes. Ice-kun! Hang on, I will assist. Before Serafall can move to help, she was stopped by Azazel. Azazelkin, what are you doing? Iskun is going to get killed if we don't assist. Azazel shook his head. Do you honestly think that your boyfriend is actually using his full strength? Serafall becomes confused. His new armor is a combination of Drake and Azdage's power. When issei was at True Queen, he was able to move just as fast as he is doing now, but his speed should have increased at this stage. Are you telling me that Iskun is holding back? Azazel nods. If you look closely, it appears that he is trying to bait her by letting her attacks continue, even though he is getting hurt in the process. We need to see how this goes before we can make any move, otherwise we might jeopardize issei's chances of beating her. Serafall reluctantly stays back after fully listening to Azazel, hoping that issei will initiate his plan soon. After another dozen strikes, small drops of blood are seeping through issei's armor, though he was able to close both the cuts on his armor and wounds using both of the dragon's aura. The next thing he sees is Grendel's mother, ramming him at high speed. Taking it at full force, issei was knocked back a long distance, to the point where the rest of the team are unable to see where he landed. Once issei crashes to the ground, he slowly gets back up and shakes his head out of pain from the attack. Geez, that hurts. Better initiate the plan now before I get killed. I've got you now! Grendel's mother attempts one more charge, intent on thrusting her scale blades on her arm through issei. Gah-ha-hey! Issei's armor was pierced, much to the shock of almost everyone watching the battle. Iskun! Serafall yelled. Wait! Look carefully. Vala told Serafall. As the body starts to fall, it suddenly disappears into its shadow, surprising Grendel's mother. What is this? She looked around for issei, but to no avail. The shadow where the body disappeared suddenly came to life in the form of Azdage's heads, restraining Grendel's mother once more. Again. Then I will just break out of GH. One of her scale blades was cut off, leaving a small gash in her arm. Just then, issei shows up in front of her and cuts her other scale blade before moving to strike again. I can create copies of myself using Azdage's shadow combined with Drake's power. As for what I am doing now, this is the same attack you did to me earlier. Let's see how well you can take it. Unable to react in time due to her restraints, Grendel's mother became a victim of many slash attacks from issei's tail sword, striking at great speed. As each strike hits, she feels her power draining due to Azdage's ability to steal power bit by bit. However, with Drake's power fused with Azdage's, the absorption ability of the tail sword has been enhanced, being able to absorb double the power compared to what the sword was initially. With Azdage's heads also absorbing her power, she soon starts feeling exhausted from the barrage of attacks. I am not done yet. Issei then stops his barrage and launches a dragon shot from his left hand, destroying Azdage's heads, but causing Grendel's mother to take further damage. For me to fall to the security, it's not possible. Grendel's mother screamed before the dragon shot reaches her. As soon as the smoke from the attack clears, Grendel's mother emerged alive, but her human form is heavily damaged and drops to her knees before her skin starts repairing herself. Issei puts away his tail sword back and approaches her. Let's stop this. It's over now. I don't want to kill you, but if you continue any further then, kill me? Just because you have extra power doesn't mean you have won this battle, Security. This battle is still going on. Issei shook his head. Look at you, you could barely stand. Any further and your body won't last. Heh. I still have a couple of tricks up my sleeve, Security. Take this. Grendel's mother opens her mouth and shot a large ball of white flames at Issei at point-blank range. Issei grunts as he is being pushed back by her flames, causing the armor to crack before crashing down. It seems like her flames have upgrades after absorbing Rizavim's power. I can see that, Issei said in an irritated tone as he gets up. Before he is able to make another move, Grendel's mother starts striking him with her fists and kicks and using her superior agility to avoid Issei's. Not allowing the armor to repair itself, her strikes often land on where the armor is cracked, which Issei immediately realized. Looks like I better move back. Issei starts flying back, but Grendel's mother gave pursuit, grabbing his leg and tossing him to the ground, hard. She then attempts to ram Issei before he can get back up, only for him to move out of the way. Realizing he is being overwhelmed in hand-to-hand combat, Issei flies up to keep a distance. Knowing that she would follow, Issei breathes his blue flames at a wide range, causing her to stop and move above to avoid it. So that's how you are going to play, huh? Let's see if your flames can outmatch mine. Grendel's mother then breathes her white flames towards Issei's blue flames. In a classic beam struggle, either flames are able to get the upper hand over the other. Soon enough, Issei's lack of experience of the new armor starts taking a toll as his flames are being pushed back while he struggles desperately to keep going. I see, your tail sword has some of her power absorbed. Use it to enhance your power like the hacker Yuku, as Daja suggested. Issei did as told, and soon his blue flame starts overpowering the white flames, pushing it back. What? Grendel's mother said in her thoughts as she starts getting consumed by Issei's flames. Alright then, since you are currently taking the form of a beautiful woman, that means I get to use this. Oh no. Both Drake and Azdaja groaned, knowing what Issei had in mind. Dress break. Issei's technique causes all of her clothing to come off, including the scale armor she prepared after her scale blades were destroyed, leaving her completely naked. Azazel sighs at the sight. In the end, Issei never changes. So this is the dress break, such an effective technique. Serafall stares intensely while the other had a sweat drop formed on their heads, except for Ophis and Lilith, who maintain their emotionless appearances while Crom Crutch looks at it with interest. Interesting. For a technique that can strip off even the most powerful armor and weapons, the Security is full of surprises. As good as Iskun is as a person, he will always be a pervert at heart. Murayama sighs again. I am now considering whether I should lower my standards when it comes to Iskun after looking at this. At least he is still better than those two idiots at school. Kates also sighs a second time. Hell laughs awkwardly while Vala simply continues to watch. What is this? Grendel's mother looks at her naked body and is shocked that Issei is able to destroy everything, including all of her weapons and armor, rather than the fact that she is naked. Woohoo! To see such big naked épée in front of me, this is what I am missing the whole time, Issei said in a goofy tone. Gerdot looked down at me. Grendel's mother charges at Issei with her remaining power, jamming her fist through Issei, only to find it was just another one of Azdaja's shadows while Issei is actually flying on top of her. Since Dragon Shot was not enough, how about this? Issei currently holds a cannon up as he aims straight at her. You had your chance, but you leave me no choice. Impossible. Those were the last words of Grendel's mother, as she was too weak due to Azdaja's absorption ability, leaving her drained of power. Fong Blast Booster, a large energy blast was shot right out of the cannon. As soon as the attack hits, Grendel's mother's body vanishes without a trace. With Grendel's mother gone, his armor vanishes as soon as he landed and collapses due to exhaustion. You did it, Iskun. Serafall rushes in and gives Issei a big hug. Yeah, I did. Some of your methods were questionable, but you did it. Congratulations. Murayama smiled. Here is a phoenix tear. Kates handed over a small container of phoenix tears, which Issei happily accepts and starts applying to his wounds. Good job, Iskun. Azazel also congratulated him while Hal gives him a nod. Thanks. I just hope to take some time off from saving the world after all of this. Issei then turns towards Vala and notices that he is still on his guard as he looked at the area where Trihexa is sealed. Vala, what's wrong? Something is not right here. The seal was already way too weak thanks to Rise of Him, and yet it has not activated. Seems like we managed to stop the dragon's revival. You don't understand, Hayate Issei. Rise of Him had already weakened the seal to the point it can get out, but did not release it for some reason. There is something else going on here. Unnoticed by the team, some ball of light emerged from where Grendel's mother was killed and head towards the seal, passing Issei and Vala. What was that? So this is what my grandfather was planning all along. If he dies, his soul will act as a fail-safe to be used to realize Trihexa. He was still alive after being absorbed by Grendel's mother, and with both of them gone his soul is released. Azazel grunts at this revelation. Everyone, get ready! We can't let Trihexa loose. Calm down. Crom Crutch told Azazel. This thing will destroy everything if it gets loose. I know, but it appears that the Dragon God and her spawn have a plan to stop Trihexa. Azazel then turns to Ophis and Lilith, with the former beginning to explain. The god who sealed Trihexa used a technique that cost his life due to huge power difference. However, beings closer to Trihexa's power can be used for the seal can use the technique without putting his or her life on the line. Me and Lilith will help seal it. Issei looks at Azazel. It looks like we will have to bet on them to help seal back Trihexa. Understood, but we need to push it back to where it was sealed before, as the forbidden techniques used still contains a little power. That power will combine with Ophis and Lilith and will add another layer of seal, making it more powerful than the last. Let's just hope that just us alone have enough power to push it at least. The seal then starts to crack, causing everyone to get into battle position. With his wounds fully healed, Issei reverts back to his Daja and Drake's armor while Vala summons Albion's aura. Ophis and Lilith stand by to prepare the seal while Kates and Murayama summons Hraesvelgr. Hal summons Mizuchi and his body is soon covered by water armor. Serafall also prepares for the worst as she gets into her battle position. With everyone ready to risk it all, the seal broke. Trihexa emerged from the seal and its appearance is like a different mixture of animals with 7 heads, 7 necks, 4 arms, and 10 horns. Its main body is that of a primate, leaning forward, covered in black fur and scales. Having rode the Great Red once before, Issei immediately saw that Trihexa is bigger than the dragon. What's worse is that it is accompanied by an army of boosted gear scale males, much to Issei's dismay. Nonetheless, the group maintained their position. Alright, Ophis, Lilith, prepare the seal. We need someone to take care of these imitation scale males. Hi to Issei. I will take care of the scale males and prevent any one of them from passing us. But it is up to you and everyone else to stop Trihexa. Understood? Issei nodded. Be careful out there. Vala then flew towards the army of scale males and prepares to attack as Ophis and Lilith prepare the seal. Half-dimension. Due to the scale males being copies, they are shown to be much weaker than the real thing and many were annihilated by the technique. Seeing an opening, Azazel launches a large light arrow in an attempt to stun it, only for the wound to heal almost instantly. We've got to push it towards the seal. Serafall yelled as she launched a huge stream of ice towards the apocalyptic beast, but the attack did not even faze it. Issei then launches several dragon shots at it, but all it did was turn its attention towards him, forcing Issei to fall back. Hraesvelgr attempts to use his tornado winds, but did nothing to slow him down. Aim for the eyes. Vala screamed after destroying another scale male. Seeing an opportunity, Azazel summoned numerous light swords, intending to temporarily disorient Trihexa by stabbing all of the eyes. The swords fell on each of the 10 heads and successfully blinded it, causing Trihexa to roar in pain. Issei attempts to restrain it by wrapping his Daja's heads around its legs, but did little to slow it down. He then turns towards his girlfriend. Serafall, now! Celsius cross trigger. Serafall encased the surrounding area with ice, sparing the group and manages to even encase Trihexa. However, Trihexa easily breaks through the ice and aims for Serafall again, only for Hal to make the floor slippery by using Mizuchi to eliminate the rocks and create a smooth ground, causing the beast to slip and fall hard to the ground. Before it can get up, Issei, using his newfound strength, attempts to pull Trihexa towards the seal and was able to move him slightly, but it recovered too soon and pulled Issei back before throwing him. Trihexa then starts to fly to prevent the same trick from happening again and goes after the group, only for Issei to appear in front of it again and breathe its blue flames towards all of its heads. Not good. Trihexa needs to be at the seal for us to seal him. Lilith told the group. None of our attacks are working. We need to redirect it towards the seal somehow. Trihexa suddenly started exhibiting some strange behavior, as if it was crying in pain. Much to everyone's horror, Trihexa's body is slowly splitting itself based on the number of heads. Issei charges immediately before Trihexa splits completely and aims towards the outermost body on the left, intending to push it back. Longinus Smasher, with his chest piece unleashing the blast at full power, the combination of Drake and Azdaja's power is actually pushing the outer body back into the main body. Following Issei's example, Serafall and Azazel used their full power to push the outermost body located opposite of Issei. With Hraesvelgr also helping Issei on his side, they were successful in pushing the bodies back into one, but it leaves most of the group severely exhausted. Is this really going to be the end? Issei asked while panting. Furious over the failed splitting, Trihexa breathes an extremely large stream of fire from one of its heads. Using all of the defense magic available, the group was able to survive the worst, but are knocked back and injured just from that one attack, leaving only Issei, Ophis, Crumb-Crutch, Lilith, and Vala still standing, with Issei being seriously wounded on his abdomen. I hate this, but we have no choice. Ophis told Lilith. You mean summoning that? Lilith asked. Yes, we need to this time. Even if it means working together with our enemy. Very well. With Ophis and Lilith discussing something, Vala and Issei then look at each other, as if they are going to say goodbye. This is our last stand, Vala. I don't think we will be able to survive this. Then let's stand our ground to the very end, Hayate Issei. With most of the scale males gone and only a few standing between them and Trihexa, Vala decides to use his own version of the Longinus Smasher, while Issei does the same. Using all of the energy they have left, they launch their attacks from the chess pieces, although in Vala's case, transfers the attack to Albion's mouth through his aura, and hits Trihexa while destroying the rest of the scale males. The attacks were unable to do any damage, but manages to halt his movement. However, they do not have enough strength to push it back, and both of them are already starting to show signs of fatigue and exhaustion. To make matters worse, Trihexa is slowly moving towards Issei and Vala despite their attacks hitting it at full force. Not wanting Trihexa to interfere with his research, Crumb-Crutch joins them in his dragon form and launches a stream of fire to complement Issei and Vala's attack. Despite the evil dragon's assistance, Trihexa continues to move forward after only being stopped for a few seconds. Why won't this beast move? Issei yelled as he struggles to push Trihexa back. On the verge of defeat, a large portal suddenly opened, and out came the giant red dragon everyone knows as the Great Red, much to the shock of those who regained their consciousness. This is bad. With the Great Red here, the battle against Trihexa will destroy all of our worlds. Azazel said in a frightened tone as he looks at the massive red dragon. He won't. I told the Great Red what is happening. The Great Red will help Issei and Vala push back Trihexa rather than trying to fight it. Ophis told Azazel, Partner, it seems like the Great Red is going to help push Trihexa back. Help came right when we needed. I just hope it doesn't turn into a full-on fight. We still better assist the Great Red if we are going to push him back. Vala Issei, continue your attack, Albion told them through their sacred gears. With Trihexa being slowed down, the Great Red then opens his mouth and breathes a large beam of white flames, similar to Grendel's mother's flames. When the attack hits, Trihexa finds itself being pushed back towards the seal and desperately tries to stand its ground. One of its heads breathes fire towards the Great Red, but Hraesvelgr decides to sacrifice himself to protect the dragon, getting severely injured in the process. Hraesvelgr, Murayama and Kates head towards the eagle and see that he still has movement before disappearing, much to their relief. Seeing that Trihexa is close enough to the already broken seals, Ophis and Lilith launches a spell towards the beast, combining both of their powers to fix and enhance the seals, causing Trihexa to be absorbed back while struggling to resist. Once the last of its heads disappeared, the threat is finally over. Did we win? Issei asked Vala. Apparently so. Trihexa has been sealed permanently with a much stronger magic able to resist the Sephiroth Grawl since it's made by Ophis. Crumb-Crutch explained to the both of them. With their energy severely depleted, both Vala and Issei land and collapses after both of their scale males vanished, while Crumb-Crutch simply turns back to his human form and lands. The three then notice the seal is still there, only to be swallowed by the Great Red. Issei becomes confused over what the Great Red just did. Ophis then approaches Issei to explain. Even the Great Red acknowledges the danger that Trihexa poses. To make sure it can't be revived again, not only did we put a stronger seal on it, having the Great Red swallow the seal will prevent most methods of revival as his body acts as a barrier against most magic. If Trihexa somehow gets revived, the Great Red will also remain in the dimensional gap to prevent their battle from reaching your worlds. Oh, I see. Issei breathed a sigh of relief. Zoom Ian. The Great Red spoke through telepathy. Did the Great Red just? Vala asked after realizing where that line came from. Yeah, don't ask. It had already happened once before. Seriously, please don't ask. Both Drake and Azdaja told the group in an irritated tone. Zoom zoom ion. Zoom zoom ion. The Great Red then heads back to the dimensional gap. Although Ophis still shows some minor hostility towards the giant dragon. I still hate that dragon, Ophis told issei, who gave an awkward laugh. As soon as they were able to rest, more people from the three factions shows up at the dimension, including the other members of the Gremry and Citri group. Ice-kun! The girls from the Gremry group rush to issei after seeing that he is exhausted. Serzex approaches Azazel after witnessing the damage caused by the battles. It looks like all of you have won the battle against the last of the Clippeth. I could say the same to you about your battle with Apophis. Trihexa was revived briefly, but we got help from an unexpected source. Who could have helped defeat Trihexa, the Great Red? We feared that it would bring total destruction if the Great Red and Trihexa were to battle, but it turns out that even the giant dragon didn't want that and assisted Ophis and Lilith into sealing it. The Great Red then took the seal to the dimensional gap to make sure Trihexa's revival doesn't come forth again. Serzex then looks at the group and sees many of them rushing towards issei and Vala to treat them, while Crom Crutch continues to observe Ophis while giving some more candy to Lilith. It looks like peace has finally returned to our worlds. All I can see is a bright future for these young ones. Azazel then looks at Serafall, who is holding issei's left arm, but gets into an argument with the other girls, particularly Rias, over who gets the right for the act. I was afraid that we might have to seal ourselves in order to slow down Trihexa, but that is no longer the case now. Many of us were able to survive because of them. We owe them, Serzex. Yeah. Serzex smiles at the peaceful sight of almost everybody playing around and is reminded of his childhood with Rias, which were mostly filled with peace and joy, despite constantly embarrassing her sister. After everyone has been treated and settled, they all return back to the underworld, now free of the Chaos Brigade. 5 days later, in a grassy field, Azazel is speaking to Vala as he continued to move forward while carrying a bag with him. I see that you finally decided to make another path in life. After the curse that was casted upon me and what my father said, I decided that maybe I can make that dream a reality. I am going to step away from fighting for a moment to settle down. So you no longer have the desire to fight Issei and the Great Red? Crom Crutch vows to fight Haida issei one day, so no. I will face both him and the evil dragon when the time comes, and if I defeat them both, the Great Red is next. But the fight with Trihexa proves that I am still no match for that giant dragon, so I will fight once I am strong enough. Azazel smiles after hearing that Vala has not truly retired from his goals. So then where are you going now? I found a village not too far from here as a child after I ran away and met a nice girl whose family has taken me in for a few days when I needed a place to stay there. They told me to come back any time, so I intend to stay with them for the time being. Then tell them I said hi. Will do. Thanks for everything, Azazel. Vala then turns around and moves forward while Azazel watches. Good luck, Vala, Azazel said before leaving. 3 weeks later, in the old school building. Azazelkin, why did you suddenly call me an Ice-kun here? Serafall asked while wearing her teacher's outfit. The only people in the room are Azazel, issei, and Rias, as the rest of the members of the Occult Research Club still have classes. I only meant to call Issei at first, but since you are his first girlfriend, I thought it would be okay to invite you. What do you mean first? Issei asked, as he did not like Azazel's somewhat mischievous tone. Azazel then takes out a scroll. Once he opens it, the names of almost all the girls in the Haida residence, even including Valerie, Marta, Kunu, Ophis, Lilith, and the Kendo girls. Tada! It's a marriage contract that Serafall signed first, giving her the right to marry Issei. But since the other girls considered him to be their protector, they all wanted to be your wives, so they signed their names. Hee-hee-ah! Both Issei and Serafall screamed. I was never told about this. What the heck is going on here? Issei screamed. Hold on. I don't mind allowing Ice-kun to have more than one wife, but there is just too many girls on this list. Serafall also complained. Ahahaha. Well, Issei did say he wanted to be a harem king once he becomes a high-class devil, so why not marry them all? There is no way some of these girls would sign their names. A few of them even hate me, Issei assumed. Not true, Ice-kun. Murayama's voice was heard from the hallway. Serafall and Issei both turned around to the door to see the Kendo girls coming in. True that we thought of you as nothing more than a pervert early on, But once we both have gotten to know you, you are actually pretty cool. Kate blushed. Plus, you were the one who convinced us to become devils, so you are going to have to take responsibility, Isukan. Murayama said in a cute tone. Realizing he cannot fight back, issei groaned. What have I gotten myself into? Although frustrated, serafall reluctantly accepts the contract since she wants everyone to be happy. Mao. If that's the case, fine. We can all be Isukan's wife, but since I am the girlfriend and the first one to sign the contract, I call on being Isukan's first and top wife with Sonakin being the second. Sarah. Issei becomes alarmed. I refuse to lose to them. Serafall suddenly had fire in her eyes, causing Azazel and the Kendo girls to laugh as Issei continues to dread on his future responsibilities with the girls. In some kind of showroom, a camera is currently recording and Serafall is the first face to come in front of it. Hello readers! Welcome to the first and only DxD Talk show. I am your host, Leviathan. Over on the seats in the back, we have the main characters sitting, including the OCs Hal-chan, Marta-chan, and Silphican. Even though the latter didn't make much of an appearance, Duran cannot come due to other obligations, but at least the cute and magical Serafall is here for you. Anyway, this event is to congratulate those who have stuck around on this story since the beginning. There was a long hiatus, but it's understandable since the author needed a break. Let's go over to the main characters of the story. My boyfriend Isukan shall go first. Serafall then comes towards Issei and begins to ask a question. So Isukan, as the male protagonist, how did you feel about your role in the story? Serafall then handed over the microphone to Issei. Pretty good, Sarah. Although I was against being a Boy Scout for this fanfic, I was happy that there was some development between my relationship with my dragons and people who considered me an adversary early on. Because this was a harem story, I thought the marriage contract was an appropriate way to end this fanfic. Thank you for your opinion. Now let's go over to Ryaskin and hear her thoughts. So Ryaskin, what did you think of the story? I was a little disappointed that I was nothing more than a supporting character in this story. But that's okay since I am the main heroine in the canon story. I see. Marta-chan, have any thoughts? Marta grabs the microphone. I am glad that this story was made, because it shows a theme of moving on after losing a loved one, and I laughed out loud after reading my name on the marriage contract. I am not against it though, and I am sure Isukan will make a great husband. Thank you to all the readers for reading. After getting the microphone back, Serafall heads over to Vala. How about you, Valakan? I am glad that the author did not change me too much, and the differentiation between me and my canon counterpart was planned quite nicely. I also like the different yet complex background I was given and was impressed that my father was depicted as more of a tragic hero than the canon. I thought the story itself was quite cheesy, but a nice story nonetheless. Serafall then turns to Hal. And here is Hal-chan. Thoughts? Hal grabs the microphone. I am glad that I was used to help IC use his more intelligent side, showing that it takes more than brute strength to take down a strong opponent. The later chapters afterwards have shown that IC never lost his touch since then. Serafall then turns back to the camera after getting back her microphone. And there you have it, folks. All characters I talked to are satisfied with the story. We are not. Motohama and Matsuda's voice were heard from the audience. Once the camera turns to them, they voiced their complaints. First of all, how come we are the punching bags of this story, huh? How come we don't get to be the main characters? Matsuda yelled. We didn't even end up with one girl, and why the heck are we in the audience seats instead of being one of the guests? Motohama also yelled. This is totally unfair that IC gets to be in the front with you. We've been playing the same role in most of the fanfics of this series. Matsuda yelled again. Now guys, calm down. Serafall tries to defuse the situation, but the boys kept on complaining. Whack! Both Matsuda and Motohama were knocked out by the Kendo girls, using their shurnai. It's because you two have barely any good qualities, if any at all. Kate bluntly told the boys. Serafall-sama, I suggest you finish up before they awake. Murayama told Serafall. Right. Anyway, as a reward for being so patient, here is one more clip of the story, which some of you might find cliché. Again, thank you so much for sticking by. Oh, and if you are wondering what happens to Isukan and his wives in the future, Let's just say by the time Iskun is a grandfather, we are going to need to build a small town to fit his children and grandchildren. Goodbye and love you all! Serafall laughs. In a local park, issei and Serafall are currently holding hands, with the latter wearing a white summer dress. Although they are walking peacefully now, they first had to get away from other soon-to-be wives after leaving the house, which was chaotic for them. Feeling insecure, Serafall stops in her tracks, causing issei to turn around out of concern. Sarah? Is something wrong? Iskun, being with you made me the happiest I've ever been, but I am not sure if it's right. What do you mean? Serafall then looks up at issei's face. You are surrounded by so many beautiful girls who are going to be your wives, and yet I am the only one so far who is actually your girlfriend. I am a childish Mao who loves magical girls, so I never really dreamed of doing stuff like this until I met you. Tell me, Iskun, what do you see in me to accept me as your girlfriend? Issei smiled. You shouldn't have to worry about stuff like that, Sarah. Every girl has their charm, but I chose you because you are special. Your so-called childish side may seem awkward sometimes, but one thing it does is that it always brought a smile to my face. That is part of your charm, the energetic and happy atmosphere you have shown, and how much you truly cared about me and the others is what I love about you, Sarah. I can't imagine my life without such a positive girl that is holding on to me right now. That is what I see in you. Iskun Serafall is on the verge of tears, but continues looking up at issei's face. Both of their faces get closer to each other until their lips met. The couple then share a passionate kiss, much to the anger of the more jealous or curious girls that follow them, including Rias, Aquino, and Sona. I see, the other girls said in a menacing tone, except for Sona, who gives out a small laugh. Issei suddenly felt tremendous pressure on his body from the dark aura the girls are exhibiting. You better run, Iskun, Sona said softly, but loud enough for Issei to hear. Will do, let's go, Sarah. Right, Iskun. Issei then grabs Serafall's right hand and runs away from the jealous girls while Sona just watches. She then notices that issei and Serafall are actually laughing as they are being chased and ended up smiling herself, satisfied with the life they are currently living in. I am glad that I signed that contract. Hope you are ready, Iskun, Sona said to herself. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.